Good morning, everybody. Welcome to PF International, the home of British karting for event 10 of this year's Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. On store, we have potentially one of the biggest weekends of the British karting calendar. It is our title deciders. It's a double-header weekend for the Rotax, the four Rotax categories, and we welcome the F100 UK Historic Series for their first in a while O-Plate meeting. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me will be Henry Baudet. He'll join us in a few moments' time before we get racing here today. And as I say, really excited for what we've got in store for you around this just short of 1.4 kilometre circuit. Plenty of turns around this track, a bit of elevation change as well as they run up under the bridge and round the loop for this circuit that last year celebrated its 30th birthday. But this is everything in store for what should be a really good weekend. The weather could play a hand in things as well. It's overcast at the moment, quite comfortable conditions. It was warm yesterday for mid-September. But look at that, light rain potentially in the afternoon. And this is a complete round here today, so it's a little bit different to what we've seen previously in the season for the Rotax categories. So everyone does 2 heats and then a final later on this afternoon. And then we rinse and repeat and do exactly the same thing tomorrow. Plenty of championship points on offer for the drivers here this weekend to bring them to the end of their 2025 national racing seasons. There is the scene down in Parc Fermé. Junior Rotax will be the first class out on circuit. I think it can bring us to the scene here in the commentary box for I say one of the best positions in the country to watch racing from here at PF International. We've got this great view over the start line up towards the bridge to see all the action. You can get in contact with us as well in the box. Hello to Motorsport Magpie on the comments there, having a look at things, and I think that's in the YouTube chat, and then we've got the Karting UK chat as well. Good morning to Michael Burke, 7:50 p.m. Here in Bathurst, Australia, and hello to Peter Dixon also. So get your comments in. Let us know who you're cheering for here today. Let's take you through the running order then for this morning's racing. So as I say, double header format. Everybody races twice through heats. And then the finals later on today. We start with Junior Rotax. It'll be a B versus C race. Junior Rotax once again the highest subscribed or biggest numbers for one of our categories today. So off the back of timed qualifying earlier on this morning, each driver is put into either Group A, B and C. They all have a little bit of a round robin tournament through the heats. Everybody races 2 times. As I say, this will be a Group B versus C race. So anyone who has been allocated to Group A off the back of TQ, they sit this one out. We'll see them later on today. All the other categories are all single grid. So 11 o'clock start for Junior Rotax B versus C, 11:15 for Micromax UK, 11:30 for Minimax 950. Very interesting TQ for them earlier on this morning here at the circuit. 11:45 for Senior Rotax. Then have a break from the racing. We'll have a free practice session for the F100 series here this weekend. If you can make it down to PF International, you know, the gate's open, you can come down, you know, and you want to sample some historic karting, this is the place to be here this weekend for the F100 O-Plate. All takes us back to the mid-90s, back when I was a wee lad and Henry was a little bit older than a wee lad. But you know, really good to have about 20 drivers. If you've not experienced it before, 22,000 RPM revving engines, pistons up and down with 330 times a second. Really good stuff. So we'll see more of their racing tomorrow. That free practice is at 12 o'clock, so if you want to come down in time for that. After that, we then go through another rotation again. Junior Rotax, Micromax UK, Minimax 950, Senior Rotax. That takes us from 12:20 through to just after 1 o'clock. Super Libre and ICA at 1:20, and then Junior Rotax's third heat to complete the round robin at 1:40. We then have the lunch break. Our broadcast will continue. You'll get another view of the build-up show from yesterday, and then the finals. And look, he doth appear And
say his name, and he appears. I believe in getting here just on time. I was following the weather up from South Wales.
You've been storm chasing.
Yes, and the storm's been chasing me.
Yes.
Because if the wind is coming up north, then we are in for a little bit of moisture, unfortunately. But yes,
But you're good? How's your back after last week's acrobatics?
Well, thank you very much for the people that have watched me falling off a chair. It was that exciting that I fell off my chair. Yes, the Cilla Black is okay.
Good. So all of the time qualifying results we'll take you through for what we saw in practice this morning. Henry, from your perspective, double headers, we're familiar to them, of course, from other parts of the championship, but for the Rotax guys and girls, this is a bit of a different prospect, and then the pressures of it being championship finale as well. How do you think that's going to play into things?
Well, I mean, it's okay because they're here, and everybody knows this circuit. If it was at a venue that, we would usually go to, then I would say, there would be a bit more pressure. But, I don't think there's anything too different in terms of how the drivers and teams prepare. Because, they were here for Kart Masters, 3 days going around this circuit. Now it's just 2. But obviously, in Micromax, Minimax, and Senior Rotax, the point standings are incredibly close. Obviously, there are also fights for tickets to the Grand Finals. Now, we'll get to that in a minute, but 14 drivers have already qualified to represent Team UK at the Grand Finals through the Euro Trophy, the International Trophy, the Winter Cup. It's incredible, the strength of Rotax. And I think that, I hope it stays dry, because we could be in for a spectacular 2 days of racing. And of course, the ICA and Super Libra karts, they'll be good going under the bridge. It's a bit blustery, isn't it?
Yeah, the wind's picked up in the last 20 minutes or so. I mean, it's a windy part of the world here in Lincolnshire. We had a Hercules flying over yesterday that was enjoying the windy conditions, and some fighter jets as well. But the fighting is going to be out on circuit in a short few moments' time. It's a headwind. I wonder if that's going to be a key feature of the heats this morning. It's a headwind down towards the Bruno Ferrari S's, which
sorry, there is
you can see.
Here, I'm very hesitant
I've
to
checked
sit
the
into.
bolts.
Yes.
I've talked to Dan Ashton about it. There was one I nearly broke at Kart Masters a few weeks ago.
I'm going to put it against the back wall here.
That's a good move.
Hello to everyone on the live chat. Hello to Nanny Babs, Barbara Lapper. Albie Lapper has a chance of winning, a ticket to the Grand Finals. But that'll happen Sunday evening. This is Saturday morning, just. Let's go racing.
So let's take you through then the first heat of the day. Junior Rotax Group B versus C. Matteo Palazzo has repeated what he did here last year.
Yes.
Has taken pole position. Albie Lapper alongside him on the front row. Charlie King and Noah Barham start from the second row. Cian Bernard, very quick yesterday in free practice, is joined by Sebastian Louche on row 3. William Archer and Jack Beasley, they go from row number 4.
Sebastian Clark and Harry Freeman round out the top 10 ahead of Zach Turner and Jensen Chalk. On row number 7, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Alfie McBain, with James Kell and Leon Hasty second in the championship, only P16 in qualifying.
Difficulties early on this morning. Archie Lovett and Finley Buck go from row 9. Joel Dixon-Cohen and Samir Paul go from row 10. Ellis Bell, Connor Large, there on row 11. Joshua Smith and Jared Fox-Whiteley start on row 12. Isaac Barker did not run in timed qualifying earlier this morning and will start shotgun last in this one. In fact, no, he won't. He's not out there. So we'll try and get on top of what the situation with Isaac Barker is. Because, as I say, he didn't go out in TQ earlier on this morning as well. Once again, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. You know the drill by now, as we're at the end of the season. into the tram lines. Let's get event 10, the season finale in Rotax, underway. We are racing at the first time of asking. It's a very even start between Palazzo and Lappa under the bridge for the first time. Couple of drivers just taking the grass. Oh, trouble in the midfield as they run up onto the banking. Everybody's got going again. It's one of the KRs involved. I think it was Sebastian Clark, the 251. Had an alternative strategy in time qualifying this morning to get himself out of traffic. Well, it didn't quite work there. 3 into 1 didn't go. Unfortunate start, Henry.
Yeah, and I also think I saw a Coles racing kart getting involved. That could have been James Kell or maybe even Zach Turner, who was around that spot. Dangerous moment there for Leon Hasty, of course, who was starting down on row number 8. But the Craft Motorsport driver has escaped any damage by the looks of it and has probably picked up a few places as well. But we're going to come through to complete lap number 1 here with Matteo Palazzo no longer leading as Albi Lappa takes top spot. Now, the ticket for this category, I believe, is between Lappa and Noah Barham. Jacob Ashcroft, championship leader, has already got a ticket to the grand finals. Leon Hasty, he's too old to go and race in the grand finals as a junior. So the 2 drivers next in line who haven't got a ticket would be Lappa and Barham, because Kai Clark has also already qualified through the Euro Trophy.
So Albi Lappa leads this race. Very intrigued to see just how quickly Lappa got alongside Palazzo on that run down to turn 1. Was that the headwinds? Just, we're talking small percentages here, folks, but you have to normally be pretty committed to get a move done into the Bruno Ferrari S's, and that looked relatively straightforward for Lappa. Down the straight once again, continues to lead this race. Lappa, Palazzo, Barham, about half a second clear of Kean Bernard.
Well, of course, Lappa is full of confidence. The last time he was here, you know, at a big event was Kart Masters, where he took the GP plate title in a fantastic battle with Kean Bernard, who is currently running 4th and closing on the 3 leaders. So, of course, Lappa's got a bit of a spring in his step because he thinks this is my house now. And I think that move going into the Bruno Ferrari S's at the start of lap 2 of the first heat of the day, which is, you know, not... oh, there's some defending one of the Thule Motorsport karts, but the move is it was a brave move, and it showed, I think, a extra level of confidence. Oh, and a Coles racing kart into the barriers, 299. That would be Zach Turner. But he bounces off the barriers. Oh, no, he hasn't got going again. That is a shame. Just on the outside line was just clipped wide and, of course, sped up on the grass because it has been a little bit damp here in Lincolnshire.
That was a very September PF incident. You probably would have got away with that in mid-July and August at Kart Masters when it was a lot drier. But you're absolutely right there, Henry. Zach just got his rear left in the gully and, well, was straight to the scene of the incident. Change for position. Up to second place has gone Kean Bernard. Right, so we've got a repeat of the top 2 from Kart Masters straight away at the top end of this heat. Kean Bernard was showing some very, very good speed in free practice yesterday. Noah Barham there in 3rd. Noah Barham's got some good form coming into this weekend. Was the winner of the club round here 2 weeks ago in junior Rotax, so he knows he can put some laps together. There's a move further down the order there as well as Luca Holmes-Ballock's having a good race here. That's up 7 places now as the field try to close in on Lappa. Other big movers in this one: Archie Lovett up 7 to 10th, Ellis Bell up 8 to 13th. Where is Leon Hasty in all of this? He's up 5 places to 11th. Not bad, but again, driver who at least trying to secure onto the second place plate at the end of this weekend. Right now, his nearest rival for that plate, Albi Lappa, leading this race. This is a good one for the GP plate holder as he looks to move up from 3rd in the standings.
But just look at how Bernard and Barham, Freeman, Palazzo and the rest just close in on the leader using the slipstream that they've got. Of course, with that headwind, Lapper is punching a very big hole in the air, which allows Bernard to just scoot up to his rear bumper, and with 3 minutes to go, Lapper parks it on the apex of the bowl and sets his stall out early. Thou shalt not pass, he says.
What that's doing, though, is bringing more drivers into play as the top two from the British Kart Grand Prix go again, and Bernard has gone through. That looked a little bit rough for both of them through hairpin number one.
If I were Kian Bernard, I'd be considering letting Lapper back in front of him, because that was, well, you know, maybe Kian just got a little bit caught out by Lapper's braking, and Lapper's pointing at him saying, well, he's either saying, come on, let's go, or, oi, you're having it. One or the other.
2.25 minutes of this race to go. Leon Hasty has woken up, gaining a couple of positions there. This isn't going to be a heat that obviously secures championship position for him, but it could be one at the end of the weekend that you look back on and go, yeah, that was the turning point after a difficult qualifying. Good scrap going on there between Palazzo. Has changed the lead. Is there going to be a double change of the lead? Lapper trying to hold it around the outside. Bernard back down the inside onto the Litchfield Bridge. Great racing from these two again. We saw this at Kart Masters. One of the highlights of that Kart Masters weekend wasn't just that you had a close race, it was a clean race between these two. But here comes Harry Freeman into play now as well. Freeman's got up into second spot. Noah Barham has gone past, and it's all starting to not quite unravel yet for Albi Lapper, but he's under a bit of pressure. He's down to around 5th or 6th place now, dealing with his teammate Luca Holmes-Ballock. And all of a sudden, just like that, 2-3 laps ago, we were talking about Lapper leading, Hasty 11th. That is going to be a big turn in potential points. All of a sudden now, Henry, the O-plate holder is only 2 spots behind Lapper.
Yeah, Lapper just broke a little bit early, I thought, for the first hairpin. Again, the second lap running, Lapper was early on the brakes, and yeah, twice in succession now, he's been, well, I'd say nerfed, but you know, guided towards the outside of the first hairpin by drivers who may be using the more traditional braking point.
Penalties, +5 for the race leader. Now the former race leader, because Freeman down the inside takes track position, but Kart 282 in race +5 time penalty. So you've called that one absolutely spot on there, Henry. That will have been for the earlier moment with Lapper, because we've not seen Bernard involved in any other major tussles. 237 has also had a +5 as I look down my list. That'll be Joshua Smith currently in 17th place.
Now, if Harry Freeman has his wits about him and spots the digital board as they cross the line, it doesn't display the 5-second penalty for Bernard. So he doesn't know that Kian's got a penalty, so he's probably going to carry on defending. If the board had come out showing the penalty for Bernard, then Freeman should have just thought, right, let's go, because Kian's not going to attack me, I don't need to defend, and we can both pull away. It works for both parties. Freeman would win, and Bernard would put 5 seconds between himself and a number of other drivers, because at the moment, 5 seconds would drop Kian Bernard down to 16th or 17th place.
Well, indeed. Luca Holmes-Ballock is up to P3, by the way. I just want to go back to about 3/4 of a lap ago. I think I saw Jared Fox-Whiteley do a 3-wide double overtake on the exit of the Mike Wilson complex. He's up to 11th place. That was a mighty move from the driver of the 222, who is your biggest mover in the race at the moment. Right, time is up. Last lap board is out in the first heat of the day, first race of the weekend. It's not done here. Bernard has track position. Here goes Lapper. Sorry, Holmes-Ballock trying to wind it up around the outside. That's again one of those moves that in August you can do that one. Not quite as much. The on the racing line is grippy, but off of it a little bit less so.
The tarmac has just cooled down slightly. Bernard defending for all he's worth. Now the O-plate comes out. Oh, the O-plate with a 5-second penalty as well. Leon Hasty, who is now on the road at least up into 5th position. As Bernard comes into the Mike Wilson complex, the checkered flag awaits, but Harry Freeman is going to be the driver celebrating. after Bernard's penalty, but Bernard wins on the road. Freeman second, but will take the heat win. Luca Holmes-Balak, really good drive. One of the best of the year for Holmes-Balak, I have to say. And following on behind, Albie Lapper did recover several positions. Leon Hasty will obviously... no, did Leon get a penalty?
Yes, he did,
in that?
yeah,
Yes,
on the last
he
lap.
did.
Oh,
yes, that's right. So Palazzo and Barham will move up. Archie Lovett, Charlie King and Finley Buck rounding out the top 10 on the road. As we look down the second page of the results, Jack Beasley going backwards after a great qualifying session. Unfortunate for the global karting driver, and of course the only retiree. Well, Isaac Barker was a non-starter, and Zach Turner, with a bent rear axle, failed to see the checkered flag. Hello Craig Corbett in New Zealand. Hello Hayden Eldridge watching in Cyprus, and hello to Michael Burke, of course, watching in Bathurst, Australia.
Very grown-up drive there from Harry Freeman. We've
Yes.
always seen him as you know, centre of lots of entertainment and excitement this year, but you know, good ability there to deliver the results on the last lap when it counts.
Entertainment and excitement is one thing, but it doth not a championship challenge make.
Indeed. So that's a good start for Freeman, who had a really good round at Wilton Mill, of course, but will be wanting more and more. Right, we'll take a short break here on the comms. Back in a few moments' time with Micromax UK. Let's turn our attention then to Micromax UK, their first of two heats here for the penultimate round of the championship. Good qualifying from these drivers earlier, and another title picture that's pretty close heading into this weekend. If we're ready, let's take you through the grid then for this one. Dimi Uzadov starts on pole position, won the club round here a couple of weeks ago. Charlie Page is alongside on the front row. Chloe McGill took her first heat win, of course, 3 weeks ago at Wilton Mill. Starts on the inside of row 2. She's joined by one of our championship contenders, Dian Singh Pahal, sits 15 points behind Benedictas Masiokas, as there's trouble for some of the front runners. That second, third and fourth off the road. We'll come back to that. Here's the rest of your grid. Alfie Garrett and Harris Barber on row 3. Benedictas Masiokas and Bastian Crawford on row 4. Otto Amy and Albert Farrow, return for Albert Farrow. They start on row 5. Ralph Martin and Freddie Walker go from row number 6. Row number 7 is Arlo Gamble and Ted Hayward. Oliver Woodall completes the 15-strong field. Now, what happened there? That was round onto the bridge. Charlie Page, Chloe McGill and Dian Singh Pahal all off the road. Now, if they can get back into line and retake their positions, second, third and fourth place on the grid before the red line in sector number 3, they will be okay. Let's have a look at a replay. So Charlie Page there in the white cart up ahead. So Charlie Page loses it on cold tyres. Chloe McGill and Dian Singh Pahal have nowhere to go. Didn't Singh Bahal, that was a quite high speed off coming around the latter parts of the bowl. Page has retaken position. Can't see McGill, can't see Singh Bahal here. So Chloe McGill's a little bit further back, and Dean Singh Bahal has joined the pack, but at the back. But if we're good to go here, they're going to have to start this one out of position. They're not allowed to overtake until now. Lights out. Racing then in Micromax UK. It's the JPD UK number 62 of Dimi Uzanov who holds the early lead here in this one. Alfie Garrett has taken an early advantage of the happenings there from that formation lap. Is up to P2. There is Charlie Page, who was the trigger, unfortunately, of that three kart problem. There's a bit of an issue towards the back of the field as well. But, well, that's straight away a little bit of a sign of sometimes the pressure that can play on a driver's mind on a finale weekend. Otto Amy's had a good start. He's up to P4 in the number 77 machine. Good for Benedictus Masiokas there. Kept himself out of any kind of involvement with what happened there on the formation lap. Just needs a nice solid start to the day. P5 will do nicely.
Yeah, Benedictus Masiokas leading the championship. Dean Bahal hot on his heels. Harris Barber and Alfie Garrett aren't out of it yet. They're still mathematically in with a chance, as I believe is Charlie Page. Page has a ticket to the grand finals already, so it's going to be the champion. And look at that schmozzle of karts going into the Bruno Ferrari S's down at the back of the pack. 2, 4, 6, 8 of them. So that would be Freddie Walker, Oliver Woodall, Ted Hayward, Albert Farrow, who earned his grand finals ticket recently at the Rotax Grand Festival in Sarno. He will join Charlie Page on Team UK. Who will join them? We will find out tomorrow, as a lot of action going on back in the field. A Paralin kart has appeared as well, which is good to see. Oliver Woodall. So SFR Motorsport, usually most of their drivers are on an OTK product, but Woodall on a Paralin, which is good to see. Paralin have come back strong. They're very, very strong out in the United States. Obviously, they run a factory team. They're very strong in gearbox karting, but it's good to see them making a stab in the UK at the cadet level.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a brand that, when a couple of races out in Italy, that a lot of minis, a lot of cadets use it out in Central Europe as well. So let's see how that one develops across the course of this weekend. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. There's an obviously race leader. Garrett there in second place, and it's Page and Masiokas. Masiokas doesn't need to do anything too rash at this point. In terms of the dropped scores, Masiokas has got it's a little bit difficult for him because he's got less dropped score space to run into almost, because he's been so consistent across the course of the season so far. But I think his first aim will be trying to get rid of that 5th place finish in the final at Dunk as well. That's his weakest score at the moment in a sea of firsts, seconds and thirds.
And of course, because the Rotax classes have done single header meetings all season up to this point, the drivers have had less point scoring opportunities. Yeah. So I believe, is it the best 10 out of 12? 10, yeah. Oh, Pahal up on the inside of Ralph Martin. Martin goes for a ride. Dean was committed, and he was not going to back out of that one. And I have to say, the 32 kart of Ralph Martin also of the opinion that he wasn't giving up the corner either, as we've got a lead change. Charlie Page goes from 3rd to 1st. Uzanov goes from 1st to 4th.
It is indeed. That's another position for Masiokas. That will put a smile on the face of the old plate holder. 4 minutes of this race to go. Just looking further down the field. Oliver Woodall on that Paralin's up 4 places now. He's up to P11. Chloe McGill also looking to recover, having started out a position further down the order from where she qualified earlier on today. And big congratulations once again to Dad Stephen, who was the winner of the Wera Tools Excellence Award, and has got a brand new set of Wera tools to play with here this weekend.
Excellent. Oh, Pahal again committing to the inside. I think Dian is looking at the fact that Masiokas is ahead of him,
yeah,
and is being, I wouldn't say desperate, but is being ultra aggressive in trying to sort of minimise the amount of karts between him and Masiokas, because of course, if Benedictus finishes 2 karts in front of Dian, oh my word, how was that not an accident? Pahal to the inside, sideways, good evasive action from Masiokas there. I think Dian was caught out a little bit, trying to make that move. Good kart control from both. As I was saying, Pahal thinking, right, if Benedictus finishes 2 karts in front of me in this race, then I've got to finish at least 3 karts in front of him in the next race to outscore him in the heats, where, of course, at the end of the 2 heats, you get championship points. And that was possibly the reason why we saw Dian being extremely aggressive, especially in turn number 1 there. And look at Otto Amy. What a drive from Otto Amy for the Coles Racing team. Number 77 has really come on strong. Last year, driving as a complete privateer. This year, joining Coles Racing and just gradually working his way up into a regular front runner and potential podium contender.
And on the up in terms of the season, 6th place in the final last time out at Wilton Mill is the best result of the year so far for Otto Amy. It's a points awarding stage. 2 minutes of this race to go. Charlie Page is your race leader. Charlie Page's best result in terms of a championship score back at round 1, double 2nd place across the intermediate classification and the final. Now, I've just raised my eyes out at I think we've got rain. A sudden band has just come in. It is, welcome to Lincolnshire, everybody. It has started raining here with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Now, it's very fine rain. As Ozanov off the road there, wheel to wheel with Masiokas.
And looking at the mechanics on the mechanic stand, just past our commentary position, all of them, drivers included, just saying, slow down, Masiokas in problems. Masiokas, obviously on the grass, now struggling to get back on, and Pahal is your new leader. Page 2nd, Garrett 3rd, Uzanov and Amy. There's the power of Oliver Woodall.
Now, it looks like quite fine rain, but they're still very much driving in the faces of the drivers, especially down the pit straight, because the wind is still very, very strong. There's Uzanov down the inside of Garrett, up to 3rd place. But this race is completely turned on its head now. Dean Singh Pahal has the race lead. Everybody out there is on slicks. Running wide as here comes Charlie Page. Pahal was wide out of the Fullerton S's, and Page returns to P1.
Now, Pahal may not realise that Masiokas has been in difficulty. If he does realise, then he probably doesn't need to panic too much and can settle for maybe losing a couple of positions rather than defending and maybe throwing it off the road. Alfie Garrett, meanwhile, here comes Pahal again. Brave move into the Bruno Ferrari S's for Dian Pahal. Now there's yellow light. Oh no, it's not yellow lights. It's the yellow and red striped
change of condition flag.
Sorry, I saw the flash of yellow but didn't see the flash of red. And of course, Alfie Garrett is doing his best to try and beat his dad's results. As his dad is out racing in the European, his dad Luke is out racing in the European Truck Racing Championship at Le Mans this weekend.
Bit of a sideways moment for Page, who's going to lose 2nd place here to Dimi Uzanov. Dimi Uzanov again continuing to impress us here in the commentary box. We're on the final lap of this race, where this storm, whatever you want to call it, has blown in very, very quickly. It's snuck up on us in the remarkably flat part of the world. But Dean Singh Pahal is going to come through the final couple of corners and take an early advantage in Micromax UK, needing points to turn over, of course, to close the gap to Benedictus Masiokas. Dean Singh Pahal wins Heat 1, takes a good number of intermediate points. Uzanov P2, Page P3, Garrett P4, Ralph Martin 5th, Otto Amy and Benedictus Masiokas next. So at least for Masiokas, it's no net gain, but no net loss.
He recovered well and almost got Amy on the line for P6. Harris Barber, Albert Farrow and Chloe McGill rounding out your top 10. So Harris Barber gains a few points. No, sorry, he doesn't. He loses a few points to Alfie Garrett in their battle for, I think, P3 in the standings. And there is young Oliver Woodall trudging away.
Got to say,
yes,
youngest drivers in the paddock this weekend
coped very well with that.
Very well, very well with that rain shower. We will see them back out for heat number 2 in their category at 12:35.
And I've got to say, even though it was sort of overcast, you know, for the start of the racing, suddenly, you know, the clouds have really closed in. And it's misty and very autumnal, I have to say.
You brought it with you.
Well, I did say that it was chasing me.
So the drivers will head into technical scrutineering, go over the mandatory checks with Chris Derrick there and a team. Doesn't off P2. That's a nice result, continuing the form that we saw at TVKC a couple of weeks ago. For those here at the circuit, Charlie Page continuing to being amongst it. We'll take a short break here at PFI and be back in a few moments with Minimax.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back, everybody, to PF International. If you're just joining us, we're about to get ready for Minimax 950 now. There's an interesting scene. Obviously, we've had some rain in the last 10 minutes or so, which will have been after the point where the gate will have closed. And, well, unless someone has had a bit of a Nostradamus moment with the weather, because we weren't expecting that shower in the box, I think everyone's on slicks for this race. But we did see the Micromaxes head round without major issue, so our slightly older drivers here should be able to deal with it.
Yeah, looking at the track though, I mean, damp in areas, but the wind will help to dry it even quicker than usual.
Indeed.
And if you saw the pace of the Micromax drivers and just the way they were able to still retain some level of aggression, I think that slicks is the way forward. Here we go then. Alfie May, Austin Oman, row number 1, Tom Reed and Lucian Smith, row 2. Josh Cormack and Emerson McAndrew-Uren on row 3, Sebastian Behrman and Ryan White on row 4.
Maximilian Eberhardt and Otis Cleary go from row 5 in this one. The human highlight reel, Riley Morrow will look to entertain from row 6 alongside Aidan Hammond. Aidan, the older of the two Hammond brothers in this race. Max Jolly won the O-Plate here back in the spring. Has got Joshua Cook for company on row 7. It's then James Roots and an improving Christian Sanguinetti on row 8.
Definitely. Noah Hammond and Dax Farah on row number 9. James Devereaux and Arthur Farrow round out the top 20. Alfie Ward, Jensen Walker, the returning Maria Roberto, Harry Radcliffe being watched by Uncle Chris and Auntie Susie, George Quinlan, Leo Livings and Nelson Taylor.
Nelson Taylor did not run in qualifying.
Oh.
Technical problems prevented him from going out on the circuit. And pretty much the last 6 or 7 drivers as well missed out on getting their 3rd flyer in. So they still got a best 3-lap average, but it had to include their warm-up lap. So that's why if you're looking at the time and going, oh, what happened to all of those drivers? They didn't quite get that final lap time, and we're missing the checkered flag by mere tenths and seconds. Right, let's focus in. This could be a key day in terms of this championship battle. Alfie Mayer lost the championship lead at Wilton Mill, but he's got pole position here. This is a chance for him to strike back, get momentum going. Here we go into the tram lines. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. We are racing in Minimax 950 into a slight level of unknown. There's a few karts understandably running wide. Ryan White, 3rd place in the championship, was one of them. Who's going to be able to get round the bowl? They're doing a pretty good job of navigating their way through a tricky part of the circuit there. Oh, problems for Maximilian Eberhardt. Half spin, goes to the back of the field as wide off of the Litchfield Bridge go a good number of the field. But it's Alfie Mayer still leading this race through hairpin number 1. Oh, as one of the Hammonds, is that Noah Hammond?
Yes.
Off the road as another driver. Was that Christian Sanguinetti going deep at hairpin number 1?
Yes, the Team Canada race suit of kart number 120, Christian Sanguinetti. I've got to say that if we ever got a chance to look back at the run into turn number 1, Austin Oman made one of the best saves I have seen all year. He was sideways, held on to second, almost lost it in front of the entire field going under the bridge, somehow kept it straight without losing a position. Great kart control from Oman. Emerson McAndrew, you're running this. Oh, that's the middle of the Mike Wilson complex is so tricky because there's no runoff area virtually before those barriers. I've got to say, a remarkably clean opening lap. Look at those karts sideways. I think the drivers are actually enjoying that. There's enough grip to have a bit of confidence, but enough moisture, you can get the back end out and a little bit of showboating.
And still a good amount of grip with these tyres. They've done one qualifying.
There's Ryan, the marshal.
So
hello, Ryan, on our screen.
Starring mode.
Starring, yes, yes.
6 minutes of this race to go. Who's made good early progress? I thought he had. George Quinlan up 14 places. He's on a mini energy for this weekend. Had a good run at the Clubby a couple of weeks ago in the top 5. But a difficult one. Oh, Nelson Taylor. Oh, that's curse of the commentator's mind, because I was just about to mention Nelson had had a good start as well. But lap 2 has not gone his way back to the bottom of the order. Yeah, he was up from 27th to 19th, now back to 26th. Oh, there's Austin Oman there running out of room at Bobby Gain Corner. It looks as though the rain, yes, you can just see a fine mist of rain blowing. It will be blowing into the drivers' faces as they come down the start-finish straight. So the wind is blowing into the drivers' faces as they come down the start-finish straight, bringing with it a fine mist of rain, and that is actually making the circuit very, very treacherous, deceptively treacherous, I have to say, as we look at Cormac leading. Cast your minds back to Glanagorse in 2023. Josh Cormac on wet tyres, everyone else on slicks. Josh Cormac wins by a lap. Reverse situation, slick tyres, wet track. Cormac continues his really good form when conditions are mixed. Well, he's Scottish.
Yes, the Falkirk Tyre and MOT sponsored driver.
He's currently in the top 10 in the points and to secure 9th place ahead.
Emerson is he's struggling. I think he's probably trying a little bit too hard at the moment.
Austin Oman nearly losing it in a straight line there. Leo Living's going through past the championship leader.
These are the type of conditions, Andrew, where it's virtually impossible to actually make an overtake work. You just have to sit and wait for others in front of you to fall off, and that's how you gain places. Because, of course, if you drive it in too deep in the corner, you can't get exit speed, and you lose the position coming out of the turn, as McAndrew discovered coming out of hairpin number 2 on this lap. So it's sit tight, hang on, and as the yellow flags come out onto the bowl, can't see what that's for. There's nobody
now.
Yeah.
It's just a local yellow. So 3 minutes and 15 seconds there or thereabouts this race to go. Josh Cormack leads from Riley Morrow. Lucian Smith getting a bit out of shape there with Alfie Ward in the 183. Down towards hairpin number 1. Oh, Alfie Mare's fading a bit in this race. I think George Quinlan's had a problem there. It's been off the road. It was off the road a previous lap as well, up round the bridge.
Alfie Ward no longer a member of the red and black attack. He's moved from SFR Motorsport over to Dan Holland Racing.
2 minutes and 45 on this clock to go. Emerson McAndrew has gone up the order. He's following Leo Livings behind there. It's been a really good performance from Leo Livings, up 22 positions in this race so far. He's switched chassis back again. We saw him on a Pantano chassis at Kart Masters, if I remember correctly. It was the yellow and black one. He's gone back to Strawberry Racing and back onto an OTK. It's serving him pretty well right now. This is something that OTK products can be very good at, the changeable conditions, giving the driver the confidence they need to push on. And Livings at the moment looks P4. Started
the season with KR Sport, if I recall.
Yes, he did, yeah.
Yes, and then has not done a full campaign in the British Championship, but good to see him back now, as the order has sort of now solidified a little bit. Drivers are used to the conditions and are driving accordingly. Morrow has taken the lead and opened up a 2-second gap, and there's the number 137 of Sebastian Behrman, passing Lucian Smith, and Smith just about keeping it on the tarmac, because of course 2 wheels on the grass at that point and he would be a passenger. So good job there from Lucian Smith to only lose 1 position. McAndrew Uren gains 1 position from Leo Livings. That puts the GP plate holder up to P4.
That was good work, really good work from Emerson there, because he managed to get Leo Livings off the traditional wet line, and work the overtake a couple of corners later. It looks like Leo Livings going to have a go back here, coming out of the final corner. This is decent championship position as well for Emerson McAndrew. Yes, he's not leading this race, but Mare, his closest adversary in the championship, is behind him. White, the next closest, behind him. Riley Morrow, yes, is ahead, but he's got a good gap at the moment, 17 points over Riley Morrow in the championship.
One driver we haven't mentioned as somebody goes
George
for
Quinlan.
a spin at the top of the bridge. Oh, that's Cormac off. Cormac off at the top of the bridge, and he gets going. I was about to say there's one driver that we've hardly mentioned, and that's second place driver, Tom Reed. Now, in terms of the championship, obviously it's between McAndrew Uren and Alfie Mare, pretty much.
Yep.
Others are still mathematically in contention, but realistically it's between those 2. In terms of taking the tickets to the grand finals, this is going to be really interesting, because British drivers have dominated the international and continental Rotax events in Minimax all season. Emerson McAndrew Uren won the international trophy. Riley Morrow, Euro trophy ticket. Lucian Smith got a ticket to the Euro trophy. So did Alfie Mare. Already we've got 4 drivers for Team UK in Minimax. None of them have qualified for the British Championship. That means the way that Rotax structures its ticket allocation, that international events and continental events take precedent over national events. So the drivers have already won their tickets at the international trophy, Euro trophy, etc. They keep those tickets, and there is who's that that's gone up? Is that Austin Oman? I believe Austin Oman may have also already got a ticket, but The ticket, I believe, is actually in this class, in the British Championship, between Tom Reed and Ryan White. They're the best two placed drivers in the standings that haven't already earned a ticket through other championships.
Indeed.
So Austin O'Mara's got a great chance because he's leading the BNL, he's second the BNL Championship, but only by about 3 points.
Final lap board has been shown. Riley Murrow on his way, can tiptoe around the final couple of corners to a race victory. Got to say, this has been another very good drive from Emerson McKenzie, and not too dissimilar to how he won Kart Masters. Not quite at the front end of things in the first part of the race, as there is a battle for third place between Livings and Reed. Reed's going to get him back through. Checker flag is out. Riley Murrow starts the race weekend with a win in Heat 1. Emerson McKenzie picks his way through some difficult times there to finish P2. Tom Reed is going to be happy there with P3 in the championship fight. A really good drive from Leo Livings, up 22 places in those wet conditions on slicks, finishes P4. Austin Oman survives that little skip across the grass late on to finish inside the top 5.
Ryan White passes Sebastian Behrman on the run to the checkered flag to take P6. That's important for him in terms of the championship. Alfie May will be disappointed with 8th. Josh Cormack likewise after leading the race. It just goes to show one tiny little misjudgment, one tiny little missed apex, and that's game over. Looking down the order, incredibly, everybody was running at the end, apart from Noah Hammond. So even though we saw Abrahart go off, we saw Quinlan in difficulties, Nelson Taylor had a problem, they all managed to keep going. Now, Andrew Mather, can you imagine the following scenario? Senior Rotax in this year's Wera Tools British Karting Championship is incredibly close. 5 drivers separated by just a smidgen. Now, the first race of the championship deciding weekend, what would be more exciting? A mixed track in terms of conditions and drivers on different tyre compounds.
Yes, indeed, and also the fact that of our top 5, it's the driver in 5th place, one of the outsiders perhaps, who's got pole position for this race as well. So that's all to come, of course, as the drivers from Minimax head on in. Their next race, if you're particularly following them, will be at 12:50 for heat number 2. There is Riley Murrow, who didn't need to add too many overtaking highlights to the overtaking highlight reel, but I'm sure we'll see some more later on in the day. Just having a chat with his mechanic there about how that all went.
Yes, Murrow, who is looking down the list of winners. Well, he's not won that many. I think he's got 2 wins in the British Championship. I shall get my laptop out with the statistics on it, ready for tomorrow, I believe, and we'll do it tomorrow. Well, no, we got finals today. We'll do it. Yes, we'll do that out later. There's an awful lot that is, on the line this weekend. Macaulay Bishop could pass Kai Hunter for the most wins in the British Championship in the modern era. But enough of that. We've got a senior Rotax race coming up, and I think it's going to be rather exciting, Andrew.
Let's get going then for heat number 1 in senior Rotax, the highlight of the weekend. British title on the line. It starts with Matty Hingley on pole position, second last time out at Wilton Mill, and don't sleep on Macaulay Bishop. He's a long way behind in the points, but whilst he still can mathematically do it, we're not ruling him out. He's had a good qualifying. Starts on the outside of row number 1. Jack Lilly and Matthew Higgins on row 2. Higgins, of course, won last time out at Wilton Mill. Row number 3, Cian Geraghty and Archie Walker. Archie Walker in his last kart weekend for now as a driver. Had a good chat with him yesterday on the build-up show. Harry Bartle and Jack West, they're on row 4.
Ewan Charman and Joshua Graham go from row number 5. Championship leader Lewis Gilbert only in P11 alongside Kai Hunter. Charlie Smith and Hugh Moulton are next. Freddie Ingram and Harrison Crowther round out the top 8 rows of the grid.
Adam Wooden and Jamie Perilli go from row number 9. It's Pearson, Bullock, Carter and Brandon Truman inside the top 20. Kai Veach and William Antrobus have work to do from row 11. Mikey Walker and Deacon Russell, they go from row 12.
Good to see Jamie Perilli back after injuring his shoulder, as well as Guy Cunnington returning from an injury sustained at Larkhall. Lewis Goff down in 26, Charlie Cox and DeJean Bennett round out the top 14 rows on a 31 kart grid with Finley Jones, Sam Kelbrick and Miles Roby rounding out the field. There is the roll of the dice by number 323, the George Whitbread Racing Kart of Finley Jones.
Who was good in pre-practice yesterday, but clearly had problems in TQ. Now what's happening there? Kart on... that's Cian Geraghty. What's happened with Cian Geraghty? Cian Geraghty's kart heading back out of the pre-grid. That is not what I expected to see at this stage. So that's who was meant to be starting 5th in this race, in trouble early on. Out onto the formation lap we go then. This could be quite a key formation lap for drivers to get heat into their tyres. Does look like the majority of the field are on wets. Wets have not been seen in use so far this weekend. It was a lovely day here yesterday, and in the low 20s. Now is that Jack's Motorsport machine in a bit of trouble?
It's the number 315 of Pearson Bullock Carter, Miles Roby for MLC Motorsport, also having difficulties getting off the dummy grid. I think, Andrew, that provided we don't get any more rain, Finley Jones might just have stolen a march here on the rest of the field. A long way to go, obviously. And you may lots of ifs and buts, but in terms of gambles, that's not a bad one.
And you may as well go for it if you're Finley, because you know you've got dry weather pace. We saw that yesterday in free practice, and he's starting at the back of the field. That's very clever from Kai Hunter.
Yes.
Just dipping the tyres. That's an iRacing trick, that one, of just dipping into the grass, get a little bit more moisture on the tyres, cool them down, because those tread blocks could be needed. Could need to conserve them over the course of the next 8 minutes.
James Fitzhugh, producer extraordinaire, has made a very good point. With Kai Hunter doing that, does that indicate that he may think he's gone out on the wrong tyre?
I think so.
I think that James Fitzhugh might just have hit the nail squarely on the go-karting head. And even better news for Finley Jones, it's a false start. Somebody else is slowing down as they cross the start-finish line. That is Freddie Ingram. What's gone wrong with Strawberry Racing? Cian Geraghty not starting. Freddie Ingram now grinding to a halt. I tell you who's going to be displeased at Cian Geraghty's absence more than most. That would be Harry Bartle. Because Bartle, second in the points, has not got a ticket to the Grand Finals. Geraghty has, through the Euro Trophy, along with Sean Butcher, along with Rotax Winter Tour winner Lewis Goff, and International Trophy winner Macaulay Bishop. So none of the top 5 in the championship have actually got a ticket yet. And the 5 contenders are Gilbert, Bartle, Higgins, Walker and Hingley.
There's a lot going on in this race that hasn't even begun yet. Have we mentioned that Ewan Charman's not out on circuit?
Oh, we haven't. We have now.
Was meant to be starting... Where was Ewan meant to be starting? Row 5. Yeah, it was meant to be starting on the inside of row 5. And unless my eyes are deceiving me, I'm not seeing the number 9 out there on circuit. There is Finley Jones trying to get some heat into the tyres.
Geraghty missed the gate, as did the number 9 kart of Ewan Charman.
Thought that might be the case.
One other, 319, Deacon Russell.
So here we go then. Are we ready for a race start in Senior Rotax? This could be a very interesting 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Lights are out. We are racing. Very even start between Hingley and Bishop. Bishop on the wide line.
Sharp
straight away,
intake of
Lilly
breath.
trying to have a look down the inside for second place. Will become the outside now as they run up round the bowl. Keep an eye on that pink and white machine 323 of Finley Jones, who looked to have good corner speed round the bowl. Bit of dirt being kicked up by someone in the midfield. One of the Guy Cunnington Racing machines runs wide. It will have been Harrison Crowther off of the bridge. What's the grip like down into turn 1? Where is Finley Jones?
On
He's
the
on the
inside.
inside. He's still on the back of the pack, which when you're on slicks versus wets is not bad news at this stage.
Yeah, he has not dropped away from the tail end of the field, which is very significant indeed, because as long as there's no more rain, the track will continue to come to him. In fact, he's about 5 kart lengths off the back of the pack, no more than that. Oh, there is one of the Guy Cunnington Racing karts sending a move up the inside into the Mike Wilson complex. That would have been Guy Cunnington in the 352. New leader, Macaulay Bishop. When you put Bishop's back against the wall, he seems to conjure the inner demon of speed. And even though he is a rank outsider, he's not dropping any points because he wasn't at the first round of the championship. And he also had one bad score. Was it last time out?
Yeah, he didn't have
didn't have the best.
very lofty Wilton
Yes.
Mill standards. It was a bad weekend for the reigning champion. So he is further back in the points than he would have expected, and he will have to carry those Wilton Mill scores of 12th and 15th. As wide goes Crowther. One of the Coles Racing drivers was involved there as well. 6 minutes of this race to go. Lewis Goff trying to find his way through the order. How's Lewis Gilbert getting on? Well, he's still in the pack. He was looking a bit on the defensive on lap number 1, as the second half of the field with Mikey Walker right in the middle of that melee going through and into the Mike Wilson complex. So let's just count them through at the end of lap number 2. Macaulay Bishop leads this race. Matty Hingley P2. Matthew Higgins in 3rd. We'll be quite happy with that at the moment because he's ahead of Bartle. He's ahead of Gilbert. Archie Walker, solid in P4. As I say, I really hope I'm not going to put the commentator's curse on this, but I just have a good feeling about... I'm not saying he's going to win the championship, but I've got a good feeling about Archie Walker this weekend. He's looking very relaxed. He's looking very calm, very speedy as well, as he has a little go for second place on Matty Hingley there. And he's looking to go out on a high. Started his apprenticeship a couple of weeks ago. 5 minutes of this race to run.
Well, Archie said at Wilton Mill last time out that for the first time in his career, he's training, he's keeping an eye on his diet, eating properly, and I think it's paying off as he makes the move. Believe it or not, Archie's got 14 podiums in the British Kart Championship. End of challenge for Finley Jones. That is heavy rain. Finley had got up to 17th place, and it's not raining there though.
I was just about to say, where on the course was that? Because it's not immediately outside of our commentary box window.
It's right by there.
Yep.
That's where it is. Turn number 1 as drivers going off almost a Coles Racing kart, flirting with the barriers there underneath the bridge. That would have been the Coles Racing
Hugh Moulton, 353.
Yes. Would have been Hugh Moulton, who would need to pit for a change of underwear shortly.
Different lines through hairpin number 1. Walker has got ahead of Higgins. This is it, still all over second place, and you've got Jack Lilly in there as well in the number 10. Jamie Perilli's had a good race, up 11 positions, and Guy Cunnington. What a heroic drive this is so far. In a way, Guy would be like, yes. Wet conditions, not as physical on his full racing return after a significant injury and broken shoulder back at Lark Hall, the week before the Lark Hall British round. So it's remarkable in a way that he's even back on the circuit this season, and fair credit to him. He's up 17 places in this one as Joshua Graham and Lewis Goff go wheel to wheel through the Mike Wilson complex. 3.25 minutes of this race to go then. Macaulay Bishop's lead is now 2.4 seconds. This is what he needs to get himself back into, or give himself a shot of getting back into championship contention. If he's going to fully do it as Deacon Russell is out of this race and back into the pits, we won't really be talking about Bishop in terms of championship contention until right at the end on Sunday afternoon in that final.
Virtually the last race of the championship. But of course, Macaulay's mindset will be the following. I'm mathematically possible to win the championship, so therefore I will win and score maximum points at every give 4 maximum point scores.
Yep.
Heats today, final today. Heats tomorrow, final tomorrow. That's all I can do. Then it's up to the rest of them to not bottle it.
Yeah.
That would be Macaulay's mindset. Of course, he will be. It's not a. He wants to become the first 5-time British karting champion in the modern era. He's already got more titles than anybody else. Of course, Gus Lawrence narrowly failing to make it 4 titles in a row. A couple of weeks ago at Wilton Mill in Senior X30. Oh, and over the grass, there goes Archie Walker. Now it's getting slippery. I noticed Finley Jones's name plummeting down the order. Yeah. He was up to 17th, he's down to 23rd. He's still in front of a couple of drivers, Harrison Crowther and Sam Kelbrick.
His pace isn't horrendous. I mean, I think the challenge as Jamie Perilli looks down the inside of Archie Walker and Kai Hunter. Oh, that's lovely.
Yep.
Well, that's a man from the northeast, isn't it? He's used to racing in these conditions. A beautiful double move from the former British champion who won that title here 2 years ago. That's classic Hunter up to P5.
He just watched the 2 drivers in front of him thinking, I know exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to place my kart by here, and, exactly what he thought would happen did happen. Now, let's, with 1 minute to go, championship contenders. Higgins, P2. Hingley, P3. Bartle, P4. Walker, P5. Championship leader, Lewis Gilbert, P14. Lewis Goff, the Alchemy Car Care sponsored machine, has gained a number of places. Started 26th, up to 13th. Oh, Hingley off. Hingley off, but he manages to scrabble back on with only losing 1 position.
Could be a key position as Hunter's on the attack. Has gained 1, lost 1. Good read of the road that time by Archie Walker. Down towards hairpin number 1. Such a long run down there into that braking zone. Once again, Perilli tries to go for the alternative line around the outside. Nearly loses it off of the curb. 5 seconds on the at the timer to go, so last lap board will be out this time around. But look at this scrap, and here comes Guy Gunnington. Well, he's not lost any of his Razor racing edge, has he, in his time away? Is now Hingley going back to wonder if he's just got dirt on his tyres at the moment and he's suffering for grip. Lilly down the inside, Graham down the inside.
Ooh,
this is not good news for the driver who started from pole position in this race. Bishop goes underneath us in the commentary box. He's on his way to a race victory, would think. 4.15 seconds clear of the rest of the field.
Yes.
As there is Guy Cunnington now up to 5th place, just ahead of Jamie Perilli. Good result this for Matthew Higgins as well, because yes, he's not winning this one, but it's his teammate ahead of him. His teammate effectively taking championship points off Higgins' other rivals in the championship that we've been talking about: Bartle, Walker, Hingley and Gilbert. In terms of Matthew Higgins, who's is out of the race. Fair play, good try there from Finley Jones, but wasn't to be. Matthew had some very bad luck in the early stages of the season. Kind of similar to what we talk about with Emerson McAndrew-Wren. He's got some good ground to run into in terms of drop scores at this stage of the weekend. He'll
be adding points to his tally by finishing maybe 4th or 5th, whereas other drivers need to finish in the top 3 to add to their championship tally when dropped scores come into play. Macaulay Bishop, though, he isn't worrying about dropped scores. He wins 2nd place on the final lap. Harry Bartle. Well, that is significant because Bartle, P2 in the championship, takes points off all his main rivals with the exception of Bishop. So when we talk about championship contenders in senior Rotax, you've got the 5 drivers currently at the top of the point standings, and then Bishop, who is way down, but will gain ground rapidly at the end of the heats today and the final today. Bartle, though, of the main 5, Bartle on the last lap finishes as the leader of them. Higgins, Walker, and what a drive from Guy Cunnington. Are we allowed to call Guy a crafty veteran now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we are. Something occurred to me, Andrew, that we saw Kai Hunter being extremely aggressive. I think that 2024 may be the first year, 2025, sorry, that Kai Hunter hasn't won a final in the British Championship modern era. I will check the stats. Maybe that is why we are seeing Kai trying. It's been a bad season for Kai, but obviously, you know, helping to grow the family team. You know, there's reasons why Dan Holland, Strawberry, KR Sport, they've been around for 10, 15, 20 years or more. Reese Hunter's team, they're going into their 3rd season.
First Alpha Live camera op challenge of the
hello,
day.
yes.
I'm interested to see the state of these tyres. I mean, they won't be bad because we had another rain shower during that one, but I did note a couple of drivers again just taking to running a bit of a split new situation, taking to the grass just to again cool the tyres a bit as they had their cool down lap. The top 3 heading into Parc Fermé.
But of course, you get one set of slicks and wets today and another set of slicks and wets tomorrow. So it's not as though the drivers, like we had the situation in Honda Cadet at Wilton Mill, there are camera op challenge accepted. And
looking very good.
I think that the drivers on wet tyres are breathing a sigh of relief. That tiny little burst of rain that we had, it was almost like a fine mist. Just gave the tyres enough respite to complete that 8-minute race without cooking themselves to pieces. We'll take a short break. You can listen to some of the words from our very loyal and welcome partners, and then we will be back with race number 5, the second of our junior Rotax Heats.
Welcome back, everybody, to PF International. Something a little bit different for us now. Free practice underway for the F100 UK classes, and I think a lot of us here at the circuit really looking forward to this one. If this is your first time watching F100 UK and wondering what's it all about, well, this is a series dedicated to machinery from the 1990s, a great era of karting, of course. It's a national series as well, racing across various different venues, and as I say, mainly looking at like the Formula A era, the Formula ICA era as well. 2 classes that we're going to be talking about across the course of the weekend. You've got the Super Libres here as an example. These are all rotary-based engines. Those are the ones with the yellow plates. It was an unrestricted category back in the day. And you've also got those with the white number boards. These are your ICAs. These are great machines, unrestricted in this category as well. They were restricted back in the day. we were having a chat with some of the folks from F100 yesterday during the build-up show. But in this category, to allow that parity over the two engine formulas, that tuning is allowed. Great to have. I think we've got about 20 drivers out on circuit at the moment. It's be interesting to see as well who's looking quick ahead of timed qualifying later on today. That timed qualifying session will be, I want to say, the penultimate session, competitive session that we've got out on circuit. Yes, at 20 past 4. So they've got this session and then another free practice later on in this morning and early afternoon part of the timetable. Some familiar names, or a familiar name at least, to regular viewers of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in this one. Nino Piccoli is out there. He's currently second fastest. Nino being one of our drivers who has raced the whole season in KZ2, had a call, said, do you want to have a go at this? And he went, yeah, why not? He was telling me yesterday, Nino, that this is the first time he's raced at PF since 1999. Yeah, having a really good time out there. There he is Nino. So the kart has been bought, put together, engine tested, had its first practice session yesterday. To say he's been doing KZ2 all the season so far. Had a puncture on lap 2. You know, these things happen. Bit of a setback. But Nino's definitely on the pace here. Has just dropped down to 8th place in the standings right now. But I like that. I like that we've got a lot of drivers who this is their thing. This is the only thing that they drive. But you're now starting to see drivers who've run the shall we say, the contemporary machinery, Henry, going, do you know what? I fancy a bit of the smell, a bit of the sound of the mid-90s as a bit of fun as well.
I did abandon my post. I do apologise. I couldn't resist. I had to go down and stand on the gantry. Just next to the fence and stick my ear to the fence to listen to the ear-splitting cacophony of noise that these ICAs and Super Libras emit. They are incredibly spectacular, wonderful machines. I will give away, I am 44 years old, and when I first got into karting in the early 1990s and watching the World European Championships on Eurosport, these were the machines, and they are incredible. Now, we've got 20 of them, I believe. Why did they disappear? There will probably be less than 20 by the end of the weekend, because 21,000 RPM, we've already seen a couple cry enough. This is probably the hardest circuit in the country for these karts to come to, because it's so fast, the straights are so long. You know, there may be 1 or 2 pistons making a bid for freedom out of the side of the casing at some point this weekend. I hope not going through the bridge, where, of course, they are at their absolute limit, but the noise is ear-splitting, and you see the drivers making adjustments to the carb settings as they're driving, back-end stepping out. Oh, it's glorious, I have to say. I'm having a proper little moment here, I've got to say. It's, you know, they say that progress is progress, and whether it's for better or for worse, that's a matter of opinion. These were of a certain time in karting, just at the dawn of the big team era. And of course, Marco Ardigo came to PFI in a Super Libra, won Kart Masters, before, you know, the inevitable happened, and I'd say we dumbed down karting a little bit. Of course, you went from, you know, ICA and Super Libra to the KF classes, and then to the OK classes. And each step, I think the powers that be in world karting are trying to make the equipment a little bit more durable, a little bit easier to set up and to handle. Not necessarily any cheaper, but there's obviously a reason for it. And of course, as prices go up and naturally, you know, things get more and more expensive, you can't really come to a race meeting and go through 5 engines.
No.
Which, of course, was the issue, you know, and replacing most of the engine after every race, because these are the most highly strung. These are the ultimate, in my opinion. These are the ultimate karts, direct drive karts.
Yes.
You know, these are the ultimate. So whoever Formula 100, I think was it Oliver Scullion who set that up. He set up one of the championships or one of the organisations devoted to the early and mid and late 1990s karts. The one thing that we're missing off the entry list is the age of the chassis. I want to know what year each of these chassis are. And of course there is now a nice little cottage industry of people making retro kart stickers so they can appear exactly as they did in period.
Even back in 1994 and
yes.
years like that. I just wanted to say, as the free practice session continues, Paul Warren are currently the fastest in this session. We did our build-up show recording at about 2:30 yesterday. These guys had all come out on circuit at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
So we're kind of in and around the paddock getting ready for it. And just, I say, the sound is so different and the sound carries into the paddock. A few years ago, Fernando Alonso, when he was having that break period where he didn't really want to do Formula 1 racing.
Yeah, he fancied a bit
but
of
he fancied turning
IndyCar.
up to fancied turning up to Abu Dhabi
Yes.
in the 2005 Renault, the last of the V10 monsters. And that in itself was great, but also like seeing Sir Lewis Hamilton going, I so miss that sound.
Yes.
That was happening yesterday in the paddock with people just going, stop, 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 stop.
I'm sure there were a couple
the
of
tools down.
misty-eyed mechanics and team owners.
This is fantastic stuff at 2 o'clock. And I think for many of the younger drivers,
Well,
they weren't around. They weren't around in the mid-90s. They were almost dumbfounded in a way of like, what is this sound? We've never heard this before.
When you consider that maybe I think the oldest driver we've got here is maybe 25, 26, that's 2000, 1999. You know, they wouldn't remember, you know, they probably didn't have no memory of anything. Maybe the last, maybe one or two of them, you know, Guy Cunnington, people like that, have got a memory of the last year of ICA and JICA, possibly, you know. That would be it. So this is a real treat, and I really hope that the drivers are in the Rotax classes making an effort to watch and learn a little bit about the history of the sport that they compete in. Because I think that what have we got here? Yes, Max Tad, definitely the correct way of putting it. Dulled it down massively. You know, the only thing OK needs is the rev limiter removing. Michael Burke. Another audience member of a certain vintage, I think, should we say, who will have many memories of these karts in period.
So that was a free practice session. That was not their qualifying practice yet, but for what it's worth, Peter Dunn was fastest in that session, a 1 minute 1.09 right at the end. As I say, you've got two classes. You've got the reed valve platform of engines, you know, the ICAs. They're all the ones with the white number boards. The Super Libras, the rotary engines, those are the ones with the yellow number boards, and looking pretty comparable there. Say the top 5 covered by a second in a track that's obviously changing as well as the rain's gone away. But Peter Dunn, fastest in that session on his Tony kart with help from the very experienced Brennan Tech team. On the engine building front there. But I'd be interested to see, as you just caught sight of the number 5 of Richard Fulton there, another of the Irish contingent here this weekend, was very quick in the earlier part of that free practice session, so maybe he would have been fastest if the machinery hadn't decided to quit early.
On an Esprit,
yes.
Not an X-Spirit, an Esprit. There's Paul Klassen, you know, he is loving the fact
Is that a smile on Paul
I
Klassen's
believe
face?
we have just capped it. Yes, definitely.
Oh
definitely.
my
Another
word.
one. Another one. 2. We need to bring these every round. Every round. Look at the equipment. Esprit, a Haas. Obviously lots of Tony karts.
Yeah.
A Mike Wilson chassis.
Yeah, I think that's a techno base.
Yes. A Wright, a Fullerton, a Merlin. A PCR, PCR Scuderia, a Gillard, a proper Gillard, built by Mr. Gillard, Tim Gillard, not the OTK brand that it is now. So, yeah, it's, again, so many different engine builders as well. And I do like a lot of the drivers in sort of old school race suits as well, you know, with sort of old style, vintage style graphics and badges, proper badges that you sew on. Whoa.
And as you say, you know, the paddock is open if you've got time this weekend. I understand again, it's another. I know I always say this. It's another.
No.
Come down.
Make time
to come down here because the so the F100s are here all weekend. Come down, support them, support the championship. Be great, irrespective of what the weather's doing.
Now, of
to
course,
get the banks filled.
Of course, there's an event. Monty Gorringe, who was an ex-racer at Landau Kart Club, actually bought one of my old karts off me. He has set up an event called Clays of Thunder.
Yeah.
Down at Clay Pigeon for karts such as this, and there are 40 of them. You know, there's 20 here. There are other events where there are huge numbers, and of course, the thing is, these type of karts keep coming out of the woodwork.
They do.
Because people, you know, buy them, put them away, leave them in their shed or their garage, forget about them, and now there's a reason to get them back up and running. There is a 1994 Stratos Clubman Pro Kart in a garage in South Wales.
Is
which,
there?
yes.
So there we go.
Wonder who that belongs to.
Free practice. The next free practice for the F100, as I say, if you want to make yourself way down in the next hour, if you're within an hour's drive of PF International, they'll be back out at 1:20, and I say
But they're only practicing and qualifying today, aren't they?
Yeah, just practice and qualifying, and then like we've had with a couple of the guest classes so far this year, they race tomorrow with their 2 heats and then their O-plate finals. If you want more information, the web address
I do.
F100, so F100, F100UK.co.uk. Very pretty website. It's all in purple and blue.
Right,
and white.
F100.uk. No?
F100UK.
Okay.
.co.uk.
There we are.
I'm sure our good friend David Whitehouse will use his mod powers to put it in the chat.
Come on, Motorsport Magpie, do your thing.
Do the thing. Right, back to the order of events for Rotax. They can see on the pre-grid. This will be Junior Rotax Heat 2. Group A versus C. Now, normally we talk about Group A having a tyre advantage at this stage of the day. That argument, that discussion may be about to go out of the window. But either way, this is going to be a good opportunity for our championship contenders to get some more points on the board. None more so than Jacob Ashcroft, who will start this race from pole position. Use English. In terms of Ashcroft and Lapper, now Ashcroft's in Group A, Lapper's in Group C, but they were actually in the same quali group and set the same 3 best lap average.
Wow.
It's just, Lapper was very unlucky that his single fastest lap was about a 10th off the pace of Ashcroft. That's why he was classified in second and then ended up as the fastest of the second drivers and into Group C.
Yes.
But those two this morning were right on top of each other. It was very good fun to watch.
And of course, you know, you think to yourself, well, why is Jacob Ashcroft not in Group A, not going out in the first heat? Well, we'll tell you in a short moment. Junior Rotax coming up next.
So, time for heat number 2 in Junior Rotax. First appearance in a racing capacity here today for everyone who starts on the inside column. For those on the outside, this is their second and final heat, trying to avoid the dreaded Repercharge later on today. Jacob Ashcroft, championship leader, looking to make history here this weekend, starts from pole position. Albie Lapper starts alongside him on the front row of the grid. Ewan House and Nerd Barham, they go from row number 2. Eva Morris, another good qualifying from Eva. Starts on row 3, is joined by Sebastian Lusch. It's Pierce Ward alongside Jack Beasley on an all-global karting row 4.
Best qualifying result by a mile for the Canadian driver Pierce Wade. Kai Clark, Harry Freeman are up next, then Oliver White and Jensen Chalk. Rayan Gandor, another Canadian, one of 3 Canadians here this weekend, and Alfie McBain on row 7. Benjamin Baker and Leon Hasty are next.
On the 9th row of the grid, Louis Radcliffe and Finley Buck, Sam Kohler and Samir Paul go from row number 10. It's then Nathaniel Gray and Connor Large on row 11. John Buchan and Jared Fox-Whiteley are 2 quick drivers to expect moving through from row 12. Charlie Wolfett, difficulties in qualifying, will not have been expecting to start 25th and last in this one. So 3 drivers there that I would not be surprised if we see charging through the field. Started to lighten a little bit here at PF International. I think we've got dry tyres all the way round for our field in this one.
To quickly answer the question, why does Jacob Ashcroft and Group A not go out in the first heat? Well, that is because if you set pole position overall, you deserve to have a tyre advantage, or at least to be on the same tyre as everybody else. So Group A will have a tyre advantage in this race, and they will have an equal no advantage, disadvantage in the next race.
We're underway. Great start for Albi Lapper. Holds around the outside. There's a couple of drivers in a spot of bother at the back end of the field. But Lapper has taken the early lead in this race. Now, to be clear with Ashcroft, spoke to him yesterday. He's telling me, well, it's drivers, they say one thing, but, you know, you don't always necessarily believe them. He says he's not thinking about championship. In terms of race wins, he doesn't need to win today. A nice, solid top 5 across the day, for example, will give him a good margin with the mathematics and all of that. So it's not a problem that he's dropped down there to second place, but he's again going to need to keep things nice and steady in the early stages.
Yes, Ashcroft has one hand on the title. However, he did say that about Archie Loveridge a couple of weeks ago in Honda.
Yes.
And look what happened there. So Ashcroft cannot relax. He has to focus just on the task in hand. And I'm really glad, Andrew, that you didn't, as I was busy saying about Ashcroft having a tyre advantage, you didn't mention Albi Lapper going right round the outside of him, taking in turn number 1 on older tyres. Ashcroft has redressed the balance, and what a run for Ewan House. Up into P2 for Coles Racing. And defending that from Noah Barham. Barham sneaks through. Now Lapper comes back, but I've got to say, if I were Ewan House, you're running in exalted company here. Tuck in, be sensible. You're going to come away with a really good opening heat finish, and you've still got another heat to go a little bit later on.
Well, Ewan House is in good race form as well at the moment. Second place in the Trent Valley Kart Club final a couple of weeks ago. That a lot of the drivers, as they tend to do, they use the clubby meeting shortly before the British Championships round as a bit of a pre-round, get themselves in the groove. And House had a good run on that day. There's a fight for 4th place. Lapper defending from Noah Barham. Sebastian Lucius held himself up in 6th place. There's a move. Kai Clark. That's more like it. Kai Clark did not have a good time at Wilton Mill. It was a retirement from the final in a move that has pretty much put an end to his hopes of winning the title, but he could still get 2nd place if he can keep doing in those moves like that to move himself back up the order. Lapper going wheel to wheel at the moment with the likes of House, and you've got other KR runners in there as well. Eva Morris is having a good run, and Harry Freeman coming back up the order. Just to remind
no! That's the number 232 of Eva Morris, and I think there was another KR Sport Kart potentially involved in that, as I love it when a nickname takes root. Gold Chain Charlie Wolfett. How is Gold Chain Charlie doing from the back of the grid, Andrew? The MLC Motorsport driver has moved up to 19th position, which will please Teddy Higgs watching the live stream.
Well, indeed. Just to mention as well, from the first heat, let's just check that. Nope, Kai Clark just sits there in 2nd place. Good decision making. Actually, the win. Oh, there's a problem there for
Nathaniel Gray. Again, please don't think that I was not giving Ewan House his due. He is a very good driver. It's just this is the first time that we've seen him this far up in the British Championship. Won't be the last. And there's a global karting machine. That's Piers Wade. His best qualifying session of the year. And it comes to naught. On the live timing and scoring screen, Andrew, there is a 5-second penalty for the GP plate of Albi Lapper. And also the number 270, Jack Beasley. I wonder if Albi Lapper's start was just a little bit too good.
Change for the lead. Kai Clark,
yes.
great move down the inside, takes it away from Jacob Ashcroft. Ashcroft, in terms of championship, this is fine. He's got a good gap to the likes of Noah Barham and Sebastian Louche behind. Just to, again, quickly go over, because we try and fill the news in from post-race results as much as we can do in a junior Rotax race, as they go wheel to wheel once again.
Yeah, during a lull
down
in the
inside.
action.
A lull in the action, indeed. Jensen Chalk throwing it in there as well. He's had some good results around PF over recent years. Freeman did not keep the race victory from heat number 1. He had a plus 5-second penalty, so he dropped down to 9th. So it was Holmes, Ballack, Lapper, Palazzo, Barham, Lovett in the top 5. As through into the top 5 again goes Albi Lapper there, ahead of Ewan House. Meanwhile, top 2 working together, doing exactly what they should do, just to keep this gap. Hasty! Now that was a little bit late. And, well, he's kept going, but lost positions. I'm fearing here for Leon Hasty that he's starting to feel the pressure a little bit, perhaps. He can see Ashcroft up the road. He can see that Lapper's having a good race again here in this one, as Jensen Chalk is out wide, out of hairpin number 2. Hasty back down the inside, gets a bit of a helping hand from Louis Radcliffe in the 283. Louis Radcliffe currently the fastest driver out there on circuit, and once again, another very busy junior Rotax Heat.
And of course, Louis Ratcliffe will be battling with his brother Harry for the honour of being the highest finishing Ratcliffe this weekend, even though they're in different classes. And yeah, as we said, we'll try and keep you up to date with what's going on in the other races post-race, during one of the many lulls in the action that you find all the time in junior Rotax. Yes. Finally, at the front, Clark and Ashcroft. They are now 1.8 seconds in front of Barham and Sebastian Louche, who we haven't mentioned. That's good for Sebastian Louche. Don't mention him. And then with 90 seconds to go, pops up in 4th position with a 2-second advantage over this.
Absolutely. Lots of positions being changed there. Charlie Wolford on the move. Down the inside is going for that biggest movers award in this heat. Has got 12 positions already. Jared Fox-Whiteley similarly on the charge. Out of the final corner, Lapper and House. So it's 2 by 2 through the top 6. A little bit of a bump draft there from Ewan House into turns 1 and 2. That's absolutely fine. They're trying to turn over a deficit at the moment of 2 seconds to the drivers ahead, and Lapper did set the fastest lap of the race last time around, so if they can keep this formation going, they've got half a chance with the time remaining of catching Barham and Louche, particularly if those two start fighting in the last stages. But yeah, you mentioned Sebastian Louche, really good qualifying, most positive qualifying for Louche so far this season. Could it be a top 10 today? That would be a real step forward for top 10 for Sebastian Louche in the final. Yes. Best result so far this season was last time out at Wilton Mill, came home in 16th place.
Yeah, it's, you know, I think now the jump from Minimax to, or from Mini to Junior is the biggest jump in all of karting.
Absolutely.
When you move up from the 950 chassis to the full wagon. We are seeing more and more drivers now taking an extra year to get up to speed.
Yeah.
You saw it with Albi Friend, you know, this year, who's not racing this weekend. He's got his ticket to the grand finals, not in championship contention, so just having a breather, I believe. As we look at, look at this, Clark and Ashcroft. Well, now Ashcroft and Clark. Ashcroft, he doesn't want to give away a win. Hey, he's not going to just lay over and let Kai win, because of course the next maximum points haul that Jacob gets could be another giant step towards removing the stress, shall we say.
And just makes it a little bit easier for the final. You know, I think my calculations were if he got 9th and 9th, for example, across the 2 scoring stages today, that would be enough. If he gets first in or second or third in his first stage, you know, it makes his final. He needs probably something like 15th. So this is good stuff from both Ashcroft and Clark. They've raced this one very well, as Clark had a little look down the inside. Ashcroft holds around the outside, maybe a bit vulnerable now down towards hairpin number 1. Barham and Luce are going to keep pushing on as well. In fact, no, Barham's going to defend down into hairpin 1. Well covered there by Ashcroft. Clark joins alongside and takes the lead from Ashcroft into hairpin number 2. Fullerton S's are going to be next. Kai Clark needs the points in the championship to move himself back up the order from 5th place where he is at the start of this weekend. Ashcroft just needs to keep a good track position here. Ashcroft trying to look around the outside. That's well defended by Kai Clark. Kai Clark backing it up, knowing that Ashcroft isn't going to take big risks here through the final couple of corners. This is a turnaround for Kai Clark from Wilton Mill. He's going to take Heat 2 in Junior Rotax. Ashcroft P2, that'll do nicely. Sebastian Luce, big result there for Sam Pollock Racing. Gets past Noah Barham, takes P3, Barham 4th, Lapper 5th, House completes the top 6.
Harry Freeman, Leon Hasty, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Charlie Wolfett. So 15 positions gained for both Jared Fox-Whiteley and Gold Chain Charlie. They're tied for the biggest mover in that race. Louis Radcliffe, P11, Jensen Chalk. Jensen, you know, he's very, very small in stature. So he's had to work very, very hard. So have the MLC Motorsport team to actually sort of get Jensen remotely comfortable in that kart. And now Jensen is just hanging on and working incredibly hard to grow his strength. I'm sure there'll be a growth spurt at some point, physically, you know. But at the moment, he's probably, height-wise, the smallest driver in juniors in the British Championship.
So into Parc Fermé goes Kai Clark, all good on the weighbridge there. Solid run from our junior Rotax drivers in terms of their next race. So Group C, anyone who started on the outside column, they're done. They'll next either be in the Repercharge or in the final itself. A versus B race for their second race, as that will be at 1:40 later on today. We'll switch back to Micromax in a few moments after this. Welcome back, everybody, to Paul Fletcher International Event 10 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We're getting ready for race number 6 here on our Saturday race schedule. It's Micromax UK for their second of 2 heats before their final later on today. Remember, slightly different for the Rotax categories here this weekend. It's a full complete round here today and then another one tomorrow. Here's your grid.
Yes.
Timmy Uzanov starts on pole position. Charlie Page alongside on the front row. Hopefully no issues on the formation lap for Page this time. Chloe McGill and Dean Singh Pahal likewise will hope to be there on row number 2. It's Alfie Garrett and Harris Barber going from row 3. Championship leader Benedictus Masiokas is joined by Sebastian Crawford on row 4.
Otto Amy and Albert Farrow go from row number 5. Ralph Martin and Freddie Walker on row number 6. The field rounded out by Arlo Gamble, Ted Hayward and Oliver Woodall. Can I say something that might get me into trouble?
Oh, maybe.
I love double headers. I think every round should be a double header. It's really, it adds to the excitement because every race matters a little bit more. You know, there's more to gain, more to lose on each weekend. I love it. You know, we're into the thick of the action, and it's not even dinner time, lunchtime on Saturday, and already we're going to be getting our first championship points haul at the end of this race, because the Micromaxes will be done before their final at the end of this race, and we will know whether Dean Singh Pahal has closed the gap on Benedictus Masiokas and whether the other contenders have kept themselves within striking distance.
A provisional result from race number 1, still provisional at this time. Pahal from Uzanov, from Garrett, from Martin, from Amy, from Masiokas. What are we about to see here in heat number 2? We are racing. Green lights on our screen, very even start, and it's a good one for Uzanov. Good start for Page, and it looks like Chloe McGill has nipped through, using that inside line into second place. Dean Singh Pahal challenging for 3rd, as they're all running up onto the bridge for the first time in this 8-minute plus 1 lap heat. Another good start from Uzanov there. He's liking starting from pole. He's not seeming overpressured by it.
Yes, all Dimmy has to do is now finish the job, because he's done every single thing possible in what has been an incredible year for him, apart from get it across the line first. He's doing everything the right way. Look at the gap he's got over McGill, Pahal, Page and the rest. Poor start from Alfie Garrett. He ran a little bit wide going through turn number 1 and he's still running a little bit wide there. So Garrett drops back. He's running side by side with Albert Farrow. Masiokas just passing the GSF car parts sponsored entry of Sebastian Crawford, the Origin Motorsport team. As Pahal and Page working together, they pass Chloe McGill, and can they set off after Uzanov? What is Dimmy's lead? 1.1 seconds. Great
Right
stuff.
now would be taking pole position in the final as well. Uzanov sits on 2 intermediate points. Off goes Harris Barber. Off goes Harris Barber. That was quite a strange one. He's okay. He's running again. Nearly had a moment with Chloe McGill as well. I don't think Chloe was aware of how close that was to the rear bumper of her kart. That was very, very strange. Harris turned right. Kart looked to turn left. I think we can have a little look at a replay in slow-mo of what happened here into hairpin 1. So
locked up
the rear axle.
Yeah, just locked up, broke a little bit too late, and then had a decision to make. Do I plough into the back of McGill's kart, or somehow turn it left and keep our fingers and toes crossed that we don't hit anything solid, which he managed to do. Well done, well recovered. He is down obviously in last place, but with undamaged wagon.
Absolutely. News from race control, plus 3 second penalty for Freddie Walker. That would seem to be a start infringement. That's normally what we see, a plus 3.
Yes, 2 wheels out of the tram lines before the lights change.
5 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. Dean Singh Pahal had a little look there for the race lead. Benedictus Masiokas in 4th place at the moment. Benedictus hasn't really got any friends around him to help him close that gap to the top 3. But he's staying calm. This side by side is Farrow versus McGill. That's for 8th place, and Garrett's going to slip down the inside and take that position. But we've seen across the course of this Micromax UK category over the last year, the racing stays close. Yes, you may lose a couple of positions, but as long as you can keep yourself in play onto that last lap, that's what matters. Change for the lead. Dean Singh Pahal with an assist from Charlie Page. They've gone through past Dimi Uzanov. Pahal up to the race lead. Page second. Page had a very competitive run last time in a major event here at this circuit, back at Kart Masters in the middle of the summer. So again, is another driver that we know has got good form round this track. Uzanov closing in. Good use of the slipstream down there into hairpin number 1.
So, coming into today, Benedictus Masiokas led Dean Singh Pahal by 15 points. If things stay as they are, which of course they won't, but if things stay as they are, Pahal would take 65 points from the heats, maximum points. Masiokas would take 60. 65, 62, 60. So Pahal would reduce the deficit from 15 to 10, with 3 point scoring opportunities remaining, if things stay as they are. Now, of course, Masiokas, even if he passes one driver on track, that would still keep him third in the heat points. It would move him up position in the race, but in terms of championship points, although that will help, because Pahal needs, obviously, to win the race to get maximum heat points. Uzanov will now probably move back to what would be pole position for the final. But Page, after his penalty in heat number 1, he is 5th in the championship. Not really a factor, 41 points off the lead, but again, obviously wanted to win the championship, but he's got his ticket to the Bahrain and the Grand Finals, courtesy of winning the International Trophy. Luke Dixon, I agree about double headers. Yes, I agree with you, Luke. He says it'll make it more affordable. I don't know, you have to listen 2 sets of drivers. Well, who knows? I mean, speak to the teams and the drivers. All I know is that it makes more racing and more exciting.
Indeed. Well, you're talking about the intermediate points. The intermediate points gods giveth and taketh away. Yes, that change of Page going back up the order has helped Benedictus Masiokas in some regard, that it's pushed Dean Singh Pahal back, but it's also moved Page now back ahead of Masiokas. So yes. Masiokas has dropped back to 4th place now in the intermediate points. There now, is your intermediate scores.
Ignore the live championship bits. It's the intermediate standings. So Pahal would still take 65 championship points. Masiokas would now take 59 championship points. Championship points, 65 for 1st place, 62 for 2nd place, 60 for 3rd place, 59, 58, 57, so on and so on, back to, well, 0, presumably. So that's we're talking about championship standings and intermediate standings. I know it sounds complex to the layman. We're trying to explain it as best we can. What it does mean is that Pahal, as things stand, would take 6 points out of Masiokas' 15-point championship lead. And I've got to say, Masiokas, unless these 3 do something unmentionable to each other, Masiokas ain't going to finish higher than 4th, because he is a long way back, 2.7 seconds off the race lead, which is now held by Dimi Uzanov once again.
Sorry, Henry. I would like to sing the praises of Otto Amy.
Yes, please
up
do.
4 places in this one, up to 5th place, and right now Otto Amy on for a best championship scoring stage of the season. So the best results we've seen from Otto so far was 6th in the final, last time out at Wilton Mill. Right now, Otto Amy will be starting on the outside of row number 2 for today's final. That's a cracking result.
The cloud cover, which was sullen, has now lifted slightly, and look at that, there's almost something yellow trying to peek through. Almost. That's the sullen, grey, nasty, horrible clouds moving away from the circuit. Uzanov now takes over the intermediate classification lead.
That's as a result of having taken the lead of this race, but there's still plenty of decision points for these three between now and the checkered flag. And here goes Charlie Page down the inside, looking for race position, wheel to wheel between the two of them. Still wheel to wheel off of the corner. Page has got through. Page takes the race lead. Pahal trying to go around the outside. Is going to be side by side, nearly three wide as they go towards the Fullerton S's. Pahal sticking it in there. That's a mega move. That is a brilliant overtake to take the lead of this race.
A two-corner Slim Shady. Round the outside, round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Haven't seen that. He is determined, is Dean Singh Pahal. Usanov fighting back well in P2. Page, who made the initial start of that sort of chain reaction events. We start the last lap. Pahal defends. Usanov looking to take the win on the road and pole position for the final. Page now back into contention. Yes, when you said there's still plenty of time to go as the clock struck 0. Yeah, a lap and 3/4 in Micromax is absolutely low bucketfuls of time. Oh, are we going to get ourselves slowed down for hairpin number 1? Yes, we do. Page up on the curb. Can't quite get the momentum he needs to make the move. Pahal will now make that RCE kart as wide as humanly possible. If he could make it as wide as one of their Formula 2 Brisker stock cars, he would.
Into the final couple of corners then. Bobby Game is next. Charlie Page looking to the outside. No room down to cut into the Mike Wilson complex. Gotta say, this has been a really accomplished race from all three of these drivers, but it's going to be Dean Singh Pahal taking the race win, taking pole position for today's final, and narrowing the gap in the championship. That's a 65-point haul for the driver of kart number 23. Dimitar Uzanov will join on the outside of row 1, takes the 62-point championship score. Charlie Page, third in that race, will start on the outside of row number 3 for the final as things stand. Benedictas Masiokas, fourth in that race, will start on the inside of row number 2. It's still good news, I think, for Masiokas. It's not a drop. It's proceeding forward. You know, it's another top 3 for Masiokas. But by our calculations, Henry, that will cut the championship lead from 15 points to 10, and that's what we're meaning, aren't we? That 20 points over a double header with 4 chances to score is nothing, because you can see in one stage, you know, a good number of those points disappear.
Well, what it means is that if Pahal wins the final and Masiokas finishes third in the final, the deficit is down to 5. If the same results happen tomorrow in the heat races that we've had today, Pahal winning, Masiokas finishing third, we're tied going into the last race. Couldn't ask for anything better than that. But Andrew Mather, cast your mind back to the O-Plate at the start of the year here at PF International. Masiokas walked away with the win. Now, Masiokas hasn't slowed down. He has maintained that level of pace. It just goes to show how hard the other drivers and the teams have worked to get up to that level and now beyond. So the pressure, in a way, is back on SFR Motorsport and Benedictas Masiokas to up their game again.
It is that thing. It's they've got to, if they can, they've got to find another gear to kick into for the latter part of this weekend. As I say, Micromax UK, they will be out later on today for their final. That'll be the first final of the day at 2:45. Very much looking forward to that. More heats to go, though. Next up out on circuit in a few moments' time, it'll be Minimax.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back once again to PF International, a blustery visit to Trent Valley Kart Club for the final event of this year's Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We're ready for Minimax 950, their second heat of the day. The grid looks like this. Alfie Mayer and Austin Oman start on the front row of the grid. Tom Reed and Lucian Smith go from row number 2. On row number 3, Josh Cormack and Emerson McAndrew-Duren. Sebastian Behrman and Ryan White, they go from row number 4.
Row number 5, Maximilian Abrahart will look to overcome a disappointing first heat. Otis Cleary alongside him. Riley Morrow, well, he won the opening race. Can he do the same from P11 this time? He starts alongside Aidan Hammond. Then it is Max Jolly and Joshua Cook, James Roots and Christian Sanguinetti.
Row number 9, Noah Hammond and Dax Farrer, James Devereaux and Arthur Farrow go from 10. It's row 11, Alfie Ward and Jensen Walker starting 21st and 22nd on the grid. For that one, Maria Roberto and Harry Radcliffe go from row 12, and then completing the grid, George Quinlan, Leo Livings, Nelson Taylor. Leo Livings, what a start he was in race number 1. Was your biggest mover in those wet conditions for pretty much everyone on slicks. The result from heat number 1, Morrow from McAndrew-Uren, Reed, Oman, Livings, your top 5 after penalties.
Livings got a penalty?
Yeah, Livings got a 5-second penalty that just dropped him down the order a little bit. White, Mayer, Cormack, Ward, Smith, the rest of the top 10. This could be a big race. Championship points on the line. 8 minutes plus 1 lap are underway in Minimax 950. Very good start for Alfie Mayer. Closes off the line for Austin Oman. Makes sure that he's going to have the lead under the bridge and round onto the bowl for the first time in this one. Much drier conditions, of course, this time for our Minimaxes. They got the full brunt of the first rain shower earlier on in the day. Down towards hairpin 1 for the first time then. It's the SFR Motorsport 115 of Alfie Mayer, and then a couple of Sam Pollitt's immediately behind, Oman and Cormack 2nd and 3rd.
It's going to be a bit harder for Morrow, Livings and Quinlan to make the kind of progress they did in the wet conditions, for the simple reason that they won't have drivers spinning off left, right and centre in front of them. Although their ability to get up the order in dry conditions will give you a much clearer indication as to their actual race pace and their chances of victory later on this afternoon. Likewise for Nelson Taylor, for Thule Motorsport, who almost got a podium last time out at Wilton Mill. As the field go under the bridge, and we've got our first lead change. Austin Oman into P1 in the 111 kart, and his teammate has followed him through, Josh Cormack.
It's 1-2 on the road then for Sam Pollitt Racing. There's been a change for 4th spot, as well as Emerson McAndrew-Uren has moved past Sebastian Behrman. Good start for Riley Morrow, up 7 places to P7. Looks like there's been a gain for Alfie Ward as well, at 5 spots, just outside the top 15 as things stand. Challenge for the lead again. Cormack down the inside on his teammate Owen. Owen in a similar position to where he found himself during Kart Masters, and look, here comes the train of Minimaxes as nearly 3 wide there out of the Mike Wilson complex. Tom Reed down the inside of Ryan White, pulls out of that one, was Wise who was going to get his nose chopped off there by drivers on the outside. 6 minutes of this one to go. Look how wide they're fanning out there. Down towards turn number 1. Change for the lead once again. Is there going to be a double? No, not quite this time. Alfie Mayer back to the front. It's the top 2 in the championship going wheel to wheel here in the second heat. Cormack points forward to McAndrew-Uren to say, let's keep working together. Let's not let Alfie Mayer start to break away with this. It's similar conditions right now to what we saw in qualifying earlier on today. Cool temperatures, but a good amount of grip on the circuit. This is where Alfie Mayer really shone in TQ earlier on this morning. Meanwhile, bit of a battle going on in the middle of the pack there. That was Maximilian Abrahart in the 123 going up against Aidan Hammond in the 150.
It's almost as though they've finally been let off the leash. They were thinking, well, the rain and the weather spoiled our fun in heat number 1, so we're going to give it the beans in heat number 2. A spectacular opening couple of laps. Very aggressive from everybody. They turned the aggression up to 11 in the start of this second heat. Mayer wants to keep has to keep Emerson McAndrew-Uren behind him. However, as long as Emerson sits in second place behind Mayer, he will take maximum championship points. He will take 65 points. Mayer will take 62 for finishing second. There is your intermediate classification. So Alfie Mayer needs to get a couple of people in between himself and Emerson McAndrew-Uren, and I will assure, as eggs are eggs, Emerson McAndrew-Uren will be wise to that and will do everything he can to prevent it from happening.
He will indeed. 4 minutes of this race to go then. It's in the balance who's going to win this one. This is when you start to really feel the championship permutations, the championship pressures start to build on a set of drivers. New fastest lap of the race from Riley Morrow is in 9th place as things stand. That's a good line from Alfie Mayer. That second group, that Oman, White, Behrman group, they're looking a touch quicker at the moment than the top three. It's not a problem yet for either Mayer, McAndrew-Uren, and that's the move. I like that move. That's a positive play from Emerson McAndrew-Uren to say, yeah, we can see the situation here, Alfie, that you want more karts between the two of us. You know what? I'm just going to go for the race lead, but he goes a bit deep. Bit deep out of high up in number 2. Mayer's going to retake the lead, and here comes Cormac. That's what Mayer needs. Mayer needs drivers in between himself and Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Emerson McAndrew-Uren points forward to say to Ryan White, let's keep working together. But similarly, Ryan White, similar story to Alfie Mayer, needs to firstly get to the front of the order, then start turning a points delta over on the championship leader. 3 minutes to go. At the moment, Emerson McAndrew-Uren's not going to have many helpers out there. There's no, his nearest teammate is Otis Cleary down in 12th place as things stand. Mayer takes that wider line, is controlling the pace of this race very well. He's not over-defending or doing anything like that. He's keeping a steady pace, a steady line. What does Cormac do? Cormac goes for the race lead. That's good speed entry, though, into Mayer. Good driving. Didn't completely chop down, just pinched Cormac to the inside line. That gives Emerson McAndrew-Uren the chance now to get down the inside and return himself back up to second place. Good racing, this.
Yeah, I like that style of drive from Emerson McAndrew-Uren, attacking for the race lead. That shows he's not thinking points, he's not changing his attitude towards racing. He's keeping the same intensity level, he's keeping the same strategy that has got him this far. You know, why change the way you race at the most important weekend of the year? You know, I know the risks are higher if it goes wrong, but still have confidence in yourself. And I've got to say, the level of respect between the drivers out on track. For example, when Cormac went for that move a lap ago at hairpin number 1 on Mayer, they gave each other just enough racing room. You know, didn't sort of like crowd each other too much. There goes McAndrew-Uren again. He's thinking, okay, I'm going to lead this one from the front. That's probably the safest place to be.
It is indeed. Sebastian Behrman, Tom Reed. That's not a good moment for two of the championship contenders. They keep going. There's another incident further behind between Nelson Taylor and Dax Farah.
Yeah, I've got to say, that's significant in terms of the ticket destination, the Rotax Grand Finals ticket, because Tom Reed and Ryan White in the midst of the battle for that, I believe, unofficially of course. Reed outscored White in heat number 1, and that incident will drop Reed as we've got another new leader. It's Ryan White. So significant in terms of the points championship. Ryan White takes the race lead. Reed crosses the line 12th.
Down 9 positions now. Riley Morrow and Emerson McAndrew-Uren get very close together there through hairpin number 1. Josh Cormac's got track position against the GP plate holder. Austin Oman's now trying to get involved. This is getting a bit close as they run out of hairpin number 2. The drivers need to be careful here. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, well, it's a repeat. That's the move that he pulled at Kart Masters back in August. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Morrow nearly rides over the back of Ryan White. Time is up. Last lap board is going to be out in a few moments' time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers competing here for the race win. I could see Emerson's dad, Wayne, there, just with his hand saying, calm it, don't take any big, massive risks. Third place in this race will do as Morrow's trying to get around the outside. There it is. I'm going to borrow a phrase from our good colleague Xander Clements and rework it a little bit. Get Morrowed round the outside.
Yes.
We saw him do that at Kart Masters a couple of times. That is why we call him the human highlight reel, as Mayer shoves it in, takes third place. Morrow looking for another race win here. Round the outside steps, Emerson McAndrew, this would still do for him in terms of championship. Alfie Mayr's going to have a go, though. He's got to have a go into the Fullerton Etters. All of the big hitters are there. Morrow trying to hold. Oh, Emerson McAndrew ran round the outside. Can he make that work? No, not quite. Alfie Mayer has taken the race lead. Alfie Mayer 2 positions in 2 corners. What a race once again. Minimax 2025 continues to deliver. Alfie Mayer wins Heat 2. Morrow second. McAndrew third. But the important thing there, Henry, is that it's another big haul. It's not a 65, but it's another big haul of points for the championship leader. What a finish. The final later on today, which you'll be able to watch here on your screens from 3:30 this afternoon. It's going to be a belter, and it will have Riley Morrow starting on pole position for it. Emerson McAndrew on the outside of row number 1. Mayer and White, row 2. Oman and Cormac, row 3. Game on. Game on again here in Minimax 950.
If that isn't Alpha's race of the week, the race that beats it will be one of the best you'll have ever seen. That was outstanding. It had everything. It had aggression, it had close racing. Yeah, there was 1 or 2 times it got a little bit too close, but 99% of the time, the drivers gave each other enough room to race, and it was gloves off from the word go. And at the end of it, apart from Dax Farah, 26 of the 27 karts finished. 25 of those karts were within 8 seconds of the race winner. And of course, in the background, a lot of those drivers at the front are thinking British title. You know, that is what is on the line, and yet they still have the confidence in their abilities and the trust of their rivals, mostly, to go and send moves in. I was about to cut in and say, take a bow, son, for Emerson McAndrew, because I thought he had just about got enough of his cart in front of Morrow into the Mike Wilson complex to sort of cut the corner off and take the lead. Let's have a quick look back at the 12-minute highlights of our 8-minute race.
So this was the race start. I like the aggression from Alfie Mayer off of the race start there to hold on to first position. Austin Oman sticking it down the inside. It's looking good at this stage for
How
Sampolit
many
Racing.
leaders did we have?
Oh, I think we had 6 or 7 differences.
Yeah.
That's 2. Josh Cormac makes it 3.
Mayer, Oman, Cormac.
Here, Mayer back down the inside. Emerson McAndrew got in the lead. That made it 4. Mayer took the race lead back. Cormac braved down the inside for P2. This was a scary moment for both Sebastian Behrman and Tom Reed.
I think it was because the leaders were defending, the chasing pack were catching them and sort of had the momentum coming out of the corner, and they just tripped over each other. Reed lucky to get away without
Ryan White, that's 5.
Ryan White, 5.
And Riley Morrow, 6.
Riley Morrow, 6. This was almost... I mean, we had the move of the weekend from DM Singh Bahal in the previous race. That was almost better. Almost. Almost.
But the maturity, and it's been something that we've commented about Emerson's racing a lot this season. He could have chopped down there. He could have tried to force the issue, and I think we would have known what would have happened.
Yes.
He didn't.
No.
He's gone, I'll take the points, and testament as well to the other 3. Your top 4 in the championship before the start of today are the top 4 in the final intermediate classification. Once again, the cream really rising to the top in this magnificent Minimax 950. Oh, now look at this. This is a little bit further down. This is the Cormac and Otis Cleary
battle. Otis Cleary by the width of a graphics kit.
That was the 5th place, that one.
Thank you to Ian Rogers and Yaz at motorsport-timing.co.uk for that. It's a bit good, isn't it? And there's another race coming up right now.
Senior Rotax up next. Here's the grid for heat number 2. Matty Hingley and Macaulay Bishop on row 1. Jack Lilly and Matthew Higgins start on row number 2. So then Cian Geraghty and Archie Walker due to go from row number 3. Harry Bartle and Jack West completes the top 4 rows of the grid.
Ewan Charman and Joshua Graham go from row number 5. Hard to believe that in 2019 they were teammates in Honda Cadet. Lewis Gilbert and Kai Hunter go from row number 6. Then American Charlie Smith, Hugh Moulton, Freddie Ingram and Harrison Paul Crowther.
Row number 9, Adam Wooden and Jamie Perilli. Pearson Bullock Carter is another of the Jack's Motorsport runners in the top 20. He's joined alongside on row 10 by Brandon Truman. Row 11, Kai Veach and William Antrobus, Mikey Walker and Deacon Russell go from row number 12. Guy Cunnington and Lewis Goff, they're on row 13. Charlie Cox and DeJean Bennett, row 14, completing the 31-strong field. Finley Jones, Sam Kelbrick and Miles Roby. Keep your comments coming
please.
in. Current situation in terms of intermediate points: Bishop 0, Bartle 2, Higgins 3, Walker 4, Perilli 5, Hunter 6, Lilly 7, Hingley 8, Cunnington 9, Goff 10.
First things you want to comment, or I want you to comment on back home, wherever you're watching around the world. What was the better move so far? Dian Pahal, 2 corners around the outside, or Riley Murrow out on the banking just then? So what was the better move out of those two? Lights are out, we're off and racing into turn number 1. Hingley hangs on to the lead. Bishop gets squeezed wide. Harrison Crowther over the grass, under the bridge, into the bowl. Give it its correct title. There is Finley Jones in the George Whitbread Racing machine, now on the same tyres as everybody else. And into hairpin number 1. Oh, there's a couple of spinners there on the inside. It was a Strawberry Racing. Oh, hello. That's a novel way of trying to get dismounted from another kart. That is Kai Hunter.
And Adam Wooden.
And Adam Wood. Oh, Kai Hunter's bid for victory this weekend has just taken a plunge. Both drivers continue. Good to see Adam Wooden back out and racing in the British Championship as well.
The spinning Straubs, I think, was Charlie Smith, the American in the 318, is delayed at least coming through sector number 1. So end of the first lap, Matty Hingley leads. Jack Lilly there in second place. It's then the 2 DHRs of Bishop and Higgins. Geraghty missed the gate, of course, in the first heat. So this is the first time that we've seen Cian Geraghty in race trim so far today. Down towards hairpin number 1. Lilly's taking the race lead. Jack Lilly's looking up for the fight here in the number 10. Looking for a strong finish to his season. Looking to very much improve on his seeding into 2026. 10 from 10th last year in 2024. At the moment, heading into this weekend, he's 6th in the championship points. Good scrap going on as well, involving Ewan Charman and Lewis Gilbert started to come up through the field. This is more like it from the Scotsman. Up to P9 now. He needs to go on the attack. He just seemed out of sorts to me in heat number 1, Henry.
Yes.
You know, not the kind of... We've seen him do a lot of defensive driving, but very controlled defensive driving so far this year. Think back to Warden Law as a good example of that. But it just seemed like he was defending out of pure necessity last time out, not tactically.
I just think that maybe the track wasn't wet enough for the Diamond of Dalry.
Yeah.
You know, rain doesn't happen in half measures.
Oh,
up in Scotland. That's a move. That's a send. And he actually loses 2 positions. The driver, well, Bartle was the sender. Who was the sendee? Higgins has lost even more places. I have to say, Bishop, here he comes, passing Lilly. This is all going according to plan so far for Macaulay Bishop. I'm not saying that he's going to win the title, but he's certainly going to give everybody else in contention something to think about overnight and into tomorrow.
He's very much doing the champions here. If you want that number one plate, come and get it.
Yes.
It's at this stage of proceedings. 3 wide onto the bowl, and Lily did well to hold on there. So through as well went Ewan Charman, another driver that we didn't see in race number 1. Matty Hingley still continuing to do good stuff in this race as well. Just sitting there behind Macaulay Bishop for P2. Bartle versus Gilbert, round number 47 has started. These two were glued to one another at Wilton Mill. Not at the very front of the field, a little bit further back, but they were marking each other move for move 3 weeks ago. Just over 4 minutes of this race remaining then. Still anyone's guess as to who's going to win this one. Has the top 10 covered by 2 seconds.
Harry Bartle came into today 3 points behind Lewis Gilbert. As things stand, Bartle is second in the intermediate classification. Oh dear. And that would be is that the 3? It's an MLC Motorsport Kart of
Miles
Roby. And the other driver, I think, was Mikey Walker. Bartle would be your new championship leader at the end of this race if things stay as they are. Gilbert needs to gain, well, a combination of Bartle losing 4 or 5 places and Gilbert gaining 4 or 5 places. That would swap their order in the intermediate classifications, even though they're running next to each other on the circuit, 6th and 7th. Bartle, Matty Hingley is the next best point scorer in the intermediate classifications after Bishop and Bartle. So the outsider just hanging on, staying attention. And there is Macaulay Bishop. Now, that's not the usual line. There were 3 carts all following Bishop onto the bowl. Bishop defended, and I just wondered if Bishop broke a little bit earlier than they were all expecting behind. And the result was Bishop taking to the outside of the bowl, even though he hadn't planned on it.
A great move from Keane Garrity. Switch back there out of hairpin number 1 up to 4th place. That's a key move. Higgins through past Gilbert. I've been keeping an eye on that for the last lap or so. Higgins again trying to do his own points turnover on Gilbert. Has got not only road position now ahead of Gilbert, but starts to close in on Jack Lilly and Matty Hingley's positions in the intermediate classification. This is what it's all going to be about in senior Rotax this year. The fine margins, the 1 position in a heat, resulting in 2 or 3 championship point swings as Lilly and Charman got very close together there.
Charman had to take to the inside curb there, almost vaulted over the curb. He was lucky that it didn't spit him back to the outside of the track in front of oncoming traffic. Let's mention Matthew Higgins, elephant in the room. A couple of weeks ago, horrific accident in the warm-up round for the World Championship at Kristianstad. Very, very lucky not to be seriously injured. Came back last weekend at the World Championship, qualified the best of the Brits, didn't start the final or had a problem, technical problem that made he didn't start the final. But he is here, and that's the most important thing, because he very, very easily couldn't have been here. He's probably not 100%.
No, he's not.
But he is out there and fighting, and that is the most important part.
As your latest look at the intermediate points, Bishop at the moment would still have pole position. This is what it's going to be like. It's so unpredictable.
Yep.
No one's going to... I doubt anyone's going to dominate through all of the heats. It's going to be up and down. It's going to be about consistency here this weekend. But Bishop would start at the moment on pole position for the final. Gilbert's going to try and throw around the outside. Joshua Graham in the middle of that is going to lose out. Harrison Crowther goes for a little hop, skip and a jump. It's the World Athletics Championships at the moment.
Yes,
that was
it
good
is.
For the
that was the hurdles or the steeplechase.
35 seconds to go as Higgins going wheel to wheel with Bartle and his teammate. Where's Bartle? There he is, back down the inside, retakes 6th place. As who's in trouble there? It's one of the KRs falling backwards.
Kai Beach, possibly.
Yeah.
Or get a name check on that. Or was it? No, it wasn't Archie Walker.
No, it wasn't. No. Yeah, I think you're right. It was Kai Veach. I think Guy Cunnington's had a problem out there as well. Guy Cunnington falling down the order. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Hingley leads this race. At the moment, we're on the outside of row number 1 for the final. It'll be a 62-point championship score. As look at Bartle and Higgins going wheel to wheel there, down towards the first hairpin. Not quite on the final lap yet, as down the inside, Lilly takes the race lead. Geraghty, it's Strawberry Racing 1-2 going through to take the lead of this race. That only is, well, it's not good news for Matty Hingley. It's also good news for their teammate Bartle, as here, Walker now down the inside of Bartle. That's not good news for Bartle. Bartle losing out. Higgins managed to get 2 positions for the price of 1 there. Senior Rotax Heat 2, feeling more like a final at the moment, as here comes the attack from Jack Lilly. Jack Lilly back to the race lead.
1 lap to go. Lilly with the aggressive move. Still looking, I believe, for his first career British Championship podium. He leads Cian Geraghty. Hingley now has the advantage in terms of the title contenders, I believe, although maybe Higgins is also in touch for maximum, more championship points than the other. 3 wide into the second hairpin. Behind them, Bishop and Charman close in. Lilly defends. Hingley up to second. This is a fighting drive from Matty Hingley and the Ultimate R machine into the Mike Wilson complex. 5 of them single file. I think Jack Lilly has done enough, and that, I believe, will secure him a front row spot. Hingley tried the drag race, and if the start line was a few metres further down the track, we could have had a different winner. It's Lilly, Hingley, Geraghty, Bishop and Charman.
But big news. Plus 5-second penalty. Kart 3-1-1. Matty Hingley. Oh, that could be a moment that we look back at the end of the weekend, Henry, and go, that makes the difference. Because Matty Hingley within this race will drop from 2nd place. Plus 5 will drop him to 9th. Or no, it will drop him to 8th. Drop him to 8th place. But it's the intermediate points impact. It will drop him back behind Bartle in the IC, back behind Walker, back behind Perilli. I think that's just cost Matty Hingley 3 championship points.
I think it might have been because Hingley was right behind Bishop in that train of carts when Bishop was sent up the banking. I couldn't see anything else during that race. That might have been it. Speculation, of course. Either way, it's a very, very costly 5-second penalty. You know, some 5-second penalties are more damaging than others. You know, 5 seconds is not always just 5 seconds. And after Hingley had come out swinging as the championship outsider, I just wonder now if the mountain is just that little bit too high to climb with only 3 points, championship point scoring opportunities left to go.
Good race from Cian Geraghty there, P3 in that one. That's a good way to bounce back after the disappointment of missing the gate in race number 1. Let's just go through then how the grid looks, at least provisionally, for the final later on this afternoon. Corley Bishop will start the race from pole position, 4 points in the intermediate standings for Bishop. Jack Lilly will join him on the front row. Matthew Higgins is the first of the top 5 in the championship. Will start on the inside of row number 2. Again, the DHRs lining up one behind the other for the final, like they've done in the heats earlier on today. Matty Hingley at the moment, as I say, is 4th, but that plus 5-second penalty will increase his IC score from 10 to a lot more than 10. So we reckon that Bartle will hop up to the outside of row number 2. Walker and Perilli will be on row number 3. Guy Cunnington, what a great effort that is on his return. Already back into the top 10 from the heats. 21 points for Guy, Hugh Moulton and Jack West, completing the top 10 on intermediate points.
And there was one driver that we didn't mention there. That was Lewis Gilbert, who slipped to 16th position in the race. He's not in the top 10. That means unofficially, of course, Harry Bartle takes the championship lead. Matthew Higgins, by virtue of finishing third in the intermediate classification, takes 60 points. Just a quick mental arithmetic: 65, 62, 60, 59, 58, 75, 4, 53. Lewis Gilbert would have scored no more than 52 championship points. Higgins has therefore cut his deficit to Lewis Gilbert from 15 points to a maximum of 7.
Of 7, yeah.
Maybe even closer.
Maybe even closer. Maybe, you never know, it could even have switched. So we'll update you on all of that. Free practice sessions underway for the F100s once again here. The sights and sounds of the 90s on display. This is an 8-minute session for them. Don't go anywhere. We have still got one more heat to go after this. Got the grid decider for the final from Junior Rotax, their A versus B race. Keep your comments coming in.
Yes, I would like to know this. Looking at these ICA karts and the Super Libras, it just solidifies and confirms my opinion that the 90s were the best decade. Full stop. Music, fashion, sport, culture, karting. Prove me wrong. What decade is better than the 90s? If anyone's got an objection to that, put it in the comments and I will prove you wrong.
And bring evidence.
Bring evidence, yeah. Bring it.
If you've got the objection, bring the objective measures that tells us that we're wrong.
Yes.
Because I'd agree.
The 90s, what a time to be alive. Oh.
The
I
results.
grew a mullet in the 90s, believe it or not. But
it's
apart from
American,
that, it was great. Apart from that,
Well, hey, right. So you said a thing to get yourself in trouble earlier on about double headers and that you like double headers.
Yes.
I'm going to say something. You know how why the 90s is such a good decade?
Why?
Because the youth today,
The youth.
of which we are
Yes.
not, they're just like, oh, we've discovered all of this, retro design. They've just taken the culture of the 90s. They've not needed to create their own. They've just taken the 90s culture and gone, we'll rehash this, because this is cool.
The 1990s started with me knocking on my mates' doors asking, can we come out to play? Because you couldn't phone them. You had to go around and knock on everyone's doors and then do a whole lot before you could go and play football or war or some sort of game that didn't involve any technology, just like a field, some mud, trees and what have you. By the end of the 90s, I was in university, discovering lots of other things in life. It was a brilliant time. The 90s started with Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost, finished with Michael Schumacher and Mika Hakkinen. Yes, Motorsport Magpie. The Spice Girls, well, no. United Colour of Benetton, yes. Wimpy Burgers, yes. Naff Jackets.
I say they're all back in.
Naff Jackets with the little character whose name I can't mention, but he was like a little character with a cigarette and like long hair. And don't get me started on the music. Spice Girls are terrible.
That was overproduced nonsense. Just over 4 minutes of this practice session to go. Time's obviously quicker than we saw from the previous free practice session. To talk about the karting for a minute. Joe scored at the top of the order. Now, we've not seen Joe. Joe's not had the easiest of starts to the weekend. Had traffic. That was a thing in the 90s as well. So got here to the circuit much later than he planned.
I can sympathise wholeheartedly.
Absolutely. And I say, practice was disrupted yesterday for the driver of the number 71, and then he had problems in the first free practice today. But this is why he's one of the tips for winning one of these O plates here this weekend. A 59.74 from kart number 71. Fastest of anyone. Fastest Super Leader as well. And as I say that, Andrew Brunton goes over the line. So we're starting to see the pace coming through now. As a 59.43 from Brunton that time around. And Peter Dunn, who was quickest in the earlier free practice session here today, is again looking pretty quick out there. Here's the number 16 of Peter Dunn on your screens with the green and white helmet.
I have to say, a big well done to the drivers and their teams in this class, because in the earlier practice session, we did see one or two karts slow down and return to the pits smoking in a way that is not conducive to a long engine life. And yet, apart from Chris Jiggins, who I can't recall whether he was it Chris Jiggins in the number 75 kart? I can't recall if he was one of said smoky exits from the earlier practice session. Everybody has fixed their karts, as I say that.
Why did you say this?
Well, you know, luckily, I mean, that looked like a pretty sudden stoppage. Now, that was the number 19 kart on the PCR.
Third fastest of the Super Libres in this session. Andrew Brunton there in the 5:28, kind of the fastest driver in this session. And so it's Brunton from Dunn, Scory, Piccoli, Whedon is the top 5 as things stand. 2 minutes of the session to go.
Now, investigative journalism. There is Bowen Kent having a look to see how many pieces the rear end of the kart needs to be taken apart and put back together before he can go back out. There is a rather dejected looking Rob Halls. Mechanic has a little look at the kart. I mean, that doesn't look like a piston has made a bid for freedom.
No.
Out of the side of the crank. So that's a good thing.
1 minute and 20 seconds in the session to go. 90s confirmed as the greatest decade, because no one's
any arguments
throwing in the 80s or the 2000s or the 70s or whatever. It's the 90s.
Yep, game
End
over.
of conversation. Jeff Scory's just gone fastest, 58.81 in this session, 4/10 quicker than Andrew Brunton.
Just a quick question. The length of the races tomorrow in this class.
I was watching the drivers' briefing for this, and when they announced how long the final was, there was an ooh and an ah.
An audible sigh of, oh dear. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for both heat races, and a 15-minute final. Wow. Now, 15 minutes in one of these karts is equivalent to the Le Mans 24 hours for any other kart. These very, very highly strung, complex, and
I think I'm right in saying it's going to be the longest race they've done so far this season.
Yes, it'll be the longest. Yes. So 20 karts will start. Let's see how many will finish, because, and also it's going to be one of those races where you cannot just go all out from the word go.
Yep.
You will have to take your time and choose very carefully when to open her up to the fullest extent of her power.
And that's, saying, we talked earlier about, like, you know, why did the classes change? And being a real 90s bore today.
Oh, well, no, not a 90s bore.
It's
a 90s aficionado.
The adage of to finish first you have to finish.
Yes.
We love motorsport, but I do miss that kind of part of the game, like, especially in Formula 1.
Well, yes, where suddenly you've got 8 cars running, and the 6th position, the last point scorer was an Osella or a Zaxby.
Or an Arrows.
Or something like that.
And yeah, I think it's going to be a really good reflection of that back in the 90s, at all different levels of motorsport, you had to take care of your machinery, and it was part of what made Michael Schumacher, Mika Hakkinen, Damon Hill, Nigel Mansell, Ayrton Senna.
Exactly.
The champions of the sport back in the day, and same with some of the greats in karting back in the 90s as well. Caress
your machinery, not thrash it.
Yes.
Well, thrash it sometimes.
Thrash it in qualifying.
But then caress it to let it recover. You know, going out full bore, right from the word go, normally meant an early bath. But again, why did this class disappear? As the level of professionalism increased, as costs increased, you know, we're talking about the fragility of these machines. There's the reason why. You know, you can't be asking people to spend exorbitant amounts of money to turn up and for the thing to break constantly. not that they were always braking constantly, but you know, yeah, you would very rarely get 3/4 of the starters finishing a big race.
So the qualifying for the F100 classes, that will be at 4:20 later on today. I do hope you can join us for that one. And again, if make the time this weekend to make the trip down to PF International for the last day of the season for these drivers. They'll be racing twice through the heats and then that 15-minute final later on in the afternoon.
And also, make the time if you're here. If you're a driver in one of the make the time to get off your phones once you know you've brought the kart back to the awning, mumbled at your mechanic or your dad or your mum about what was wrong with it, and then go on your phone. Come and have a look at these karts. Come and study them. Look at what the drivers had to do.
And well, the drivers and the mechanics will get straight on with making those preparations for time to qualifying later on today. There's the Merlin. In fact, let's have a look at some highlights in the morning.
Yes,
what have we seen so far here today at PF International? All started with Junior Rotax, their first heat of the day. Good scrap between the likes of Matteo Palazzo and Albi Lapper at the start of this one.
And yeah, that was one of the few incidents that we've seen. Albi Lapper was very aggressive from the word go. And that would be exit stage left, Zach Turner. Kian Bernard, very impressive. And there was, I believe, the incident that left Bernard with a 5-second penalty. Didn't stop him carrying on, putting on some very impressive moves. Lapper's race sort of faded a little bit, and you can understand why. You know, Lapper wants to reassert his, you know, not his dominance, but his position as, hey, last time we were all here, I was king of the castle.
Yeah, the race going on then for the first of those 3 heats. We've got the third Junior Rotax heat. This was actually before the start of the Micromax heat. Spin for Charlie Page, problems for McGill and Powell. Race got going. Dmitry Ozanov leading in the early stages. Good overtaking from Chloe McGill and Harris Barber, both coming back up through the order. Very aggressive work from Dean Singh Pahal in that part of that first race.
That was on the limit, I think it's safe to say. But of course, Pahal knowing, and that was a massive save, and good job Benedictus Masiokis for avoiding what could have been a messy incident involving the two main title protagonists. Then the rain came, and the first one to fall victim, a good 360, nice recovery from Masiokis, and that actually potentially saved his bacon, as it were, because it did allow him to continue, and he eventually finished 6th. So he minimised the damage to his championship lead. As now there's Austin Oman, there's the slide, almost unnoticed, but if you're a driver and you're going through that first turn on the second position on the outside, suddenly the back end steps out. Do you loop it round and head into the barriers? Do you try and save it and run the risk of having everyone plough into the back of you? Or do you just hold your nerve, jig the steering and get away with it? Which is what he did.
Nice, because he's a talented driver.
It's because he's a very talented driver.
Austin Oman. I'd say this was the race where the rain really started to come down. It had started after the point at which the drivers had to nominate tyres in the pre-grid area. That's why they were all on slicks. I've got to say, they drove very well. Yeah, you had the occasional spill here and there with a big field out on a busy field out on circuit, but no, they did very well indeed. Particularly Leo Livings, who gained more than 20 positions in that race to move himself from the back of the field. But it was Riley Murrow who took the race points. Emerson McAndrew there in second place on the way to another big points haul. And of course we saw later on in the day that Minimax top 4 all keeping themselves in championship contention. Seniors, of course, wide open here in terms of championship. The early stages in a drying circuit. Most of the drivers out on wet tyres at this stage. Only one of them on slicks. Bishop definitely looking like he's back on song.
If you have a look back at the first lap, Guy Cuddington made about 10 places going through the Bruno chicane, and then another couple at the Mike Wilson complex. It's nice to see that with an injured shoulder, he eased himself back into the racing by, you know, gaining about 15 places on the opening lap with 2 extremely aggressive moves. Artwork, ladies and gentlemen, art. Oh, it goes to show how conditions changed so quickly from being a wet race to that, all in the space of 8 minutes.
James, we've just had the man watching all the 90s stuff. You can't be showing him shots like that in India. Anyway, continuing the highlights of this one, that was the moment for Matty Hingley just running wide through the boot. Kai Hunter driving up through the field as well. Macaulay Bishop took the race victory ahead of Harry Bartle and Matthew Higgins, the 1, 2, 3 for the first heat in the seniors. Then, of course, we moved to the A versus C race for Junior Rotax. For the C group, this was their second heat. For the A group, this was their first. And another really accomplished drive, yes, Henry, from Jacob Ashcroft.
Indeed, and I noticed that Glenn Guest is watching, and Glenn, you know, I know that you are a huge fan of the old stuff, but let's marvel at the new stuff. And I want to talk about Glenn Guest. That was Pierce Wade having his good qualifying session come to naught. Really good battle between Clark and Ashcroft. That was not a very tasty move from Leon Hasty. Thanks, James Fitzhugh, who gave me that line. I will not take credit, for it, where credit is due. James, congratulations. He's eating a burger. He's eating a burger next to us.
That's how rude.
How rude. The track had dried out by this point. The second Micromax race began with... that was where Garrett lost ground at the start on the outside. Coming into, that was Harris Barber. 2 options, rear bumper of Chloe McGill's kart, or thread the needle and try not to hit the wall. And he chose the right option. Pahal has been a man on a mission today, I have to say. Good work at the start of the race between him and Charlie Page. Then, when they caught Dimitar Uzanov, gloves came off, and it was every man, woman and child for themselves. There is the Slim Shady of the day so far. And that concluded the first 6 races. Then there was this, and this was excellent.
Second heat of the day for Minimax. All of the championship contenders came to play in this one. We saw 6 different leaders across the course of 8 minutes plus 1 lap. This was Josh Cormack having his turn at the front of the field. Alfie Mayer continuing to fight back. Closest adversary to championship leader Emerson McAndrew-N. Emerson McAndrew-N went on the attack as well. A positive step forward from the championship leader. Didn't always go his way in this one. That's a rough moment for Sebastian Behrman and Tom Reed with a few laps to go. And the Sam Pollitt Racing drivers getting in amongst it, as well as Riley Morrow started to pick his way through in very different conditions to what the drivers had seen in race number 1. That was Morrow around the outside, where the field got Morrowed once again round the bowl. And this one nearly pulled off as well by Emerson McAndrew-N. But again, just holding the lane wide.
Yeah.
I think in previous seasons, Emerson might have, cut further down there, and there'd been an incident at that corner. But
technically,
it just
by the letter of the law, Emerson had a front nose cone in front of Morrow. So he could have just, by the letter of the law, he could have turned in, but he didn't. Before we get started with the next race, Glenn Guest. Of course, last weekend was the FIA World Karting Championships. Congratulations to Timo Raymakers and to Noah Baglin, who is yet another British world champion in OK Junior. However,
fourth British champion in the OKJ era.
Yes.
And it's not even been that long an era, has it?
No. But, of course, a year ago, the World Championship was here at PF International. Glenn Guest, I don't know how old Glenn is, but he's not 20, I know that. He made a mission as a privateer entry with a budget and just doing testing at Red Lodge or something like that, I think, Tattersall. He would enter the World Championship. And his story was inspirational. He came in the top 100 in the world. Did every lap of every race. He didn't make the final, obviously. But he inspired another driver a 40-year-old Spaniard, I think, to enter the World Championships as a privateer this year, which is remarkable. So well done to Glenn Guest. I know we've said this a year ago, but still, doing it for the old guard. Here's the new guard up next. I think that the FIA should do like the Garage 66 at Le Mans, 56 at Le Mans. There should be one place in the World Championship for a privateer over the age of 40.
Yep.
Carry on.
Here we go. Grid for the A versus B race in Junior Rotax. Jacob Ashcroft has pole position. Matteo Palazzo, qualifying king round this place, is on the outside of row number 1. Ewan House and Charlie King, they are on the second row of the grid. Row 3, we find Eva Morris and Kean Bernard. Pierce Wade and William Archer, they go from row number 4.
Row number 5, we have Kai Clark and Sebastian Clark. Then Oliver White and Zach Turner with a repaired go-kart. Rayan Gando and Luca Holmes-Ballock, with Benjamin Baker and James Kell up next.
Row number 9, Louis Radcliffe and Archie Lovett. Sam Kohler and Joel Dixon-Cohen go from row number 10. It's Nathaniel Gray and Ellis Bell on row 11. John Buchan and Joshua Smith, row 12. Charlie Wolfett will be the last driver on this grid. Isaac Barker does not take part.
Isaac Barker has done himself a mischief and has had to withdraw through injury, so we do hope that Isaac is okay. Best wishes, and I'm sure that at some point this weekend Isaac will join us in the live chat to tell us all about it. For the final time this morning, lights are out, we're off and racing into turn number 1 and out of turn number 1 with everyone still facing the right way.
Yeah, there's a bit of shakiness in the middle of the pack, but everyone made it work. Very interesting what's going to happen across the course of these 8 minutes plus 1 lap, because we've got 2 race winners in this one, and neither of them's name is Jacob Ashcroft. So 7.5 minutes of this one to go. Championship leader leads in the early stages. Palazzo had a little look there in towards hairpin number 2. As Kean Bernard trying to go around the outside there. Can he make that work? Yes, he can.
Yes,
almost.
he can.
Yes, he can. Up to P2. Good stuff once again from Kean Bernard.
And sets off after race leader Jacob Ashcroft. Palazzo drops to, I believe, 3rd position in the KR Sport Machine. Then it is Ewan House, top 4, followed by... Oh, now House goes for the inside move. Oh, what a brave move. And to be fair, Palazzo had to just vacate the circuit because House, that was aggressive, and our camera ops around the circuit are saying that it is spitting with rain, not, you know. Ewan House tries an absolute insane move. The rain apparently is up at the Bobby Game corner, which the leaders are going to be approaching about now.
So, the field running through the Fullerton S's. How damp is it down there at the far end of the circuit as the wind continues to swirl round in the circuit?
So far, so good. 1 or 2 little droplets of rain on the camera screen. It just goes to show how, you know, talented these drivers are. The aggression levels, you know, because they would have had a couple of spots of rain on their their crash helmet visors, and they would have thought, do I back out? Nah.
Change for the lead. Kean Bernard up the inside of Jacob Ashcroft, and he's got that position secured at least for now. So Ashcroft once again in P2. That will not take him out of the lead in the intermediate classification as things stand. He had a 4-point lead in that at the start of this lap. That'll be trimmed to 2. Everything going on through hairpin 1 there. Henry's a Pierce Wade also on the move.
And gets half turned around by the number 251 Kart of Sebastian Clark. So Pierce Wade elected to come and do this championship, this British Championship, to give him the kind of aggression that you need to succeed at the very top of World Karting.
Yep.
And you can see it's taken a year, you know, it's taken the full season. I'm not sure he's done every round. I think he may have missed Wilton Mill, but he's found it. He's picked up his pace, and he's learned how to keep his elbows sufficiently sharpened to not get expunged from the lead group, shall we say. Motorsport Magpies making fun of Sheffield United again.
Now, I saw a comment about conditions more mixed today. There's nothing mixed about Sheffield Football Club. It's just
terrible.
all bad.
Hello
all
to Hayley
horrendous.
Leslie. Hayley Leslie is cheering on James Kell, who is on screen now in the number 252 karts for Coles Racing. James Kell was a winner of the X-Kart Scholarship a couple of years ago, and I was very fortunate to be part of the X-Kart Scholarship judging panel at Wilton Mill earlier this week. They were racing the kart championship, Motorsport UK licensed. The winner, remember this name, boys and girls, the winner was Jude the Duck Puddifoot. He is the Saudi World Series International Final Champion in Cadet. And he will now race in the Junior Rotax, or probably Junior Primo class of the kart championship with X-Kart next year. And we've seen a number of drivers, James Kell, Daniel Hartley, Elijah Hazelwood, come through that scholarship, and the scholarship is worth £25,000. It's a free season of karting with the X-Kart team. It's an excellent, excellent initiative, and I wish there were more teams that would do similar things, because there were 50 drivers at Wilton Mill. A lot of them have done bits of owner-driver racing. A lot of them lower down the Motorsport UK karting pathway, rental kart racing, Club 100 racing, and it gave them an opportunity to see what this is like.
It is indeed. There's some really, really good back and forth in this one. Ashcroft has taken the race lead from Cian Bernard. Matteo Palazzo looks up for the battle here to try and move past fellow Scott Ewan House down towards hairpin 1 once again. William Archer's in there. Charlie King in 6th place. Luca Holmes-Ballack at the moment will be on the inside of row number 3. Could potentially move up to the front row if he can gain a spot from where he's at the moment, 7th place. Plus 5-second penalty there for Kai Clark in the 276. Ooh. So at the moment that's going to drop Kai down from 8th place as Holmes-Ballack has a look as teammate Charlie King there for 6th. 2 minutes of this race to go then. Jacob Ashcroft on course for another 65-point championship haul. He cannot mathematically win the title at this stage. He has to run at least into today's final. Yes. Which I like, and I'm sure he's going to be up for the battle in this one, and I'm sure he's going to want to finish, if he can finish it today, in the best possible form. At the moment, though, he's still got to win this race. As Cian Bernard again trying to go through, looking for the switchback, but Jacob Ashcroft, in all of his experience, knows what the deal is there. Covers off any kind of counter-attack. That's a chase for 3rd, but here comes Bernard. Bernard's got the way through. Cian Bernard through into the race lead. Ashcroft to P2, but now Matteo Palazzo on the scene. Well, we've just seen him get past Ewan House, who's lost more positions, lost out to King, lost out to Holmes-Ballack as well. Through the Mike Wilson complex once again. I've got to say, I really like the look of Cian Bernard's race pace here this weekend, Henry.
Absolutely.
He seems, spurred on by what happened here at August. I remember seeing him immediately after the final. He was disappointed. It was a proud drive to have pulled him his way back. But he wants to go one stage further this year. Meanwhile, Ashcroft's having some issues here with Palazzo. He's got to be smart with this, and he is smart with this. Holds on to 3rd. Holmes-Ballack just behind there as well in P4. He's having a strong end to this race and nearly pulling off a worldie.
Who takes the race lead? Matteo Palazzo in the KR Sport, as we're now getting more reports of rain returning to the racetrack. We'll soon see where it is. Palazzo is going to be the first to hit it wherever it is, and it's getting a bit... there goes Kai Clark past Cian Bernard, the 228 of Luca Holmes-Ballack, also gaining a position there after losing several. And I interrupted you there, Andrew, going into the boot because there was 4 karts on 4 different racing lines, all trying to turn into this apex a lap ago. There's the rain. The rain is in the bowl. And, Ashcroft gets caught out, runs wide. Keeps it on the tarmac, though. Palazzo and Ewan House, now the top 2. Up into P3 would be, is that William Archer?
It is.
It is. William Archer.
William Archer having a good run here. So the rain, it's heavier spots of rain, but still just spots. It's not driving persistent stuff. There it is at the top end of the circuit. There's a couple of spots. Oh, now there's a few more spots in our commentary box window over start-finish. The wind is still driving straight into the face of the drive. Ashcroft's been up.
Across the grass.
Ashcroft has rejoined there in 5th place. Now the rain started to fall at the other end of the circuit. There's Charlie Wolfett moving up the order, trying to... as round goes Charlie King for half a moment, rejoins on track. Look, and now it's driving down. Well, it's not spots of rain anymore. Let's look at that in the background. Out goes one of the SPRs. Was the Craft Motorsport driver John Buchan involved in that? I think he may well have been.
I think it was a case of they were all running wide. They're all running wide up on the bowl. 3, 4 drivers, high, wide and handsome, doing a bit of grass cutting for Tav Kirk and his team. They're not spots. They are full-on globules of moisture. The checkered flag can't come quick enough for the junior Rotax drivers. This is the final lap. Palazzo leads Archer. Archer trying to go around the outside. Now he'll do the undercut. But of course, he's going to take it tight into Fullerton S's. No, he backs out of it. Smart move there from William Archer, because that was not going to end well for the KR Sport team. Oh, you've got to be careful on the curbs, because the painted curbs get even more slippery. Oh, it's tipping down. It's tipping down, not at this part of the circuit, but at hairpin number 2. You'll see it. It's moving across the circuit. The track is going to get wetter and wetter as they go around. Archer has another nibble. And, well, fair play for trying. And they crawl out of the final corner to take the checkered flag. Palazzo, Archer, House and Zach Turner from nowhere to P4 on the last lap. Holmes back, Rayan Gandor comes home up into top 6 position. Ashcroft 7th.
Ashcroft 7th to trouble. Kai Clark, John Buchan, Nathaniel Gray all fell down the order late on in that one. Palazzo wins. Palazzo's got pole for the final. It was a pole in heats last year that was a really, really good result for Matteo. Well, he's gone one better and got a pole position for one of the big races later on today. He'll be joined on the front row of the grid by Luca Holmes-Balak. Luca Holmes-Balak fighting through to 5th place in that one, gets himself a front row spot. So Palazzo, Archer, House, Turner, Holmes-Balak, Gandor, Ashcroft, Kell, Wolford and Morris, your top 10. Sebastian Clark, P11. Kieran Bernard in the end, P12 in that one, ahead of Archie Lovett, Joshua Smith, Joel Dixon-Cohen, Benjamin Baker, Sam Kohler, Charlie King, Ellis Bell and Oliver White. That's your top 20. Pierce Wade, Kai Clark, John Buchan, Louis Radcliffe. Louis Radcliffe was the SPR off at the last corner. Nathaniel Gray, the 25 finishers. 25 finishers out of 25.
Yes.
Despite those conditions, they all made it.
And I'm getting word that Isaac Barker will race if it rains later on, which tells me that he's tweaked either a wrist or a rib or something like that, that he doesn't feel confident in going out in the full dry, but in the wet, where, you know, you can...
Not as physical,
he will race if it's raining.
How does that leave the intermediate classification after those 2 rounds of heats for everybody? Palazzo pole, as mentioned. Holmes-Balak alongside on the front row. This is a really mixed-up junior Rotax grid. Ewan House and Noah Barham, 2 drivers in form, row 2. Ashcroft 5th. Yeah, of course he would have liked to have been on pole position, but that's still, by my calculations, more than the absolute minimum that he needed to do. So that's still good for Ashcroft. P5. He'll be joined by Lapper on row 3. Lush Freeman, Wolfett and Gandor. How about that from Charlie Wolfett? Was at the back of the grid in qualifying, and now he's in the top 10 after those heats.
Yeah, Ashcroft, that was his worst points haul of the season. Of 8 points finishes so far this season, Ashcroft has got 6 maximums, 1 second and 1 third.
Well, there we go. That is all the heats for today's racing done. We've got finals coming up later on today. So Micromax starting at 2:45. Junior Rotax Repercharge as well at 3:10. Minimax Final at 3:30. Senior Rotax Final at 3:55. Qualifying practice for F100 at 4:20. And then the final for these drivers who've been able to qualify through, and of course we'll get through from the Repercharge. Junior Rotax Final will be at 4:40. Thank you very much for joining us here this morning in the early afternoon session. Don't go anywhere. The build-up show from yesterday, previewing all of the action here this weekend, is up after this. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to PF International Event 10 of this year's Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, the last event of the year. This weekend we will see 4 new British champions crowned, and then we'll have our full amount of champions for this season. We've also got F100 here with us this weekend as our guest category, so there's going to be some great sights, some great sounds from racing back in the 90s. Lots of brilliant machinery that we've had out on track earlier on today. As we say, it is the last round of the season for the Rotax categories. Let's give you a little bit of a flavour of where we stand then across our 4 age categories going into this, what I say is final round, final meeting, because it's actually 2 rounds this weekend. It is a double header to finishes off, and I quite like that because it means that going into this weekend there's plenty of work for drivers still to do. We will start with Micromax. So Benedictas Masiokas, 15-point lead. These numbers are all before drops, of course. Drops will more come into play when we get to the end of Saturday. 15-point advantage for Masiokas over Dean Singh Pahal. The winner last time out, of course, Harris Barber, on a really good run of form at the moment, is third on 4.69. Alfie Garrett 4.65, and don't count out Charlie Page as well on 4.59. I do get the feeling that this weekend in one of these categories we're going to see someone from further down the order, a 3rd, 4th, 5th place in the standings going into the weekend, actually emerge as your champion. The question is, which class is it going to happen in? We'll pause on the front of championship scores, have a very quick chat with Nino Piccoli. Now, Nino you will recognise from earlier in the season in the KZ2s. Nino, what are you doing here, and what have we got in front of us?
Trying to live my childhood again, back from the 90s. So this is a Formula ICA Intercontinental A, and this is was like the OK back of the 90s. It's what Button, Hamilton, all of that did. It's a historic type racing class. Looks really cool. Joe Scory is one of the top drivers. He said to give it a go. I thought, well, all right. I beat him when I was a kid. I'm going to try and beat him again this weekend, and we'll see.
And it's the first time, well, you did your first practice session about what, in the last hour ever in this kart?
Yeah, so I've never sat in the kart before this weekend, save for fitting the seat. We did our first practice session, had a puncture after 2 laps. I think we did all right. I mean, we're second on timing sheets, but I think people running engines in, so it's not a fair comparison. But it felt good. It's definitely going to take some getting used to. It's very, very different from KZ. There's only one gear for starters and no clutch, but really, really, really good fun.
Good stuff, Nino. We'll catch up with you later on in the weekend. We'll also hop up into the F100 paddock in a bit. Just wanted to catch that there. It's really good to have Nino back in the paddock here this weekend. Obviously one of our regular KZ2 drivers from earlier on in the season. Right, we've done micros, minis. Minis, really interesting situation, of course. We've been talking about it all season. All of them, all of the championship contenders have had one round so far this season that they are not happy with. Now, they'll all be looking to get that in the bin and drop scores as early in the weekend as possible. But here's how things stand on the scores going into this weekend. Emerson Makanji-Uren, GP plate winner here, of course, at PF earlier in the summer, 466 points. 11 points is the advantage for Makanji-Uren over Alfie Mayer. We'll go up into the top part of the paddock to see Alfie Mayer in a bit. Ryan White, I think, is a really good tip this weekend. Had a very good run at a recent club event here at PFI. He's currently third on 452. Riley Moreau 449. Tom Reed 448. So that's less than 20 points covering the top 20. This is going to be a really, really tight fight in Minimax. Now, we're going to cut off again. We're going to have a chat with Jay Fairbrass, who's one of our key people for F100. Jay, for those who are uninitiated, F100, what's it about?
It is pure, unadulterated, air-cooled karting. It's, we're representing everything from back in the 90s, 100cc homologated engines. Everything is period correct, so all the engines, all the chassis that you'll see are original. They're probably older than you, or some people watching anyway, but it's all period correct. 22,000 RPM down the straight here at PFI, piston going up and down 330 times a second. The noise is incredible. They change direction on the sixpence. They're fantastic to watch and racing.
We had the first practice session at 2 p.m. and I think it caught quite a few people out of like, my goodness, that's the most sound we've heard here at PF International for quite a while.
That's right, yeah, they are fantastic noise. They're very exhilarating to drive for the drivers. They're very rewarding. They touch the throttle, the engine picks up, the kart just takes off, and it's just bombing down the straight. There's more power than you can shake a stick at. But the feel of the kart is amazing. The tyres are very soft and grippy. The karts are very light. They're just amazing. So the session we just watched today was a running-in session, really. So they're just ironing out a few problems. They're just getting to grips with the cart. So you're going to see a few breaking down and whatever. They're 20-odd years old, you know, so they're entitled to have a few breakdowns. But they'll get it together for tomorrow, and then you'll see some action.
And two classes as well. So you've got the ICA with the reed valve, the Libra with the rotary style engines as well. But all out on track at the same time.
Absolutely, one combined grid, time qualifying. They grid them all up, and then they'll be racing together. So you're absolutely right. A Super ICA is like a tuned ICA class. So they're the reed engines, which were restricted back in the day. We've allowed open tuning to allow them to compete and race together with the rotary engines, which were always unrestricted.
Good stuff, Jay. We'll catch up with you later on in the weekend. Really looking forward to seeing that one. Where could people get more information as well as they get up on the weekend?
F100UK.com is our website. If they follow the Wera Tools British Car Championship this weekend, you'll find all the information you need.
Fantastic, Jay. Thanks once again. So yeah, really good to have the F100s here this weekend. Juniors, let's have a quick chat about juniors. This is the championship that possibly will go on Saturday. Jacob Ashcroft has a really good lead in it, 512 points ahead of Leon Hasty, 459. I think there could actually be a really good fight for second place in the championship, though. Leon, that goes all the way to the end of Sunday. 459 for Hasty, 442 for Lapper, two drivers who've both won big races here at PF International earlier in the year. Hasty with the O plate, Lapper with the GP plate, of course. Noah Barham's still got a shot, 440. Kai Clark as well, needing to pick up maybe after a bit of a difficult Wilton Mill on 438. But the potential highlight of the weekend, seniors. We have seen some stunning finishes, of course, in senior Rotax over the years, but this has all the possibilities, all the hallmarks of being an absolute classic. As things stand, Lewis Gilbert leads the championship. He has done since Warden Law on 477 points. His advantage is 3 points over Harry Bartle. That, of course, is the difference between winning and second place in a final. Matthew Higgins, back in British form, has obviously had a tough couple of weeks out in Sweden, but he is here ready to go in this British Championship finale. He's on 462, won last time out, of course, at Wilton Mill. Archie Walker, 456. Matty Hingley, 444. Those are my key 5 in terms of the championship picture, but mathematically it is so wide open. Don't count out your likes of Joshua Graham, Macaulay Bishop. This could be the category where someone comes out of absolutely nowhere on a double-header weekend and takes the British title. Let's talk F100 again. This is a little bit of the paddock here. I say we've got about 20 drivers set to go. Let's have a closer look at one of our karts. I think we've got Joe Scory ready for a little bit of a chat with us. Joe, the word on the street is that you're one of the favourites for this weekend.
I don't know, I get told that everywhere I go, but it always goes wrong, as you can tell by the state of me right now.
How did practice go? Have you had any issues so far, or has it just been bedding engines in?
So we've only got 2 practices this morning, so one this afternoon. So I literally turned up late because of traffic. I think I made it with like 15, 20 minutes to go. Managed a full session. It held together, so now we'll play around and see how we get on.
Over 20,000 RPM with these engines as well. What does it feel like to drive?
Oh, it's so much better. No offence to the Rotaxes. I've raced Rotax, not very successfully, but I've raced them. These things, everyone comes back to them. Like there's not as many here as we thought there was going to be, but it's still going to be great. Just wait till you hear them pulling away on the final. That's when you got to do it.
And for the uninitiated, what are you racing on this weekend?
So this is a 1997 Tony Kart Extreme Large Triangle. I've got Rotax DSE, Rotax DSD and CRG SW97 engines, all Formula Super A with slide carb.
So absolute classic. When you think about mid-90s racing, you think about the colours of the white and green of Tony Kart. How proud is it to keep this machine running?
Oh, it's great. It's just I haven't got a mechanic today, so I'm flapping. My mechanic turns up tomorrow, so hopefully I can relax and maybe come back tomorrow and have a chat then.
Good stuff, Joe. We'll leave you to it, and we'll definitely listen out for the F100s across the course of the weekend. Let's head back to the more modern aspects of things. So, as I say, those are your championship situations. They're going to change massively. As I say, it's a double header. That means you've got 4 chances to score points here this weekend. We've also got Repercharges back in play in the case of the junior Rotax category. So, yeah, keep on top of all of it. You won't miss a single racing lap here, brought to you by Alpha Live. But as I say, let's get more into what's been going on today. Free practice for a lot of the teams. In terms of where we're up to, George Whitbread Racing had a good run, of course, a couple of times last out. They've got 1 junior, 1 senior. I'm going to highlight Finley Jones. In fact, let's have a very, very quick chat with Finley, who I think was in the top 10 in practice earlier on today. Finley, how's the day gone for you so far, very quickly?
Caught me at a bad time.
Have I caught you at the bad time? Are you about to go out?
Almost, yeah.
In terms of practice, feeling good after the first one?
Yeah, 6th isn't bad, but a lot of factors to sort of consider, so it's not really a true session of where everyone is, so the next one will be more informative.
Cool. I'll leave you to it. Thanks for a quick chat with us. Yeah, Finley makes a good point there, as we'll head back into Paddock A. I think maybe a little bit of end-of-season gamesmanship for anyone looking at the scoring and timing from the seniors in that first timed practice session, first one with transponders on. Numerous drivers, some of them your big hitters that we mentioned in that top 5 earlier on, did not set times. I've been told, personally, I wasn't at trackside unfortunately for that session, but told that they didn't even go out. I think there's quite a few drivers trying to keep their powder dry, trying to just set things back a little bit in terms of how long they can get away without people knowing what their pace is like. Let's talk about the other end of things. Very quickly, Dimitar Uzanov. We've been seeing really, really good performances from Dimi across the course of the season so far. Back in the JPD wagon this weekend. As I say, as we often say at this stage of a weekend, a lot of these drivers will have done the club race day a couple of weeks ago here at PFI. Dimmy won, if I'm not mistaken, in yes, it did, in the club round. So in terms of the form book, that is a good bit of news for Dimmy Uzanov going into this weekend. And it's in that Micromax class where I think after Warden Law, things have opened up a little bit more. At the start of the season, I think people were thinking, yeah, it was going to be a bit of a runaway victory perhaps for Benediktas Masiokas. That is now, I would say, not the case. 15 points is the gap. And Masiokas has got that difficult thing of he's actually got the better scores on the board. He's got less wiggle room for later on in the weekend. Let's have a quick talk about Craft Motorsport, update you on how they've been getting on today as I flick through my notes to find where they've gone. In terms of their championship situations, of course, they are one of the teams going for some big plates here this weekend. Leona Hasty already has the O plate. Could he have at least the number 2 plate by the end of the weekend? 9th and 8th for Hasty in, 9th in the first timed practice in terms of transponders on earlier on today. Lewis Gilbert was one of those drivers in seniors who we didn't see a lap time from. So as things stand, not quite sure where Gilbert is, but it will be quick. Gilbert, there was another one of the drivers here for TVKC a couple of weeks ago, and finished at the podium, if I remember correctly, for that one. Let's move on further down through the paddock. Talk a little bit about Sebastian Crawford. We just saw his Origin Motorsport. That's the GSF kart in the background. P10 for Sebastian here today. Thule Motorsport, let's have a quick chat about them. Nelson Taylor had a very good run back at Wilton Mill. Could he do some things again in Minimax? He was 11th earlier on this afternoon. But another driver possibly to keep an eye on, maybe Joel Dixon-Cohen for a good result here this weekend. Had another driver who had a very good run in terms of the form book last time out at TVKC. Let's see if there are any drivers who want to have a quick... Does anyone want to have a... Well, in fact, we'll have a very quick chat with Benediktas Masiokas. Benediktas, step on up. Bit of pressure this weekend, young man. Leading the championship, 15 points ahead going into things. What's the plan?
Just win.
Just win. And do you feel like the points that you got at Wilton Mill have given you a bit of a bounce-back ability? Because that was a bit of a tough weekend.
Yeah.
And teammates as well. Alfie Garrett looking good so far this weekend, and you've got young Mr. Farrow back in as well.
Yeah.
Who would you like to thank for getting you into this position so far this season?
My dad, RPM, Joel for driver coaching, Luke for driver coaching, Connor for driver coaching, and my mum. That's it.
Good stuff. Benediktas, best of luck for the weekend. We're going to zip on out because there's music playing. YouTube will take us off the air. But that's one of your drivers leading their respective championship going into this weekend. Sam Pollitt Racing, let's talk about them and how they've got on so far today. Let's flick the page to there. A good number of Micromax drivers. Ted Hayward, Chloe McGill, Arlo Gamble in with them this weekend. Chloe, of course, had that really emotional first heat victory at Wilton Mill 3 weeks ago. Ted Hayward, for those who watch DDMM end of season previews, reviews, whatever you want to call them, I'm going to use the D word, disruptor, for the first time. Ted Hayward, I think, could be a really, really big factor in that Micromax fight. He's not a championship contender, but has been looking really quick, both in quali and race trims. So keep an eye on the number 15 in Micromax to mix things up a bit. Maybe cause some earaches for those going for the title. Minimax, Josh Cormack was P9, Austin Oman P6. They were looking pretty good earlier on today. In terms of junior Rotax, this is definitely a kart that we need to keep an eye on. The 282 of Kian Bernard. Last time we saw this kart in major action at this circuit, second place at Kart Masters, of course, and very, very nearly got the win on that day in August. Kian showing once again that the pace is still very much there. P4 earlier on today in timed qualifying, so that's the highlight for them in junior. Senior, William Antrobus, can he get a little bit further up the order in terms of the seeded plates in his first year in seniors? Well, 9th place in that practice session is good news, but again, take those senior Rotax times from FP3 with a pinch of salt, because as we know, there were quite a few drivers who did not run in that one. So as of that time of recording, we aren't quite sure what their pace is like yet. Right, let's sit round. I think we've got about 15-20 minutes before we wrap this one up, and we've still got a good amount of the paddock to cover. If you want to get involved, do leave your comments in the YouTube chat if you're watching this on Saturday afternoon. Let's cut down this part of the paddock. Let's go on our way to the boys and girls from the northeast of the country, Hunter Motorsports, who I think could have a really interesting weekend. As I say, their main focus is probably going to be Ryan White in Minimax. He's been having some really, really good form. I know there's been a lot of talk about Emerson McAndrew-Uren and the kind of momentum that he's got, but Ryan White's been quietly getting on with things over the past few weeks and really impressing me. And yeah, he's not going to enter the weekend as the absolute favourite, but sometimes in a very open championship campaign, that is exactly what you want. Let's have a chat with Ollie White and see how things are going on in Junior Rotax. Good day so far?
It's been all right. I haven't been here for 7 months, so it's just getting back into it really, and yeah, pace is getting better by session.
Track conditions drivers have been telling me is actually quite nice because it's warm for September, but still not too hot. It's not like some of the heat waves we had earlier in the year. Is the grip conditions feeling good?
Oh yeah, grip's really good. It's quite slidey at the start, but yeah, track's definitely evolving nicely for drivers, and it's going to be good racing.
Target for the weekend?
Top 10 finish.
Good stuff. Thanks for your time. Good to have a quick hear there from Hunter Motorsport. Chloe McGill there on our way back to the Sam Pollitt Racing awning. Moving on then further up the paddock, Samir Paul back once again in the juniors. It'd be good to see Samir make it through to one of the big finals. Of course, 2 big finals here this weekend. Yeah, trying to make through one of those would be a good aim. I think we've just got some Minimaxers coming in from one of their sessions. We'll try and catch the thoughts of some of our Minimaxers as they come in. You can see Ryan White there in the number 147. We had a chat about Ryan earlier. He seems helmet on, so he's heading back to the awning. Harry Radcliffe in the 126 for SPR as well. I want to try and catch Emerson McAndrew-Uren if I can, and see how he's feeling ahead of this title decider. You can't call Minimax either way. As I say, I know that the championship standings have the DHR driver at the top at the moment and a lot of wins recently, but we've seen over the years how things can very, very quickly change. Do you want to try and grab a driver? Let's try and actually grab, I don't think Em's out in this one. Let's catch Aidan Hammond. Aidan, how did practice go in that last one?
It wasn't too bad. Obviously, the red flags doesn't really help, but we were fast, P1, so happy with it.
And some good results last time out. Your brother Noah in once again. You know, are there any team tactics this weekend?
No team tactics. We're just looking to do what we did last weekend, and hopefully we can bring a good result here.
Good stuff. Thanks for your time, Aidan. Yeah, we'll move back on up into the paddock because I want to have a quick chat with the RCE team. Excuse me. And we'll just see how Dee and Singh Pahal is feeling ahead of this weekend. Is Dee around? Yeah. Dee, come have a chat with us about this big finale. Simple question. Can you win the British title this weekend?
Yes, small chance, but it's there.
What's it going to take? Is it the Saturday that's kind of the more important day to get a bit of momentum going?
It's going to take every heat, every final, everything. It's going to be the moment.
And how's practice gone so far?
I mean, we've had a few we've had ups and downs. Then we were going to hit a stunning lap, but someone defended, so it's okay. But it's not been terrible.
Good stuff. Dee, well, best of luck out there, and we'll catch you later on for more there in the RCE tent. We'll put it like that. Quick chat with Henry Gregory. Henry, how's the weekend going for MLC?
Quite good so far. I've got 3 drivers out, Charlie Wolfett, Jensen Chalk and Miles Roby and Senior. Charlie going around quite fast, top 3 in every session. Jensen's thereabouts, just need to work on a couple of things, and Miles, he's getting on all right, top 15. I think he'll be happy with a top 15 so far, so yeah, been a good weekend.
Bit warmer than we were expecting at this time of year. Is that a data problem, or do you just pull data out from earlier in the summer, summers that weren't as hot as this one?
No, I don't think it really plays effect to anything, because really I don't really look back at data from previous times. Because every day is different, you just keep going, learning it every step of the way. So yeah, it doesn't really play much of a factor being a bit warmer, so it is what it is. I think you just got to go off what today's like and work from that.
Charlie had a good run here back at Kart Masters. Do you think a top 5's on for him this weekend?
I think a win's on for Charlie, to be honest with you. I expect nothing less.
Good confidence. Thanks for your time. Mr. Gregg's on legs there. I say doing some really, really good work. On the other side of things, very accomplished driver in his own right. Right, we've got about 10 minutes to go, as long as I don't keel over before the end of things. Let's carry on through. I'm just kind of trying to see. I think we've got some more of our F100s in there. We'll try and catch up more with them tomorrow. Let's get on to an area of the paddock that's going to see a lot of activity this weekend. It is, of course, Dan Holland Racing. How many champions are we going to see in this awning at the end of the weekend? It could well be 3, could be 1, could be 2. Very unlikely that it'll be 0, but you never know with this sport. Let's have a chat with Jacob Ashcroft, if that's okay. So the main job for Jacob is have a clean Saturday. If he can have a clean Saturday, by my calculations, the title is very likely to be his, and it would be quite a momentous moment. I've got the Rotax Oracle, Mr. Henry Baudet, doing the checks, but a chance that potentially we could have a man here who would hold 6 major titles all at the same time. Jacob, doing a bit of work before you go out for your next session. How's practice been so far?
Yeah, it's going all right. I've not been at this track for a while. Last time I was here as an OKJ for the FIA World Champs. So yeah, I'm enjoying the track. I've missed the track, if I'm honest. So yeah, it's quite fun getting back to PF, driving, especially the bridge and everywhere. So yeah, practice is going all right. I've had a session where I've been chasing the pack and I went P2, so that was good. I think I could have gone P1 if I didn't maybe mess up, so I need to work on the last sector a little bit, but I'm getting there and my pace by myself is really good, so I'm confident for this weekend.
You don't need to win the races this weekend. I know you'd like to win the races this weekend, but you don't necessarily need to for championship. Is that quite a tough thing to kind of get your head around?
To be honest, I'd rather not really think about the championship, just get the good results and then get the championship. Just want to make sure I get good results and not just have my head flooded about the championship. So if that happens, then I could overthink it and make some silly mistakes.
That's a good point. Is your dad Barry doing everything right?
Yeah, we're doing all right today. We've been changing engines, testing engines today, so yeah, it's going all well.
Good stuff. We'll let you get back to it. Thanks for your time, Jacob. I say could be a British title for him on Saturday. Let's have a quick talk then over DHR and what their times have looked like so far today. But just let me try and find where they are. So DHR times so far. Emerson McKenzie trying to find a little bit of pace earlier on in the day. 18th. Otis Cleary 5th in Minimax. Juniors actually Noah Barham looking pretty quick as well. Another one of the drivers in that battle potentially for second place. 3rd earlier on today. And again in senior Rotax, so they're 2 big championship hitters in terms of Higgins and Bishop. Neither of them ran earlier on today. Brandon Truman I'd keep an eye on this weekend though as well. Brandon had a very good run at the Clubby a few weeks ago, so yeah, definitely a driver to keep an eye on there. Let's have a quick talk about KR Sport. I did want to see if I could have a quick chat with Archie Walker, because doesn't matter what happens with Archie Walker this weekend, this is going to be a bit of a momentous one. As he just run out, he's over there. We'll go over to the big boys tent and have a chat with Arch, because it's Archie Walker's last race weekend for now in this period of the weekend. Archie, how are we feeling ahead of this one?
Excited, sad, like all the emotions really. No, I feel good, just trying to make it one of my best. And then, yeah, everyone keeps telling me I'm doing races next year, and I'm like, I don't know where you've heard that from.
And obviously the plan is that you're going to move on and be doing focusing on your education, focusing on an apprenticeship. Really excited for that?
Yeah, I started 2 weeks ago, so taking a day off for this. But no, it's been good. Yeah, different world, different. Just sort of realised doing it as well. I'm definitely not going to have the time for this every weekend. But no, it's been fun trying to maintain all my fitness while I'm doing it. But yeah, no, it's a different way of life. I'm enjoying it.
And of course, still in the mix in terms of those big plates as well, championship, plates to be potentially won. How did practice go today?
We've been really fast today, actually. Last weekend came and did the test here. We only ran cleanly for one session, but this weekend the team have done a mega job, sorted me out some good packages, and yeah, top 3 fastest in everything we've done so far, or thereabouts. So no, it's looking good for a good number this year. Absolutely, looking to go out on a high. Archie Walker, I'm sure we'll speak to him later on in the weekend. What a great sight as well, the 352. We'll talk to Guy later on in the weekend because he's heading back to his awning. But Guy Cunnington Racing, it's going to be one of those weekends. There's stories up and down the paddock. I had a real worry at Lark Hall that we wouldn't see Guy back out on a circuit. We shouldn't understate how severe the injuries that he picked up before the British round in Scotland were. He has worked incredibly hard to get himself not only back in one piece but race ready. It's a real shame that he's not going to be part of the title fight. I think if it hadn't been for that incident, we would have been talking about 6 drivers perhaps in terms of fighting for the title going into this weekend. But either way, absolutely fantastic to see Guy Cunnington back on circuit in his own colours, looking to have a good weekend. We'll have a chat. We've had a chat about MLC already. We'll head on further down. Whilst we're also doing parish notices, should note as well, big well done to Ella Stevens. For those who didn't see the news yesterday, top of the timesheets in the F1 Academy rookie test. I don't think a massive surprise to anyone in this paddock. We know how good Ella is, but for the fact that she's not had that much time in cars, she beat a number of drivers who've already been doing at least a year in F4 competition, so well done to her. Also wanted to say as well, big thoughts, prayers to Will McIntyre and family. The news that came out there that sadly Will is taking a break from racing to fight one of the biggest fights of all against cancer. I just wanted to say, I've had the personal pleasure of commentating on Will back in his karting days. Will, best of luck. We know you're up for this big fight. We know you'll pull through it, and everyone in this paddock is thinking about you. Right, let's go into Strawberry, because it's always a big weekend for Strawberry racing when they come to this part of the world. Let's have a look into their younger awning first, and have a chat with some drivers. Practice, how's it gone so far today?
Good. First session was all right. Second was the same, really. So, and then in the third one, it was not very good, 8th. But the last one, P1, so sorted the problem out and we're back up the top.
But the race pace of Wilson was obviously very good to come through the field and win that final, and a pretty decent run in the clubby a couple of weeks ago. Does that give the confidence that once we get racing, and there's a lot of racing to do this weekend, that you're going to come through?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Now, where's Freddie? Where's Freddie Walker? Freddie is in the tent because we've been meaning to talk to Freddie. Freddie's here. Freddie, I'm going to steal Henry's thunder because he's been wanting to talk to you for a good couple of rounds. It's been a good season, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And how do you like racing here in the British Champs?
just really fun. We're fighting really hard this year to get a seeded number, and I hope we're going to get that this year.
And lots of teammates around you, so do you think you can work together over the weekend?
Yeah, definitely got the pace to keep up with them, and I think it's definitely possible to work with them and maybe get past them.
And talking to Harris as well, you know, we've seen one driver get a win already this season. Do you reckon you can add to that?
Hopefully.
Good stuff, Freddie. We'll have a chat with you. We'll get Henry to have a chat with you as well later on in the weekend. Bye bye to Straubs. We'll see them later on in the weekend, of course. Where have we not been so far today? Actually, let's have a bit of a further roundup of Strawberry and how things have been going. For them, if I can get the tablet to work. My throat isn't working, neither is the technology. There we go. Micromax's 8th for Harris, as he said. Good session from Christian Sanguinetti, actually, in Minimax P2, if my information's correct there. And Tom Reed as well, P3. And in terms of the juniors, Albie Lapper looking really quick in juniors, first in that session that we saw times from earlier on today. Charlie King second as well. We skipped over Ultimate R. Apologies, we did skip over Ultimate R there. Didn't deliberately mean to do that. Matty Hingley could be a British champion at the end of the weekend, and I think he's one of those that goes in without any pressure. That seemed to be the case earlier on today. Was fastest in the junior session in terms of Finley Buck, top 15 as well in juniors. Let's have a little poke into Jack's Motorsport before we wrap up. See if we've got any drivers. We've got a Jared Fox Whiteley, I think, in the background there. Jared, step on up. Let's have a little bit of a chat. Really positive season so far. You've been impressing us a lot in the box. How's it been from your perspective?
It's been all right. We had 2 pretty average first rounds, and then we missed the 3rd round, and then had a pretty decent 4th at Wilton. So yeah, all right.
What's the mindset going into this weekend? As you say, you got a solid result at Wilton last time out 3 weeks ago. 2 bites of the cherry this weekend. Is a podium possible?
We'll give it as best go. I mean, we haven't really. I think we're like 19th in the championship, so we haven't really got much in us. We're quite far back to where we have been sort of pace has shown. So hopefully we can just go all out and hopefully get a podium.
And the camaraderie in the Jack's Motorsport tent as well. Obviously, the last time we were here, it was a tough weekend for the whole squad at Kartmasters with what happened with other teammates. Do you feel that kind of boost your performance in a way, that the team's behind you?
Well, yeah, everyone's always behind. It's like a big family. Everyone's here for each other. Everyone supports each other. So yeah, obviously when Fletch had that crash at PF, it hit the team hard, but obviously he's okay, he's recovering, so it's all that matters, and he'll be back in the kart soon. And obviously when you've got the team behind you, it makes you want to get back in the kart, so hopefully he'll be back soon. Yeah,
absolutely, well said. Thanks for your time, Jared. We'll see you later on in the weekend, and yeah, continued best wishes as well to Fletcher Jameson, obviously after what we saw last time here. Right, let's wrap things up. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been a bit of a roller coaster, this one, but it sets the tone for what could be a very dramatic weekend here at PF International. You can watch every single lap on the Karting UK and Alpha Live platform of channels. Thank you very much for joining us here on Practice Day Friday. We'll see you bright and early for Saturday.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We're here at PF International getting ready for our first set of finals in this doubleheader to conclude the 2025 season. If you're just joining us, my name's Andrew Mather. Henry Baudet will be down there on the pre-grid, having a little bit of a chat with some of our drivers ahead of our first final. Micromax UK is up first. In fact, let's head down to Henry this moment.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I know it's a disappointment to you all. It's not Nicole Sutherland. But I've got one better than that. I've got Corey Chapman with me. Corey is a kart racer who has tried out for the X-Kart Scholarship. Corey has got autism and is part of the Autism Superpower, raising awareness for autism. You're my guest here this weekend. What do you think ahead of the finals?
It's going to be exciting, hectic, and I can't wait.
You know, the last time Corey was in the British Championship, cast your minds back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2021, when we had October 2021, when we had Total Karting Zero, Rob Smedley's electric karts here. Maria Roberto raced in that race, so did Archie Loveridge, so did this man. And you did something very special in that race, didn't you?
Yeah, I did a 360 up and the 5 commercial posts, and then I caught it, and then I was getting a bit too excited, and then I spun in the next corner.
Now, tell us what life is like as a go-kart racer with autism. How does karting help you with everything day to day?
It just calms me down, and I like it really much, and it's really fun and calm.
So what we're trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this at home and you've got a son or a daughter with any form of on the spectrum, either autism, Asperger's, Tom Longfield is here, former vice champion in KZ2. He's got cerebral palsy. Nothing should stop you from trying to achieve your dreams, and karting can be a really good way of helping you manage conditions that goes back into school and helps you better in school.
It does help at school as well, and yeah, that's pretty much.
Now, have a look. The track is wet. Micromax is up first. You can see the drivers beginning to assemble at the front of the dummy grid. We check the tyres, and every single driver is on
wets.
Wets, correct choice. Now, Benedictus Masiokas leads the championship, but by a reduced margin over Dian Singh Pahal. Harris Barber, Alfie Garrett, they're not out of it either. And of course, Charlie Page, he's already got a ticket to the grand finals. He's not in contention for the British Championship, but he wants the race win. This is the penultimate round. At the end of this next race, all the drivers will have just 2 point scoring opportunities to go. Now, you race in your championship. Where do you race?
Red Lodge and Ella Park.
Ella Park, so Richard Locke from Motorsport UK. What is your mindset when you're going into a big race, maybe with a championship on the line? How do you prepare?
Just keep things calm, don't get too over of yourself. Just focus on the race and just hope the best.
Yes, hope for the best. Well, the drivers are now starting to walk out. Pole position will be Dian Pahal. On the outside of the front row will be Dimitar Uzanov. What are you thinking before the start?
I'm just trying to survive the start and then just overtake as much people to get to the front.
Okay, good luck. That first win isn't far away for Dimi Uzanov. But Benedictus Masiokas, Corey, this was the driver that you wanted to speak to, the British Open champion. Had a bit of a rough morning, didn't quite go to plan. He's lost a few points to Dian Singh Pahal. Here's the man that started the show, Otto Amy. Otto, what a weekend you're having.
Yeah, it's been great. Got down to 4th for the final today. Yeah, it's just been a great weekend. But
Best starting position in a final in the British Championship?
yeah.
Excellent. Right, let's move up. Benedictus is getting into his seat. Ralph Martin, his dad, goes past us there. Ralph, he was the first Motorsport UK champion in an electric-powered vehicle, but Corey, there we go. I'll hand the microphone over to you, and the British Championship leader in Micromax is awaiting your question.
Right, so hello, how are you?
Good.
So what's your mindset for this weekend?
Just win every race I can and just get as many points as to win.
Exactly. So what is your aim for this race?
Win.
Well, I really hope that you do that, and the best of luck, yeah?
Excellent, well done. So, well, there's one driver that Benedictus wants to finish in front of more than any other. It's our pole sitter, Dian Singh Pahal. Dian, you have been ultra aggressive this morning, some incredible moves. What are you thinking? Is this because the championship is on the line and we're seeing an even more aggressive Dian?
All I'm going to do, to be honest, is do my best. There's nothing else I can do. I can't control where Ben is, so I'll race.
Talk us through the outside move you did in the second heat that started at hairpin number 2 and finished going into the Fullerton S's.
Well, I think that was a very, 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 very...
How many varies is that, Corey? About 9.
risky move. It was... I would have liked to do a more easy move, one that I could be sharp with, but that was just one of them.
One of those things. All the drivers on brand new wet tyres. So, Pahal, pole. Uzanov, yet to win in the British Championship, but it's getting closer and closer. He's the only driver for the JPD UK team, Jason Dredge's team, on a CER chassis, a CKR chassis. Then you have Masiokas and Otto Amy. Further back, what about a wild card? Wow. There is Charlie Page. You said you were thinking that Charlie Page was looking good, weren't you?
Yeah. I think he will do well this race. He can still win the championship, but who knows?
Who knows indeed. 15 drivers. Now, Corey, you have the honour of waving the green flag, so I'll let you go off and speak to Dan Ashton. He's the man over there with the city trainers. So Dan will look after you. There we go. Very special guest here. Just can't speak highly enough of how Corey copes with his condition in the high-pressured, ever-changing world of go-karting. Everything is going to change lap by lap here in this race. Micromax, 15 drivers, all on brand new wet tyres. As far back, can't count out Chloe McGill, can't count out Alfie Garrett. What about the Origin Motorsport Kart of Sebastian Crawford, a driver who has been knocking on the door, hasn't quite been able to put together a podium run yet, but is certainly quick enough. It's now just a case of putting all those pieces together on the fastest track in the country in conditions that, I've got to say, drivers hate, because it's not raining anymore, but the track is very, very greasy. And that means that even though everyone is on these brand new wet Vega tyres, that getting the gaps in the tyres to dig in the track surface is a nightmare. We'll talk to you, young man. What do you think about the conditions? How hard is it going to be to get some grip into these tyres?
Well, when you're racing, you don't really feel it, and you just drive. And if you just drive, you're fast. So I don't really listen to anything about warming the tyres up or anything, because they warm up just mentally on their own.
Okay, I mean, you don't think about it. I bet Dad thinks about it.
Constantly changing pictures.
Dad, final word. We've got to clear the grid. What do you say to a driver before an event like this?
Be in the race after 3 or 4 laps. You know, just see we've got nothing to lose here, everything to gain. You know, we're not into the championship win, so go and have some fun and watch the excitement up front and hopefully be in the race at the end of it.
Yes, indeed. Good luck to all the drivers. The grid has been cleared. We'll go back up to the commentary box. I'll get my jogging trainers on to get up to rejoin Andrew Mather after we introduce the first final of the day.
Thank you very much, Henry. Welcome to the first final of the weekend, wherever you're watching from, around the country, around the world. It's Micromax, race number 10 of the day, their penultimate final of the season. Dean Singh Pahal, second in the championship, has pole position. Dimi Uzanov won the final here in the club round a couple of weeks ago. Can he get another PFI victory from second place on the grid? Benediktas Masiokas, a nice steady race would do him good here, just to keep the points ticking over for the championship leader. Otto Amy, strongest qualifying performance of the year through the heats. He starts on row number 2. Ralph Martin and Charlie Page can do things from the 3rd row. Alfie Garrett won the GP plate here in the dry conditions, is joined on the 4th row of the grid by Scotland's Chloe McGill. Row 5, Sebastian Crawford, and the winner last time out at Wilton Mill, Harris Barber. That's your 5th row of the grid. Albert Farrow and Arlo Gamble go from row 6. Freddie Walker and Ted Haywood go from row 7. Oliver Woodall completes the 15-strong field here. Championship scenario. Big thanks to Ian Rogers, Yaz Manchester and the whole Motorsport Timing team. Masiokas 560 on the board. Singh Pahal 550. Barber 522. Garrett 521. Page 516. When we get to the end of this race, drivers who have been in every single round so far this season will have a full complement of championship scores. When we get to the end of tomorrow, it's the best 10 from 12 scores. So the worst 2 get dropped. Drivers today will be looking to try and make sure that they've got that comfort of the drops for tomorrow if they need them. Try and get as big a score on the board as they can after 10 championship point scoring opportunities. Are we ready to go for the final? Yes, we are. Lights are out. 12 minutes plus 1 lap in damp conditions here at PF International. It's a good start for Dean Singh Pahal. It's a good start as well for championship leader Benediktas Masiokas. And there's a few spinners in the background. I think the parallel was one of them. Ralph Martin off the road. Oliver Woodall was involved there. Henry spins under the bridge.
I think it was just one driver that was tipped into a spin, and then everyone behind them sort of stood on the anchors, and they just rotated in avoidance. And then, we just spoke to Ralph Martin's dad. He said, be in the race after 2 or 3 laps. Well, he is still in the race, but he's a long way back. In fact, his car is beached on the grass. Terrible luck for Ralph Martin. Chloe McGill, Charlie Page, Sebastian Crawford and Harris Barber battling through hairpin number 2.
Got to say, it's been a good... Suzanov's got through into second place. I was about to say Master... it's off goes Singh Pahal! Did Singh Pahal spins to the Fullerton Essers, gets back on the circuit. Is that a turning point in today's round? Is that a critical moment in this year's British Championship for the youngest drivers in the paddock? As round goes Barber. Barber pitched round there on the approach to the Mike Wilson complex. Quite simply 3 carts into one piece of Lincolnshire, did not go there. End of lap number 1 then. Dimi Uzanov is your race leader. Benediktas Masiokas in second. Alfie Garrett up 4 to 3rd. Chloe McGill 4th. Charlie Page 5th. Albert Farrow, Freddie Walker, Sebastian Crawford, Dean Singh Pahal and Oliver Woodall all in the top 10.
We said on the grid, the brand new wet tyres, it will take time for them to soften a little bit and then dig in. And there goes
Farrow,
the number 42 of Albert Farrow. Now, Pahal has had his mistake early. There's no guarantee that Benedictus Masiokas will not suffer the same sort of fate, one tiny misjudgment. So I think the first lap we saw as many incidents we did because the drivers just didn't account for the fact that the tyres, even though they're brand new wets, they wouldn't offer the grip on a cool track, a damp track, a greasy track, you know, that they were hoping for. Pahal is currently 9th. I think make that 8th. Now, Masiokas 2nd. Dimitar Uzanov is leading by 0.8 of a second. We've been talking about this young driver in kart number 62 and how close he has come to taking the win, and yet he's always fallen just a little bit short. Is this the moment? A long way to go. 9 minutes on an incredibly treacherous, slippery, greasy, horrible PFI circuit. You can see, look how hard he's steering, and still the tyres refuse to dig.
This is where experience from earlier in the season is going to really, really come into play. I'm thinking back to Larkhall. I'm thinking back to that really wet weekend that we had in Scotland that tested a lot of our Micromax UK drivers. Oh, out on the curb goes Uzanov there, but good kart control. Got back on circuit. Benedictus Masiokas now knows this is a big opportunity now. Title rival Dean Singh Bahal is coming back through the field, but in terms of road position, Dean is behind Benedictus at the moment. Bit wide there from Uzanov out of the Fullerton S's. Masiokas is getting back into the kind of stride that we saw from the SFR Motorsport pilot earlier on in the season when he took that O-plate right at the start of the year in the spring at this very venue, when he took those wins in the colder conditions at Warden Law and Larkhall as well. Don't forget, it was Masiokas who took maximum points in the wet conditions up in Scotland for round 3 of this championship. Masiokas likes these kind of conditions.
It's
Looks like we've got a 5-second penalty.
To worse for Dean Singh Pahal. A 5-second penalty to add to his woes already. We have got people watching from all over the world. We've got people watching from Cyprus, from Australia, from New Zealand. We've got one person, Kerry Probert, watching from Tesco's car park. But she's watching Alfie Garrett. She's with us, and she's watching Alfie Garrett, currently P3 for Garrett. That penalty for Pahal will drop him from 5th on the road. Well, it only cost him 3 places. The good news, if you can think about it this way, is that wet racing spreads the field out a lot more than the dry. So you can see no one around. So Pahal potentially could get away with not losing a single position. As we look at Chloe McGill chasing Alfie Garrett.
Yeah, it's a good chance for both of these drivers to add to their tallies of successes so far this season. Alfie Garrett has had 1 podium so far this year. That was back at Larkhall. That was 2nd place. Chloe McGill is yet to have a podium in a final. Chloe McGill has drawn alongside here, side by side towards turn 1, and the Scottish driver goes through. Chloe McGill, but gets a bit wide off of the curb, hit the painted curb there, and that allows Garrett back underneath. Singh Pahal still looking good there, 5th place on the road right now, but remember, with that plus 5-second penalty for the driver of the RC number 23, Dean needs to get through and then get 5.01 seconds or more up the road to get another podium here today. Chloe McGill with the wet visor on there as well. That's a good bit of team choice to put the orange tinted visor on for this race. Alfie Garrett, though, starting to get back into a rhythm like we saw earlier in the season as Dean Singh Pahal goes down the inside. Good switchback there from Chloe McGill. Retakes 4th place. There may be a double switchback here if Dean Singh Pahal can draw alongside these two drivers who know each other very well. Good racing once again here at Micromax on the road. Dean Singh Pahal up to P4.
Yeah, Dean, on the painted curbs, Dean needs to clear these two drivers because the more he battles with them, the closer everyone behind him will get. At the moment, Page is 6th. 7th for Barber, 8th Crawford, 9th Farrow, 10th Woodall. Otto Amy has slipped from 4th to 11th as artwork, and the artwork comes back to this 3-kart battle. Masiokas second, Garrett, McGill, Pahal. This is 3rd, 4th and 5th on the road. Dimitar Uzanov, Garrett, and Pahal saves it. He gives McGill a little sort of pod-to-pod tap as he understeered onto the banking, and McGill will, I'm sure, return the favour. We haven't had our wet weather visor cameraman challenge. Let's see the whites of their eyes. We've got our Alpha Live camera crew all the way around the circuit. Chloe McGill, now watch. She looks to the inside. She almost takes her eyes off Dian Pahal as she looks for her turn-in point. That is remarkable, and she just, gets a bit of the moisture off her visor. Through up the curb she goes, through the Fullerton S's, still being aggressive, using a lot of curb, but they're not on the exit. Here is Charlie Page and Harris Barber getting a little bit squirrely coming out of the Fullerton S's. Remarkable, moving their bodies around in the kart. They learn this at such a young age, and it's working well for Harris Barber. He transfers his weight over to the right-hand side of his kart. That weighs a bit more, digs in, he gets to turn the wagon, and here goes Pahal passing Garrett.
Good stuff there from Dean Singh Pahal. Now the next phase of this race begins. Bit of clear road up ahead of the number 23 that Dean can hopefully run into to negate this 5-second penalty. Just been having a look at championship scores and what this is all doing. I don't think championship is being decided today. It's a better scenario now for Benedictus Masiokas, but when drop scores start coming into play tomorrow, remember it's another full, complete round tomorrow here at PFI. Dean Singh Pahal still has 4ths and 5ths and 7ths, and at the moment, it would be another score in and around with the 5-second penalty that could end up as a drop. Dean Singh Pahal could still go and win a good amount of the races tomorrow and steal the championship if Masiokas doesn't have a positive day. So this is one at the moment that will go to Sunday. Alfie Garrett there in 3rd place once the penalties have been applied. It's just got to really stay on the rear bumper at the moment of Dean Singh Pahal. Starting to edge away from Chloe McGill, but this is another step forward for Chloe. We talked about it at Wilton Mill 3 weeks ago, Henry. Had the heat victory, and the wonder is could it be another good result in the final? Didn't quite happen that way, but it was still a PB.
Yes, it
Chloe
was.
at the moment is again getting another personal best in a final. If she can finish any higher than 7th, it will be a PB. And right now, 5th place on the road, net 4th with penalties.
So 90 seconds and some change, plus a lap to go. Chloe McGill is Dean Pahal's best friend at the moment. Why is that? It's because if she starts battling with Garrett, that will slow them down. It will give Pahal a bit more of an edge to try and pull a gap. I don't think he's going to get 5 seconds, but you never, ever know. Right. I'm going to leave you to it, Andrew. I'm going to go down, and I'm going to take Corey with me, down to do the post-race interviews. I shall see you for the next race.
So, just over 60 seconds on the clock then. Gotta say, Dimi Uzanov, just looking out the commentary box window, is doing an absolutely magnificent job here. Has been knocking on the doors. Not got the race won yet, of course. There's still a good couple of laps of this one to go, and the conditions are tricky out there. But Uzanov has just set a new fastest lap of this final so far, 1 minute 23.22. We'll be moving up to 5th place in the championship standings as things are right now. Another purple lap goes in from the race leader, 1 minute 22.87 of a second, and Garrett's looking a little bit shaky. Barber in the background there as well. Harris Barber, big Middlesbrough Football Club fan. They had a pretty good result last night. Can Harris Barber, like he did at Wilton Mill 3 weeks ago, have a really strong finish to this race and look to get another big haul of points in the battle for 3rd place in the championship with the driver who's currently holding that spot, Alfie Garrett. Here's your race leader. 5 seconds remaining on the clock, so time will expire on this tour of the circuit. Then it will be final lap time. At the moment, the lead is 3.36 seconds. This is a brilliant feeling for a driver in the lead of a race. It's been knocking on the door for this kind of race for a good couple of months now. You can see that Timmy is still pushing it. I like that set of tactics. I like that approach from Uzanov in the latter stages of this race. Don't lose focus. Don't lose speed. Don't let off at this stage, because Uzanov is comfortable right now. What a job that Benediktas Masiokas has done today. It's not been, the strongest day. It's not been like the kind of runaway performance that we saw from Masiokas at Warden Law. It's not been the battling level of performance through to a race victory that we saw at Lark Hall. But if you're going to put a championship bid together and then keep it going, it's about these days. It's about keeping your head. It's about taking opportunities when title rivals have issues of their own. We're on the final lap now. Dimitar Uzanov heads through hairpin 1 for the last time in this 5th round final. Hairpin 2 is next. If he glances to the right-hand side, he will start to see the JPD UK team. He's nodding. He knows this is going to be a first win in his career in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, and it has been a dominant drive from Dimitar Uzanov into the Mike Wilson complex. Little bit of a wobble there with a bit of understeer, but that's okay. It's a big gap back to Benediktas Masiokas through the final couple of corners. For the first time in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, Dimi Uzanov for the JPD UK team is a final winner here at PF International. It's a big day as well for Benediktas Masiokas. Second place means he extends his championship lead to, as things stand, 12 points. Oh, Otto Amy's had a spin on the last couple of corners, but could still get home in the top 10. Dean Singh Pahal third on the road, but has a plus 5 second penalty. Alfie Garrett is back on the podium for the first time since round 3, since Lark Hall. It's another final result, personal best for Chloe McGill. Another step towards the podium. McGill will inherit 4th place once penalties have been applied. Harris Barber will stay in 6th place. 7th for Charlie Page, 8th for Sebastian Crawford, 9th for Albert Farrow, 10th for Otto Amy. Otto Amy has, of course, already today got a best championship score of the season so far with that 4th place through the heats. Oliver Woodall comes home in 11th place. Good drive there at 4 places for Woodall. Gamble, Walker, Hayward and Martin, all 15 drivers who started this race, finished this race. But first of them, for the first time ever, Dimitar Uzanov. And with that, moves up to 5th place in the championship as well. We do it all again tomorrow for the final round of the season, where we will see if that young man there, just pulling onto the weighbridge, Benediktas Masiokas, who has led this championship from the very first race, won that O-plate here at PF International back in the spring that made him the favourites for the 2025 British title. Can he close out the championship, or can it be this young driver here, Dean Singh Pahal? Not the final that Dee would have wanted today, but good points through the first couple of races, good points through the heats. Means by my calculations, the title is still on, is still open. It's going to need a big day for Dean Singh Pahal to take the title away from Benediktas Masiokas, but you never know. If you were with us 2 weeks ago at Wilton Mill for the finale of Honda Cadet, you will know we will not make any assumptions of what is going to happen on the final weekend of a season. There is a big smile, though. As we say, this result has been coming for a good few weeks. It's been about putting things together in the finals for Dimitar Uzanov. But results at the start of the season, top 6s, a difficult one at Dunk as well. No podiums before today for Dimi Uzanov, but here at PF International, straight onto the top step. Dimi goes and has a little congratulations there with Charlie Page. I think we can actually have a look. I think we've got another very close finish. There it is. Wow, look at that. That was for 14th place between Ted Hayward and Ralph Martin on the line, and Freddie Walker not too far behind, far ahead, I should say, of that one. But again, PF International delivering. There is a great scene down in Parc Fermé for Dimitar Uzanov. A first win for him as a driver, and for the JPD UK team as well, who've been doing a lot of work with this young driver. He's been doing double duty in both engine platform formulas across the course of the season. They are rewarded with a first win as a team in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Let's take a moment to look at some of the highlights then from that first final of the day in Micromax. This was back to the race start. Dean Singh Pahal from pole position, Dimi Uzanov on the outside of row number 1. It was a good start for those on the pole side of the grid. So Pahal into an early race lead. Masioka second, few spins in the background. That was the moment for Ralph Martin. Unfortunately stuck in the grass around the bowl. That was the spin for Dean Singh Pahal. How costly a moment is that going to be? Harris Barber, nothing much that Harris could have done there, but a brave drive back. Albert Farrow had a spin. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Dean Singh Pahal started to come back through the field. That was a close moment for Dimi. That's a moment that maybe a couple of weeks ago, a few months ago, would have ended in some form of spin or worse for Dimi Uzanov, but good kart control. Great overtaking from Harris Barber as well. Dean Singh Pahal had the plus 5 second penalty, tried to get back up the order as much as they could, but for Uzanov, a race win. Back-to-back race wins now, of course, at PF International, with another chance to do so tomorrow. This was the spin for Otto Amy late on. Dean Singh Pahal over the line third, but as I say, that 5 second penalty, 11 seconds behind the race leader, will drop the number 23 behind Garrett, behind McGill. But still, 5th place could be a really important set of points, as there was a spin there as well for Freddie Walker late on. That was your finish as well between Hayward and Martin. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Henry Burdett.
Look at this smile. This is the smile of the newest race winner in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Dimitar Uzanov, it's been a long time coming, but you've finally done it. Well done.
Thank you. I'm so happy I've actually won one of the rounds. Yeah, I'm so happy.
But you did it in the toughest of conditions. Talk a little bit about it. From the outside of row number 1, how hard was it just to keep your concentration, maintain your speed without overdriving?
So when the race started, I squeezed Benedictus to the inside, and then I went, and Dean spun out on the, I don't know what it's called, that hairpin thing, yeah, and I was in the lead. And then when I looked behind, I saw I was gapping Benedictus, and I won it.
Excellent. Now, you're the only driver on a CKR chassis. You're the only driver for the Jason Dredge JPD UK team. How much more special does that make it, knowing that you are in a team of 1?
Really good. I just love being a team of 1. It's just really nice.
Now, who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Aurum Racing Engines, Jason Dredge, my dad, my mum, my doggy Darko, my brother, and all the people who are supporting me, especially Mike.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. There we go. First winner of the day. It's a new winner. Welcome to the top step of the podium, Dimitar Uzanov, JPD UK, and the first win as well for a CKR chassis. 3 firsts, 1 race. Let's go to hear from a couple of our sponsors.
So, time for the Repercharge in Junior Rotax. We've got 10 drivers fighting for the final 6 spots on the grid for the final later on this afternoon. Alfie McBain has pole position for this one. Benjamin Baker alongside on the front row. Joshua Smith and Jack Beasley, they go from row number 2. Samir Paul and Pierce Wade are holding the last of the promotion spots at the moment. They're on row 3, trying to break into that top 6. John Buchan and Oliver White, they go from row number 4, and then Nathaniel Gray will take this one from row 5. And Isaac Barker, I think, is out there. It's at least got through on timing, unless something strange is happening. I'm just trying to catch a sight of the DHR machine at the back of the field. Hopefully, yeah, I think I can see with my eyes. 250. First time we've seen Isaac Barker in race action. In fact, any kind of competitive action, because Isaac didn't run in qualifying earlier on today. What a bit of a story that would be if Isaac was able to get through into the top 6. This is different but also familiar. We've not had a Repercharge in Junior Rotax for a while. There used to be a regular occurrence last year, but then the single event format for the 2025 season has been normally done super heats on the Sunday morning. But because this is a double header, we've gone back to the previous format of a Repercharge to determine the full 34 driver grid. Into the tram lines, it's 10 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's underway here at PF International for the Repercharge. Good start for Alfie McBain, takes the early lead. Joshua Smith straight up to P2. Jack Beasley, a little bit wide there, out onto the curb, but gets back onto circuit. Are they all going to make it through the bowl? Looking good at the moment. McBain trying to break away. There's the 234 on your screens. That's Benjamin Baker in the first of the DHRs. I can see a scenario that's going to get us in a moment here. Henry, as you rejoin me in the box.
Go on then.
2 DHR drivers, 2 in the of typical colours of DHR, and both of them in white lids.
Excellent. A commentator's worst nightmare. How about 3 wide into hairpin number 2? One of the Craft Motorsport karts is a great crossover. The 2.93 of John Buchan, and coming back at him is Samir Paul in the 2.13. Now, refresh my aged memory. 6 go through.
6 go through.
Ooh. 6 go through and 4 go home. Well, not home. They just get an early bath, so to speak. Be back out again tomorrow. Isaac Barker is running in the number 250 car. Injured ribs. He's just behind this battle. You can see going through your screen now. He's going to be hoping that should he make it through this race, that it stays wet for the final. Oh, and up the track they all go, and they somehow keep it on. That's called diamonding off the corner.
There's good hope for Isaac Barker that if he can get through, that the final might be wet, because we are receiving reports of more rain incoming. Although I was having a little chat with Corey that I don't know about you, Henry, but I think this is one of the hardest circuits in the country to predict what the weather is going to do.
Yes.
No, I am yet to find an app that tells me reliably what is going to happen in the next 20 minutes, as we've got a change for the lead. Benjamin Baker goes through past Alfie McBain. McBain trying to fight back there off of hairpin number 2. Good scrap going on for 3rd place as well between Joshua Smith and Samir Paul. It'd be great to see Samir Paul, privateer effort in 2.13, making it through to a final. Oh, McBain having a bit of an issue there. Through goes Smith and through goes Paul. Frustrating moment for the Hunter Motorsport 215.
It just goes to show how competitive this class is. 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago?
3 weeks ago,
3 weeks ago, Wilton Mill, Joshua Smith, top 10 contender. Here he is, Repercharge. Through, just mixed conditions, getting qualifying wrong. Any one of a number of reasons. The George Whitbread Racing team with 2 drivers, Finley Jones and maybe more. So
yeah, 2 drivers.
2 drivers, Finley Jones and Joshua Smith. Although Smith, as you would expect, being one of the more experienced drivers in this race, is in 2nd position. Now, Samir Paul, this is pressure for Samir Paul. He is privateer. Looking at the championship standings, he's well down the order. Hasn't, had a litany of great results this year. Learning season for Samir. And he's just now got to keep his cool, as he almost goes 3 wide straight out of the second hairpin. And I do believe that our race director is now Mr. Corey Chapman, directing the coverage here for Alpha Live. James Fitzhugh should retire instantly.
No, you're absolutely right with as there's a change there. John Buchan down the inside of teammate Nathaniel Gray and through into 5th place. Good move by Buchan. That 6th place. You do want to be there, of course. You're at the end of the race, but it's a vulnerable position to be in with 6 minutes to go of a Repercharge. So Buchan, upper road position towards a bit of safety. But no, you mentioned Samir Paul. Yeah, looking at the results so far this season, has made 1 final so far this season. That was back at Lark Hall.
Who was that going off up the banking behind the leaders? It looked like it was a Hunter Motorsports car. Oliver White, possibly.
Yeah.
No. Oliver is.
Alfie McBain's there. Yeah, it might have been Oliver White.
Yeah.
Or Nathaniel Gray's had a bit of a slow first sector. Oh, bit close there between Smith and McBain. That allows Samir Paul up to 3rd. Differing lines. Oh, lovely stuff from Samir Paul there. Double potential overtake to the losing position. Just stayed out wide. Got on the power nicely off of hairpin 2 and retakes 3rd place. Isaac Barker on the scene. There he is in the 250. Hasn't raced so far today. Didn't do qualifying either. Right now, Isaac Barker is going through into the final.
Yes.
Good back and forth there
and
with Buchan and McBain.
That answers Motorsport Magpie's question on the live chat. Could Isaac Barker make it through after missing the 2 heats? Yes, if he finishes the top 6. It's not an accumulation of points. It's simply the first 6 across the line, subject, of course, to post-race penalties. And Samir Paul now having to... Now he doesn't need to defend. Oh, I was going to say he doesn't need to defend. And Josh Smith didn't really need to attack either. 2nd and 3rd place in the Repercharge, safely into the main event. Samir Paul drops out of the top 6, and, well, Josh Smith currently 2nd on the road. Bomber Smith, and again, it was Paul didn't need to defend. He could afford to lose a position. Smith didn't really need to attack. And you saw the outcome. And look at Isaac Barker. Now, watch the number 250 Kart. He injured his ribs yesterday. And he is doing his best. Well, I say he's doing his best to stay off the curbs. No, he's not. He's wincing his way around the track. As Smith now is passed by the 293 of John Buchan. It means that Nathaniel Gray is now in 6th position. Oliver White is 7th. Now, I'm not trying to preempt any decisions about what happened on the circuit, but you saw the incident between Samir Paul and Joshua Smith. And off goes Nathaniel Gray. Smith needs to, I would say, needs to finish 5 seconds in front of 7th place, just to be sure.
2:37 under investigation.
Yes,
that's the latest official news that we have at this stage. 2 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. Benjamin Baker leads from John Buchan and Isaac Barker. This is your fight for 2nd place. Just going through hairpin number 2 now. If you're with us on the track, oh, good hold, Isaac. Good hold. I think just got caught out there by John Buchan's braking point. Nearly went round, but didn't. And continues in this race. It's an almighty scrap going on between McBain, White and Gray, which could be for 2 out of the 2 of these drivers going through into the main event. Teammates here, of course, the 100 Motorsport crew. You can see the setup that's been put on Alfie McBain's 215 there.
Oh, he's got a puncture.
Side wheel.
He's got a left
That's
front
why
puncture.
the rear side wheel is popping up then. That's not set up at all. Good spot, Henry.
And this could open the door for Oliver White and Pierce Wade. Wade, who qualified so well, has probably, well, he's never had to deal with conditions like this. British rain, British wet weather driving. And Wade, there he is in the global karting number 296. He's up to 8th on the road. He is within 5 seconds of Joshua Smith, potentially, if there is, well, there is an investigation going on, so we can say that that would be what it's for. Now, the question is, can the left front tyre on the number 215 kart of Alfie Bain hang on for another minute plus a lap?
I've got to say, Alfie, he's pointing down at the front left. He's aware of the issue. Alfie's doing an incredible job here. Yep. We saw Sukhmani Kira do this in
Three Sisters
last year.
Oh, he's been passed.
But no, that tyre is being really, really punished now. He's going to keep going, and you may as well.
Why
you
not?
may as well.
What have you got to lose at this
if you
point?
can finish top 6 on the road, it doesn't matter whether you've got 4 inflated tyres or 3. If Lewis Hamilton can win the Grand Prix on 3 tyres, I'm sure Alfie McBain can get through a Repercharge in the same manner.
The good news for Alfie McBain is it's only flat on the bottom.
Of course.
Yes. It's
See, this is the technical analysis that you tune in for.
20 years of commentary, I know what punctures look like. They only have a flat on one side. So 3 sides of the tyre are perfectly well round.
5 seconds of this one to go. So as things stand, Baker, Buchan, Barker, Smith, Gray and White will be going through on the road. Say there's another one. All it takes is 1 or 2 drivers to get +5 front fairings. Can happen sometimes in these conditions. Alfie McBain will keep ploughing on. Really impressed with this drive though from Isaac Barker. Not an easy circuit at all to just throw yourself back. I mean, I know a lot of the drivers know this place very, very well. But you do have to build yourself up for racing here.
Well, of course, I'm not sure, did Isaac Barker do warm-up this morning?
Didn't do qualifying.
So
I'll have a look.
This could be the first, would it be the first time all day that he's been on track, which would make this extreme, well, it's impressive anyway, just to sort of, sit down, plug yourself in, focus yourself.
He did do warm-up this morning.
He did do
but
slowly.
Not particularly quickly.
Which tells me that the injury occurred yesterday. Pierce Wade passes Oliver White. So Wade into the top 6 on the road. That will, give him an extra bit of safety net. Should anything happen with Josh Smith. Although, here comes Oliver White back at him. No, and Samir Paul and Jack Beasley are not too far off this scrap as well. It is the final lap, so I don't think Paul and Beasley will catch him. But Pierce Wade, Canadian driver, travelled all. He's one of 3 Canadians racing here, along with Christian Sanguinetti and Rayan Gandor, through the Fullerton S's, and he's going to finish well. Oliver White is definitely going to finish within 5 seconds of Joshua Smith, but out of the final corner, your winner, number 234, Benjamin Baker, John Buchan, Isaac Barker, and here comes Pierce Wade to take P6 on the road. Oliver White now has a nervous wait to see what happens. And Andrew, what we will do, if that's okay, and I'm sure it's okay with James, is that our results, when they come up on the screen, will be read out by Corey Chapman.
Absolutely. So we'll just get Corey onto the headset. Corey, read us through our Repercharge.
So our top spot is Benjamin Baker. Then in P2 is John Buchan. 3rd place is Isaac Barker. 4th place is Nathan Gray. 5th is Smith. Then 6th is Wade. 7th is White. 8th Paul. And 9th Jack Beasley. And then our final spot, Alfie McBain.
Fantastic stuff. So a good Repercharge there. We will see the top 6 from that race later on today. The final for Junior Rotax will be our final race of the day at 4:40 could well be the first race of the weekend where we see a British champion mathematically crowned. So good stuff there from the Repercharge drivers. It will be Minimax up next. So do stick with us here on your Alpha Live broadcast. Drivers heading into Parc Fermé, of course, just checking over their minimum weights. Do think we've got a bit of drama just here in my ear about one driver in Minimax, but we'll get onto that in a bit, just to bring the junior Rotax drivers in that Repercharge into Parc Fermé. A number of them will have their machinery go into technical scrutineering, just to check over that everything is a-okay, and we'll bring you the confirmed results as and when we receive it. So yes, Minimax 950 up next. Just hearing in my ear, I think we will have 26 drivers on the grid for this one. I'm hearing that the 137 of Sebastian Behrman may have missed the gate here. So if that is true, then that means we'll not see Sebastian Behrman due to start this race from 13th place. The track at the moment, just looking at it, I mean, it's still very damp. Looking at the first couple of karts, it looks like wet tyres is the order of the day, but it's getting at that stage of, if you're a little bit further down the road, do you throw a slick tyre on as a risk for this final? In case it doesn't rain again, it would be a brave decision to do that, because again, if you've not been to PF International, we almost sit in a bit of a bowl here. It's a brilliant amphitheatre of karting. It means the wind can whip through very easily, but you can't sometimes almost be shrouded from the weather creeping up upon you. That's definitely the case earlier on this morning. But there you can see the drivers for the Minimax 950 final starting to congregate out on the circuit. Always love the scene here at PFI ahead of a big final. There on the right-hand side of your screen is Emerson McKenzie-Wren. On pole position, we have Riley Moreau on the left-hand side of your screen. Let's head down once again, though, to Henry Burdett, who's on the grid.
Well, here we are at the back of the Minimax grid, 27 drivers. I think it's not outrageous to say that most of the field in these conditions have a legitimate shot at winning. Wet tyres are the order of the day. Noah Hammond and Maximilian Abrahart. Maximilian, this is not where we're used to seeing you. You've got to do a proper top gear from the rear, young man.
Yeah, it hasn't been the day for us today. Hopefully we can make our way forward to a higher position in this final.
Starting at the back, do you think that the wet weather is going to help you move forward quicker, or is it going to be a bit trickier?
It depends. You can always do well in one point in the day in one condition and bad in another point in the day. I think we had our bad point in the day in Heat 1 in the wet, so hopefully now we can actually move forward in this wet condition.
Okay, good luck. Starting alongside Maximilian at the back is Noah Hammond, one of the two brothers. Now, you'll notice a very key difference. Same livery, only Noah has red stripes with his yellow and black, and his brother Aidan has white stripes. Why is that? Well, because Noah is an Arsenal fan, and they play in red, and his brother Aidan is a Tottenham fan, and they play in white. Let's move forward as we go up the grid. There's Nelson Taylor, almost on the podium last time out. Different kettle of fish today for the Thule Motorsport team. James Devereaux moving further up. Christian Sanguinetti. So, Canada. Well, Canada have just put one driver into the final. Christian, this is the end of your first season racing in the UK. How have you found it, and how are you going to cope with these conditions?
Yeah, it's been a great present from my dad. Definitely way more competitive here than in Canada. And hopefully I can do good in the wet conditions.
because they call Canada the Great White North. Thank you, Christian. That means it snows a lot, but also it can rain a little bit. Dax Farah starting out of position as well. The only energy chassis on the grid is George Quinlan, driving for Jax Motorsport. George had a really, really good run in heat number 1 before it all came undone. And you know, if there's going to be one driver grinning like a Cheshire cat at the end of this one, it's going to be Maria Roberto with her Alice in Wonderland crash helmet. Maria, very quick word. How are you feeling?
Good. I think I can do well in these conditions.
Excellent. Now, the last time we saw you was at Le Mans for the International Trophy. Missed a little bit, missed the last round, but you're back. What are you hoping to achieve at the end of the year?
Just getting some good results in the next few races I'm doing.
Excellent. Well done. Good luck to Maria. Now, we will head our way up towards the front of the field. There's Mr. Walker and Mr. Farrow, Arthur Farrow. Max Jolly, the O-plate. So, the start of the season, Max, you were winning the British Open title at this place. It's not gone as well today, has it?
No, it hasn't gone that well.
Well, what are you hoping to achieve? You've got a nice goal watch there on your gloves. The goal, just wait till other people fall off?
I'm just going to try and get the overtakes done as easy as I can. Try and get top 5.
No problems at all. Last minute tyre pressures. We are getting removed from the grid. Up at the front is where all the action is going to take place. But I think that a couple of these drivers down the back are going to make their way to the front and be part of what could be the highlight of the day.
Thank you very much, Henry. Great scenes down there. Great thoughts from the drivers ahead of this 5th final of the year for Minimax 950. Here's your grid then for the final here at PF International today. Riley Morrow starts on pole position. Emerson McAndrew, championship leader, starts on the outside of that front row. Alfie Mayer and Ryan White starts on row 2. It's the top 4 in the championship on those first 4 grid positions. Austin Oman and Josh Cormack, they start on row number 3. On row 4, Tom Reed and Lucian Smith.
Row 5, we've got James Wood and Kirk and Art Cleary and Leo Livens. Row 6. Row 7 is Bearman and 8 is Aidan Hammond. And Alfie Ward and Max Jolly.
Row number 9, Harry Radcliffe and Arthur Farrow, Jensen Walker and Maria Roberto complete the top 20. George Quinlan and Christian Sanguinetti go from row 11. Dax Farah and James Devereaux on row 12. Nelson Taylor's had a tough day so far. Starts alongside Noah Hammond on row 13. Maximilian Aberhart starts P27, and who is out there? It's one of the Coles. It's James Devereaux, who will not make the start of this race, unfortunately. That's a real shame. As mentioned earlier, Sebastian Behrman does not take the start of this race. We understand here in the box that the 137 kart did not pass through the pre-grid entry gate before the allocated time. That means that he cannot start this race, not from pit lane, not at all. So we are down to 25 as we are lights out. We're racing in Minimax. Very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Oh, but off the road. Nearly everybody having a bit of a moment there. There's one spinner in the background.
Only
it's
one
of the
spinner.
SFRs. I think it was Alfie Mayer got on the grass, but Riley Morrow, who had a good start, suddenly just lost front end grip, had to, I think, tap on the brakes just to keep himself under control, and it's had a bit of a concertina effect back through the rest of the order. Morrow still leads. Macandrew Uren has held on to second place. Austin Oman's had a good start from the 3rd row of the grid up to P3. Tom Reed's trying to hook down the inside and on the curb. Really, really slimy, slidey conditions out there, Henry. it can be. I often think that these conditions are actually harder.
Oh, they're worse than
pure
full
wet.
wet. Oh, absolutely. These are horrible conditions. Exactly the same problem that we had at the first lap of the Micromax race. Drivers expecting there to be grip because their wet tyres are brand new, and there wasn't. We have a new leader, Emerson McAndrew-Uren. As looking back, there are lots of different lines from the tail enders going into the Mike Wilson complex. Somehow they managed to get through under the watchful eye of family members, friends. Alfie Garrett there watching on after his final, as McAndrew-Uren leads the end of lap number 1 from Murrow, from Josh Cormack, from Austin Oman, from Alfie Mayer, from Tom Reed, who's just passed Ryan White. Then it's James Roots. We haven't said this much this year. The Roots is on fire. Up into P8.
Good work there off the grid. Early progress as well for Alfie Ward, up 5. Max Jolly up 5 as well. So they're 10th and 11th respectively. Nelson Taylor said in the rundown of the grid. Oh, as Austin Oman's had a spin at hairpin 1. Now he's just recovering. He's okay. I just saw that out of the corner of my eyes, and as we cut the camera to it, that Austin Oman had a spin, so will fall down from 4th place. That just shows you how tricky these conditions are. One of the top runners in this category having that problem. 9 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. Just looking at some of the maths and how this is working out in terms of championship. So obviously at the moment, this will be very good for Emerson McAndrew-Uren.
Is this our first official bit of mathematics today?
Mathematics
yes.
for today.
The
title would still roll on to tomorrow. Just as it happens that both Emerson and Riley have very similar dropped score scenarios. They both have a score in play at the moment of 30th something. And ironically, it's in the same race. It's the first final of the year back at Warden Law. Emerson 31st, Riley 33rd. So that, in a way, that gap of 17 points is, give or take, it's pretty
respectable. It's not good news for Alfie Mayer, who of course hasn't got that very low score to drop. Now, Cormac in the number 9 cart. To the inside. Oh, he could hardly fit a cigarette paper between the two of them there as he slid at the inside. The two SPR teammates going side by side again. Great to look at. Unfortunately, lads, the guy you're trying to catch is now pulling away into the distance. Emerson McAndrew-Uren runs a bit wide coming out of the Fullerton S's, but extends his advantage now to 1.3 seconds, as there is a good move from the number 177 of Leo Livings, although Lucian Smith is able to use the different angle, getting the cart straightened up quicker to retake the position. They both get passed by Alfie Ward. Great move there from the number 183, and Max Jolly, the O-plate, trying to get involved as well.
Great reading, great anticipation there from Alfie Ward to make that double overtake off of the Mike Wilson complex. I think the other not great piece of news for Murrow, for Cormac, is when we've been talking about Emerson McAndrew-Uren being the winning machine. It's been the finals. At the moment, that, you know, if he was to win this, it would be his 4th British Kart Championships final victory in a row.
And this would be round 5 of the championship.
And this would be round 5 of the championship. The only one that he hasn't really had a chance to win was that first final of the year back at Warden Law. Meanwhile, White, Roots, this is over 7th place into hairpin number 2. Alfie Ward's just done one double overtake. Can he do another one here between another squabbling duo? Through goes James Roots on that Global Karting dark grey and bright yellow machine. But again, Ryan White, in terms of his quest to get one of the big seeded plates, the big national rankings at the end of the year, still looking pretty good at the moment, 4th place in the points.
And there goes White to the inside, and gets a bit of a... Well, that was Alfie Ward, just with so much more corner exit speed than White, that a little bit of the C word was inevitable. Penalties on the digiboard. Number 114, Noah Hammond, gets a 5-second penalty. Warning flags for several other drivers. A big hello to Kathy Watson Can I say hello to John and Shay Watson? Love Kathy. Of course I can say hello to John and Shay Watson here working for Motorsport UK. Kathy, hope you're well. Down towards hairpin number 1. Spoke about it earlier that with the number of drivers in Minimax that have already secured a ticket to the Grand Finals, whilst the title, the Wera Tours British karting title, is between Emerson McAndrew, Alfie Mayer and Riley Murrow, the destination of the tickets, I believe, and this is unofficial, is between Ryan White and Tom Reed.
At the moment, Tom Reed having a good final up to P4. Alfie Ward continuing on his charge up to P7 now and has got a couple of seconds, 1.5 seconds to find to catch up to Austin Owen. Battle there between Lucian Smith and James Roots. Lucian Smith in the white helmet there, the KR Sport driver, 1:44 through and into the top 10. 5 minutes of this final to go then. Emerson McAndrew continues to lead this race by nearly 1.5 seconds from the Sam Pollitt Racing duo of Riley Murrow and Josh Cormack.
And under investigation, number 177, Leo Livings. Now, I do have to just say a big hello to Damon Pritchard Williams, who is here. Teddy Pritchard Williams' dad. Of course, Super Ted is doing some driver coaching for the SPR team, I believe. He said he saw me running, because of course I'm now running back and forth to the pit lane. He said it was like a gazelle. I said I was like a gazelle carrying 3 other gazelles. But there we go. Good to see Teddy, Damon and his good lady wife here supporting karting, even though Teddy is sort of taking a back seat to driving now and is focused more on driver coaching. As we look at Ward in P7, White P8. Here is the white stripes on Aidan Hammond's kart. Being a Spurs fan, how Mr. and Mrs. Hammond cope, as Paul Klassen watches on our technical commissioner, how Mr. and Mrs. Hammond cope with an Arsenal fan and a Spurs fan under the same roof is anyone's guess. Here is a look at the championship standings. White leads Reed by 2 points. Like I said, that could be, I believe, the battle for the ticket to Bahrain.
3 minutes and 40 seconds of this on to go. Oh, once again, Max Jolly finds a way through past James Roots, takes position on the road up to 11th place. That's 5 places gained for the O-Plate holder now. And look, he's not finished here. Down the inside of Lucian Smith. Lovely stuff. Lovely, lovely stuff there from Max Jolly. Up now into the top 10.
It's really good to see Max back up at the sharp end. Of course, I forget how many tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of social media followers he has. But of course, he started the year so well, and then it's sort of, I don't know what happened, but he hasn't sort of kicked on. He sort of faded a little bit and hasn't challenged for the title like I thought he would. But now he's looking to end the year on a high note. Jolly is, we're in the championship, 6th or 7th?
Yes, 7th heading into today, 5 points behind Lucian Smith. I think the thing for Max Jolly we've got to remember is this is a driver who's stepped up, in comparison to Emerson McAndrew in a second year in Minimax. Max Jolly stepping up to a very, very competitive field. I know we were saying the same 2 weeks ago about the intercategory on the other side of the fence, how it's almost a Euro grid. The strength in British karting at the moment.
This is the best Minimax grid in any national championship anywhere in the world. Point in proven by the fact that 4 drivers on this grid have already got their tickets to the Grand Finals. Oliver Spencer, he has also got a ticket, but he'll represent the UAE because Oliver has now emigrated to the United Arab Emirates and is using a license from the United Arab Emirates. So 5 de facto British drivers already in Bahrain, and we haven't even got to the end of the national championship yet. That is how strong and how good this class is, and how competitive and tough you have to be to even get a sniff of a victory.
Just to come back to Max, though, very good at PF International with Straubs.
Yes.
So they know this circuit better than anybody, probably. particularly in Rotax categories.
And he shows he's trying again. He's got a warning.
And the other good results being at Karting Northeast, which is the circuit where Hunter Motorsport discovered him and trained him up. I would say maybe it's the E word. It's been the experience for Max Jolly at your Dunks, your Lark Halls, places like that. But let's see where he is next year if we go to those circuits again.
Now, before I leave you, Andrew, I'm going to tell you two things. Number one, the gap between first, second and third is closing. Number two, a dry line is emerging. That's going to make tyre choice for the next couple of races very interesting. I'm going to make my way down to Parc Fermé to interview the winner, but I don't know who that winner is going to be.
38 seconds of this race to go. We're going to have 2 more laps here. Emerson McAndrew leads it by around 3/4 of a second, but those 2 Sam Pollitt Racing Kart Republics right behind Morrow and Cormac, second and third, and Cormac has just set the fastest lap of the final so far. 1 minute 13.03 in a tight championship battle. The next 2 laps could be really, really key. These are 3 very experienced drivers. They've all been in winning positions before. Emerson McAndrew checked over his shoulder, and I'm hearing in my ear that the rain's coming back in. Now, that's not necessarily a huge problem because they're all on wet tyres out there. But if they catch one corner wrong, expecting it to be a little bit drier than it actually is, that could open things up. Time is now up. Final lap board will be out at the end of this one. Through the Fullerton S's, Riley Morrow went back to back. Battle after battle with Emerson McAndrew. Last time there was a major race here at PFI. That was Kart Masters back in the summer. Very different conditions here today. Josh Cormac still there in third, just waiting. Maybe knowing the team game to an extent here, that Morrow is the best chance for SPR to take the British title. You just saw there with the shot down the pit straight how much heavier the rain is now. We're on to the final lap. Under the bridge for the last time. Got to get the braking right. This is where it's hard. You get that change, that transition in the wet conditions. It's not really that wet at all under the bridge, of course, and then you're back into the wet stuff. But the 3 drivers here at the front of the field have dealt with that really, really well. Emerson McAndrew checks over the shoulder again, sees that he's got a good gap, moves to the inside just to get off the main racing line, transfers back across. That's a good wet line through hairpin 1. That's that corner done. Riley Morrow is gradually closing in here, but is not within striking distance of going for a move yet. How much risk does Riley Morrow take? Because he knows he is going to be second. Oh, Morrow's off! Morrow's off! Cormac spins! Both of them get going again. Emerson McAndrew still has the lead of this race. Now, what happened there was that simply, again, as we saw, anticipating corners wetter than they think they actually are. Round the final couple of turns, it's going to be win number 4 on the bounce for Emerson McAndrew in the rain here at PF International. The GP plate holder will lead the championship going into the final day of the season. The gap will be 17 points over Riley Morrow, who survives a late race scare there through the Fullerton S's. Josh Cormac, despite spinning on that last lap, comes home on the podium. It's the first podium of the season in these British Kart Championships for Josh Cormac. In fact, I think it's the first podium of the year as well for Riley Morrow. Yes, it is. So Morrow, who's been very, very strong through the heat so far this season, gets it together in a final, takes P2. There's other drivers having problems on the last lap. That's Harry Radcliffe. That looks to be down at Bobby Game Corner. But it's another win for Dan Holland Racing. It's another win for Emerson McAndrew, who potentially puts himself into a position now where he could wrap the title up tomorrow in the heats if results go his way. Either way, it's a big smile once again for the GP plate holder. That's, as I say, makes it 4 in a row now. Dunkeswell started the run. Lark Hall continued it. Great win at Wilton Mill a few weeks ago. And now Emerson McAndrew has taken the first final of the year at PF International. Going through the checks now. Over the weighbridge, all looking good there. Great double podium for Sam Pollitt Racing. They're continuing to show as a squad that the breakthrough year of 2024 was not a fluke. They are one of the powerhouses in this division now. Congratulations there between Emerson McKenzie-Wren, Riley Murrow and Josh Cormack. The two teammates have a little chat there. I think they know that they gave it a good go today at trying to beat DHR's driver. Just didn't quite have the opportunity to go in, really. And tomorrow is where the title will be decided, and you'll be able to watch every single moment, every lap of every race as we look to see who is going to win that title, who's going to succeed the likes of Albie Friend, Cole Denham, Noah Wolf, Ethan Jeff Hall at this level of Rotax racing in these British National Championships, and add their name to the Roll of Honour. Emerson McKenzie-Wren has, of course, experienced that before when he was in Micromax back in 2023. The difference, as I say, this time around he will need to race on the final day of the season. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from that final. It's a good start for those on drivers right, but then it's a very strange run there through and over the curb of turn number 2. Drivers trying to find where the grip was. That was the moment for Max Jolly, set him a bit further back in the order than he would have liked. Bright start from Leo Livings as well. A very close moment between Murrow and Cormack. The team would have had their hearts in their mouths at that point. And continuing on, Lucian Smith, Leo Livings had a good fight, but keep an eye on Alfie Ward here. Just at the point after that, he gained 2 places in the space of about 10 metres. Leo Livings fighting through, getting past James Roots. James Roots having a positive final there. One of the better runs that he's had this season in the top 10. This was on the last lap, so that was Murrow going off. In fact, all 3 of them went off. So Emerson McKenzie-Wren went off the road as well there on the latter part of the Fullerton S's. Wow! So we could, if that goes a different way, Tom Reed could have ended up as the winner of this race, but all 3 of them managed to recover and get all back together. Let's head down to Parc Fermé, though, and get the thoughts of the drivers with Henry Burnett.
There's something about wet weather, a little sprinkle of rain, the last lap PFI that makes every driver nervous. Emerson, it was going well, and then it almost wasn't, but that is 4 wins in a row. Well done.
Yeah, we've had 4 really good rounds, so good 65 points in each round. And then yeah, it started raining on the last lap. Obviously, I didn't actually make the chicane, but I don't think Riley did either. So we kind of stayed the same, and then just had to really finish it without putting it off the piste, really.
I mean, as a driver, try and tell the audience how horrible it is to drive on that kind of surface where it's greasy, it's drying out and then it's not. Is that worse than when it's full wet?
Personally, I really like when it's dry, and I think I'm pretty good in them conditions. Obviously, it didn't really help when it started raining because it was a bit more difficult, so just really happy with first.
But even though you keep racking up the victories, Riley and the others, they don't let up. The pressure on you is immense. We're chipping and chipping away at it. 1 day to go, but there's still 3 of you in with a realistic chance of the title.
Yeah, I think it's a very close championship, and it's just going to be really hard.
It is. So, who would you like to thank?
Dan Holland Racing, Time Racing Engines, Daryl, Louis, Matthew Higgins Driver Academy, my dad, my brother, my mum, and just everyone who's supporting me.
Excellent. One last word?
One love!
There we go. We're going to head out to the grid after these few short words from our sponsors.
Welcome back to PFI, getting ready for what could be a really, really tantalising race for us here in the box and watching around the world. It's Senior Rotax. Let's head down to Henry Burdett, who's on the grid.
Well, you couldn't fit a postage stamp over the top 5 drivers in the championship. Scotland have been in fine voice in the live chat, and Lewis, you're going to need a lot of support because it's not been a great day so far, has it?
No, it's not been the best of the day. You know, we've never quite got it right yet, but you know, it's never over until it's done. So there's everything's still yet to fight for, and I'm obviously trying to do the best we can here, and we've still got tomorrow to do. So I'm not too concerned. It's just about getting my head down and get on with it. Yeah, exactly. Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone in Scotland? Thank you for the sport, and hopefully I can do you proud. Well, hopefully. So the Craft Motorsport kart starts on P11. Lewis was the championship leader at the start of the day. He's not anymore. That honour now goes to the reigning junior Rotax champion, now the senior Rotax points leader, Harry Bartle. Jack West, Lewis Goff down outside the top 10. We're going to hastily make our way off the grid. Championship contender Archie Walker starting on row 4. Championship contender Ben Hingley, row 3. New championship leader Harry Bartle, row 2, along with championship contender Matthew Higgins, and of course, up at the front, championship reigning champion Macaulay Bishop. Jack Lilly, is your wild card starting on the outside of row number 1. There are still 6 drivers in with a shout of the title, and that driver there, number 1, he might be the 6th of them, but you have learnt one thing in karting, if you've watched it over the last years: you never count Macaulay Bishop out.
Thank you very much, Henry. Couldn't have put it better myself. Here we go then, race number 13 of the day. It's the first of 2 finals this weekend at PF International for Senior Rotax. Reigning champion Macaulay Bishop, trying to keep his title bid alive, starts on pole position. Jack Lilly could be the thorn in the side as, there's problems for Harrison Crowther on the pre-grid. Lilly starts second. Matthew Higgins and Harry Bartle, 2 of the championship contenders there on row 2. Jamie Pirilli and Matty Hingley, they start on row number 3. The returning Guy Cunnington has Archie Walker for company on row number 4. Jack West and Lewis Goff, they're on row 5. Former points leader. It's the first time this season we've said that for Lewis Gilbert. He starts on row 6 alongside Charlie Smith of the United States of America. Joshua Graham and Cian Geraghty could provide a surprise from row number 7. It's Pearson Bullock Carter and Kai Beach going from row number 8. Harrison Crowther hopefully will be able to get going. If he can, he'll join his former teammates Hugh Moulton on row 9. Brandon Truman's been quick so far this weekend in practice. Can he drive from the 10th row of the grid? He's got Kai Hunter for company on that one. It's Antrobus, Bennett, Jones, Kelbrick, Wooden, Walker, Cox, Russell, Ingram, Charman and Roby to complete the 31 runners in this, the round 5 final, the Senior Rotax class for this year's Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. 12 minutes plus 1 lap on the board. Harrison Crowther effectively starts this race from pit lane. Are we ready to race? Yes, we are. Away we go here at PF International. Good start for the DHRs. Bishop leads through the first corner. Lewis Goff having to take to the grass there to survive through the first couple of corners. But it's Bishop. No, it's not. Higgins takes the lead of the race. One of the SPRs is off in the background. It's William Antrobus who's got going again, will fall to the back of the grid. What a great second phase of the starts there. But there's been another change for the lead. Down towards hairpin number 1. You'll see it on your screens. That is not the blue and yellow of DHR at the front of the order. It's Jamie Pirilli for the Jax Motorsport team, who's had a mega run.
Sorry,
big
Andrew.
hit.
Big hit. That looks like, is that DeJean Bennett? No, it's a Coles racing car. I think that might be Dejon Bennett, who has gone in hard. He is getting out of his kart now. At least I think it is Dejon Bennett. Can't quite see the number on the front of that Coles racing machine. And another change up at the front. Jamie Perilli. Well, it would be unkind of anyone to say they got a favourite, but no driver, deserves a win more than another. You make your own luck. But Jamie Perilli, a win for the Jax Motorsport team and for Perilli would be well deserved considering the injury that he suffered at the start of the year. Jax Motorsport, they've had one podium, one win. It was Sebastian Behrman at Warden Law last year. They've been knocking on the door. This could be a statement event for Jax Motorsport. They've arrived at, and I'll say it and I always get in trouble, they've arrived at the top table.
They have indeed, and especially when you consider the days that this team... it's Perilli off! Perilli off back on.
There's
and
the commentator,
Higgins
Jack Marsh. I'm so sorry, Jack.
the lead. Matthew Higgins takes the lead. Look how quick Archie Walker is. Archie Walker's taking the lead of this race. Archie Walker, the dark horse. We said, keep an eye on him. He's racing relaxed. He's got no pressure. There's no big expectations for Archie Walker simply because of where he is in the points at the start of this weekend. But all of a sudden, here in the final, 9.5 minutes to go in this one, the rejuvenated, recharged, for the last waltz, Archie Walker is your race leader.
He doesn't want to finish his career tomorrow. He wants to finish his career in the first week of December in Bahrain. He's never been to the Grand Finals before. He's got 14 British Championship podiums, 3 wins, but not a British title yet.
9 minutes of this race to go then. We'll keep you updated with the live championship points when we get a moment, because this race has not let up from the start. There it is. So Bartle has an 8-point advantage over Higgins. That's going to change though, because Higgins has fallen down to 3rd place on this lap. So if I know, 6 points. 6 points the difference now between Bartle and Higgins. Gilbert a further 6 back. Walker a further 2 back. This is exactly what we hoped as neutrals in the box here, Henry, that this penultimate round, this penultimate day of the season, that it wouldn't necessarily be one of Gilbert, Bartle or Higgins to pull away, that it would be Walker or Hingley to close things up as the weekend went on, to have a 4 or 5-way battle for the final day of the season. Macaulay Bishop, by the way, is running in 4th place at the moment. We'll do the maths on it now. The other thing that we need to remember, not today, but tomorrow. It's off goes Walker.
He's gone off.
Walker's gone off, rejoins the road. Higgins has his opportunity to take the lead of the race and does so.
Walker's got mud on his tyres.
Another mistake from a race leader. The 3rd time that we've seen it in the first 5 minutes of this race. And Jamie Perilli's got his speed back now, Henry. The Welshman is under a lot of pressure, and Perilli retakes the lead.
The rain returns on slick tyres. Who wants to be the leader? Nobody seems to want it at the moment. Every time someone gets the top spot, they fall off. Just like that. Perilli now out of contention. We're down to 3 at the front. Higgins, Walker, and Macaulay Bishop. You look to the point standings. Walker would have been 14 points. There is the championship standings. Look at Archie Walker, 20 points. That is not a big margin.
Deacon Russell out.
Deacon Russell. Because 20 points, there are 20 drivers at least who could realistically win a race in senior Rotax in any conditions. Now, the marshalling team here again. Once again, we look. Deacon Russell's kart is parked in possibly the worst place possible in these conditions, because we've seen so many drivers. There is Ryan, the marshal, who was the star at Kart Masters, getting that kart out of the way so we don't have to go to a full course caution.
PF International Marshall's team deliver once again. That is why they're one of the best in the world. They had about 40 seconds to get that kart cleared. Otherwise, we probably would have had to go to some form of slow procedure. We don't see that. This race continues with Matthew Higgins in the lead of it. Bartle's really struggling in these conditions. He keeps running wide. Here comes Perilli back through, so Perilli's not out of this. Perilli back up to 4th place. Lewis Goff running there immediately behind. And Guy Cunnington, after a couple of months on the sidelines, lesser drivers would have gone, do you know what? I'll come back in 2026.
Yeah.
Not Guy Cunnington. He wants to have a chance of a race victory. Here this weekend, Bartle's gone. Championship leader spins. He keeps his engine running, but how costly is that going to be in the story of this year's Senior Rotax British Championship? Bartle, the pressure of being championship leader, has put pay to any chance of winning this race.
Look at the airtime they're getting. That spin has just cost Harry Bartle the championship lead. Matthew Higgins now leads the championship by 8 points, with Walker now within 13, 14 points. Gilbert has dropped from 1st to 4th. Let's have a quick look at where we're all running in the race. Higgins leads, Walker half a second behind him, and then Bishop. Perilli, after his spin, is up to 4th. Cunnington 5th. Kai Hunter 6th. Lewis Scott 7th. Matty Hingley with the fastest lap of the race. This race will decide whether Matty Hingley can still be a champion tomorrow. If he stays where he is, not really. Oh, no, it's Guy Cunnington's turn. If he can pick up a few more positions, he's still in with an outside charge. Hugh Moulton is 9th. Jack West is 10th. Veach, Graham, Bullock, Carter, Garrity and Ingram in top 15. Bartle is now 17th and Gilbert is only 20th.
Well, 4 1/4 minutes of this race. I'm going to try and make this point really quick, just to on the Macaulay Bishop Championship situation. So right now he is still in, he is still alive, but we know he wasn't at the first meeting of the year. Therefore, Macaulay Bishop cannot score the 20 bonus attendance points that the likes of Matthew Higgins will. Higgins with sign-on and qualifying tomorrow, that's when the 20 points kicks in. By my calculations, and I will stress that that is provisional, if things stay as they are, and don't bet on that because there's still 3 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go, if that is the case, Higgins' sign-on points, the 20 bonus points, as Lewis Golfcutt's it's his turn to go for a trip through the Fullerton S's, would end the title bid of Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay Bishop right now, the best he can hope for is 601 points. It could be the bonus points taking a change of things here. There is Matthew Higgins now. Did I see a kart ahead of Matthew Higgins there? Is that a back marker?
It's a back marker. The blue flags are waving, and it would be Charlie Cox in his strawberry racing kart. We've lost Finley Jones. We've lost Jack Lilly. From the outside of the front row of the grid, we've lost Ewan Charman, we've lost Deacon Russell and DeJourn Bennett. Now,
change for second.
Yes.
Macaulay Bishop has got through ahead of Archie Walker. That is not only important for his own, long odds of trying to win the title now, but it helps his teammate Matthew Higgins as well. It takes another couple of points away from one of Higgins' title rivals.
Question: if Macaulay Bishop wins this race and Higgins finishes second, does that keep Bishop mathematically alive?
No, he basically needs to... The way it works, he needs to be able to outscore on the road by all of his competitors by 20 points with a perfect day tomorrow.
Okay.
As things stand, so he would need Higgins to be at the end of the day. Oh, it's off the road. There goes another one. Was that Archie Walker running wide? Gets back on track. He needs Higgins to not be above 580 points at the end of the day, as Jamie Perilli has his second off, and all of them going off now.
It started raining again.
Matty Hingley.
It started raining again. I just saw Bartle running off. This kart's going off now through the first chicane. The next question we have to see is, can Bishop, he may not be champion, can he break the tie between himself and Kai Hunter for 15 wins? They both got 15 wins, the British Championship modern era. Who is going to be the first to 16? 90 seconds to go. Slick tyres. British title potentially at stake. And look at Kai Hunter. We've been talking about Bishop being the one to break Hunter's record. What about Kai Hunter keeping it out of everyone else's reach for another year?
Just over 60 seconds of this race to go. I've just come up with a way of hopefully explaining it for you folks at home.
That's chaos.
If one driver breaks the 580-point barrier today, when they take the 20 bonus points for attendance at every single round tomorrow, that will end things for Bishop. At the moment, Matthew Higgins is doing that by 7 points. But look at how tough these conditions are. This is where the Higgins blood of whizzing through Welsh forests is going to be pretty useful right now. Now there's yellow flags out through sector number 1.
And Bishop's losing ground.
Hunter through to
I
third.
I got to go down to interview the winner. But who it is, even though Higgins has got a 3-second lead, is anyone's guess.
Oh, this has been a race for the ages. What a 3 race weekends Matthew Higgins has had, and we're not even at the halfway stage of this one yet. Through has gone Hunter, Kai Hunter showing his class, his skill, his prowess, up onto the podium now. It would be a bit of a breakthrough result for Hunter this season. It seems quite strange to say that Kai Hunter hasn't been on a podium so far this season, but right now, here at PF International, here at the circuit where he won the senior Rotax title 2 autumns ago, he is on to put that wrong right. Last lap board is out. Matthew Higgins cannot win the British title today, but he could become the 3rd different points leader across the course of Saturday. It started with Lewis Gilbert in the lead before a wheel was turned. Harry Bartle took the championship lead after the heats. As things stand, if Matthew Higgins can complete this lap in 1st position, he will take the championship lead. He will take a 10-point advantage into tomorrow because Harry Bartle is not having a good final here. Lewis Gilbert is not having the best of finals either. It'd be 2 points between Bartle and Gilbert heading into tomorrow. We had waited 4 years. Oh, as off the road is one of the Strawberries. It's the 369 of Freddie Ingram. Wilton Mill saw the long losing streak for Matthew Higgins broken. 2 weeks ago, his entire karting season looked to be done. He pulled himself back together for the World Championships last week. He suffered cruel disappointment ahead of the final. He then turned to the attention of the British Kart Championships. He's not won the championship yet, but he's going to take the championship lead. Matthew Higgins makes it back-to-back victories in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships and takes the lead in the points into the final round tomorrow. What a story. What a comeback from Matthew Higgins. Archie Walker keeps his title bid alive with 2nd place here today. Kai Hunter is back, ladies and gentlemen, on the podium for the first time. The O-Plate is on a championship podium here in 2025. That is more like it. Macaulay Bishop finishes 4th by our early calculations in the box. The score for Higgins, as things stand, plus a 20-point bonus if he signs on tomorrow, competes in qualifying, etc., will take Higgins' tally beyond what Macaulay Bishop could achieve tomorrow with a perfect day, which would mean that Macaulay Bishop's time with the number 1 plate is over. But it is still, of course, they've got to go through tomorrow. They've got to race tomorrow as well to decide who's going to take that title. Higgins has a lead of 9 points. Bartle has a lead over Gilbert of 3 points. Gilbert has a lead over Walker by 2 points. And I'll just remind you that at the start of today, Higgins was 15 points back from Gilbert and is now, what is that, 12 points ahead. So in one day, we've had a 27-point swing to Matthew Higgins. we've all watched racing long enough to know that if you can have a 27-point swing to you in one day, we obviously hope it doesn't happen, of course, for any of the drivers out there, but the tides can turn against you on Sunday. Do not miss tomorrow's senior Rotax finale. It is going to be a classic. Let's have a watch of some of the highlights in that crazy final. This was the race start. It was a good one for the DHRs. Bishop had the lead from Higgins in the early stages. Higgins got the lead on the underside there. But I want to see how Jamie Perilli just got an absolute slingshot round the bowl to take the race lead. Higgins also ran wide off of the bridge. That's how Jamie Perilli took the lead of this race. This was the moment for the Dijon Bennett into the barriers, out of the race on lap number 1. We've noted Willem Antrobus was also out on lap number 1. Jamie Perilli ran wide. That gave Higgins the race lead back. Archie Walker appeared on the scene. Archie Walker, I think, is going to be a big factor tomorrow. But everybody was having their own moments here and there. This was Higgins taking the race lead back from Archie Walker. Perilli still there in second place. Perilli had good speed in the wet conditions, but lost control again. This was up through the bowl. That was one of 2 times that we saw Perilli in trouble. Trouble for the championship now. Former championship leader Harry Bartle. He span off at the Fullerton S's. Many drivers, including Guy Cunnington, Freddie Ingram, Charlie Smith as well, went for a slide coming onto the bridge. Plenty to talk about, plenty to digest and analyse overnight. But the big news is Matthew Higgins, well, it's like buses, isn't it? You wait so long for one British Championships win, you then get 2 on the spin. Higgins is now your new championship leader. Let's hear what he's got to say. Down with Henry Burdett.
Take a moment, breathe, and relax. That was an insane race. Firstly, Matt, how are you? We all saw your accent to Kristianstad. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. P1, so can't really complain.
Nothing like a win to take away any aches and pains. You're the new championship leader. Congratulations.
It's a bit day early to say that, mate.
I said leader, not champion, leader. There were 4 different championship leaders in that race, 6 different leaders. Now, try and describe what was going on, because every time someone got into the lead, they promptly went off. You were the only driver that was able to sort of keep it on the tarmac.
Yeah, I think it just shows a lot of people got to the front. I'd say they probably got a bit excited, over-pushed the limits. It's a long race, so I just had to hang in there and wait. And also everybody's on different sprockets, different pressures, so we all had our strengths at different points of the race. So, yeah, I think that was just a bit of a maturity drive where you just have to wait and be patient and hope that it comes to you, but worst case, keep it on the track.
Now, there's a certain gentleman with a KR Sports T-shirt on there that was closing in rapidly at the end. Were you wishing the time away?
Yeah, I was pretty happy to see the last lap board. I knew at the start when it was wet he was really quick, so yeah, he either had a bigger sprocket or more air in the tyre. So when it started raining and he came at me, I was, yeah, counting down the laps and hoping I got that finish line.
Now, tomorrow, the day of days, you know, how do you prepare? Any differently? How would you tell your drivers from your academy to prepare?
I mean, the drivers, I'd be saying just stay calm, keep out of trouble, get your elbows out when you have to. Thankfully, I think they've both done a pretty good job today, so they're in a pretty comfortable position. Just got to stay out of trouble. But yeah, if they're in my position, just go out there, win the race, and hope for the best.
Okay, no problems. Well, firstly, can I just say on behalf of everyone here at the British Championship, we're glad to see you here and well. Commiserations about last weekend, but a British title and maybe a Grand Finals win, that would help ease the pain, wouldn't it?
It would ease it. It would ease it, but yeah, not quite the same.
No, not at all. Congratulations, well done. Your senior Rotax final winner and new championship leader, Matthew Higgins. Just one final thing. As I was waiting, one of the dads who has got a pulse rate watch on said that during that race, his pulse went up to 168 beats per minute and he had a notification that he should see a doctor. That is how stressful it is from the sidelines, but what a show. We have got qualifying for ICA and Super Libra coming up, and then the last race of the day where we could potentially crown a British champion and watch Jacob Ashcroft make a little bit of karting history. We'll be right back.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
So, how about something just to calm the nerves after that senior Rotax final? How about a qualifying session, 20 drivers, all running karts from the 90s, 20,000 RPM plus in the wet? How's that sound? 4 minutes to go of our qualifying practice for the F100 UK Series O-Plate. So 2 classes out at once in this one, the Super Libras, the rotary-based machines, and of course the ICAs as well. Right now, overall, it's Joe Scory, fastest of anyone, 1 minute 22.53 seconds. 2 seconds is the advantage for Scory over Rob Halls, and of course it's the first time this weekend that the F100s have run on the wet tyres, if well, at least in a competitive sense, of course. They run Vegas in the dry, they run Comets in the wet conditions. So a difference in brand there. There's the number 44 of Bowen Kent. Good solid start to this qualifying practice session from Bowen. 4th overall, 2nd in the ICA category. This is the number 29 of on your screens of Nino Piccoli. So a familiar face to anyone who watched our coverage of the KZ2 Championships. And Nino, who came back to karting earlier on this year after 24 years away for a dad and lad effort of a different kind. His dad's on the tools again here this weekend. Here's your number 53 on your screens, Tyler Whelan. 2.5 minutes of this session remaining. And, well, I hope whatever sound system you've got at home, wherever you're watching from, I hope you've got it turned up good and proper. If you can make it down to the circuit tomorrow, it'd be great to have as many people here for the O-Plate tomorrow here at PF International. Doors are open. You can come on down. It is free entry as well. So it's basically, if you've got the young ones, you've got and you can come down on Sunday. I know it's a Grand Prix Sunday. I know you've got the touring cars on at Silverstone as well. I know it's another busy weekend, but come on down here to PFI to sample some of not just the Rotax action, which has really entertained us so far today, but the F100s as well. Trouble for the number 52. That's Thomas Royal, currently 19th fastest in this session. Just overtaken by Andrew Brunton in the 5 28. But these scenes of these 90s machines takes me back a little bit to 1 year and 1 week ago when we had the World Championships here, of course, and celebrated a big anniversary. The whole history of karting, but a number of older machines were out on circuit in pretty similar conditions on that particular day. But this is a little bit more than a demonstration. This is proper racing, full commitment, particularly in these conditions. It's tightening at the top of the order, 1 minute to go. Joe Scory has just done a 1 minute 19.69, holds pole position by 0.2 of a second. We need to keep an eye on Matt Parker in the number 67, just going through sector number 2 now. Has just got purple through sector number 1. There he is, although there was a spinner at hairpin number 2 that may have delayed Matt Parker. Matt Parker, another one of the runners in the Super Libre category. There's Rob Halls on your screen, 5th place at the moment for the Englishman. And 4th within class. 30 seconds to go. Over onto the bridge. Peter Dunn there in the number 16. 10 seconds of this qualifying session to go. We have got a developing story, by the way, just to bring you in Micromax, but we'll bring you that after the end of this qualifying session. There is Nino Piccoli wearing his former K suits from his KZ2 campaign earlier on this year. Checkered flag is out. Andrew Brunton is the first driver to take the line. Tyler Whedon, good improvement there, up to 3rd place for kart number 53. Piccoli goes up to 11th. Richard Plummer is inside the top 10 at the moment, but is demoted by Will Barnes, and then Aurelio Alberici in the number 62. Where is Joe Scory? Joe Scory's just gone purple through sector number 2 in kart number 71, so Joe Scory could be growing his advantage here in this qualifying session. Cliff McDonald comes over the line, goes P16 at the end there. Still waiting for our fastest drivers to come over the line. There's Peter Dunn, stays 19th. Noel Brennan's put a good lap time in as well. Checkered flag for Scory, who goes quicker. 1 minute 16.38 seconds. What a lap there from Joe Scory. Was 2 seconds clear, but Noel Brennan improves as well to a 1:16.45. Matt Parker takes pole. Matt Parker takes pole position. The track just drying, just hitting that knee point right at the end of the session. Matt Parker bangs in a 1:15.75 to take pole position for the F100 O-plate right at the end there, clear by just over 0.6 of a second. Parker from Scory, Brennan from Jiggins. That's a great response from Chris Jiggins, who had difficulty earlier on today in the practice sessions, and that's class pole as well. So it's a Super Libre 1, 2, 3. Chris Jiggins 4th overall, fastest of those in ICA. Paul Warrener and Tyler Whedon 2nd and 3rd within class. So it's 3 by 3 for the 2 classes inside the top 6. Rob Hall's 7th overall, 4th in class in Libre. Warrener and Brunton 8th and 9th, 4th and 5th in ICA. Matt Dobson completes the top 10 and the overall, and the top 5 in Libre. Alberici is 11th, 6th in class in Libre. And then running down the rest of the order, all of these, apart from the last driver in ICA, Richard Fulton the 12th, Bowen Kent 13th, Will Barnes, Richard Plummer, both in the top 15. Nino Piccoli there in P16 on your screens. Cliff McDonald, Stuart Guess, Peter Dunn, that takes us down to 19th, and then Thomas Royal unfortunately had technical problems in that session, just did the 1 lap. Henson being outside the 2 minute range. Will start 20th for the heats tomorrow. But what a job by Matt Parker right at the end. I mean, he was quick, a good number of laps through that session. But honestly, when Scory went and put that time in 2 seconds quicker at that stage than everybody else, I thought pole position was going to be here. Nearly lost it to Noel Brennan. And then Matt Parker, he must have just got across the line with a second or two to go before the checkered flag came out, and used that opportunity brilliantly to qualify on pole position by 0.6 of a second ahead of the rest of the field. Sunday is race day for the F100 UK O-Plates. Just trying to look through my time schedule for when our first race for the 90s karts is out. 11 o'clock will be heat number 1, and then we go again at 12:35 for heat number 2. We will then see their final kick us off for the last finals session of the season for the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. That will be at 3 o'clock. Do not miss a single moment of action here on your Alpha Live Karting UK and Motorsport UK TV platform of channels. So that's qualifying done for the F100s. It is not, though, the end of action for us here today at PF International. We have one more race. There is the scene down on the pre-grid under the grandstands. This is going to be the first final of the year for Junior Rotax, and the big question is, can Jacob Ashcroft get the necessary points? A nice solid run here could well make him our first British champion of the weekend, and a bit of history, as Henry alluded to earlier on. By our count, if Ashcroft can seal the title either today or tomorrow, he will hold 6 major junior Rotax titles simultaneously. Some of them, of course, in 2024, and of course some, of course, in 2025. But the reigning Rotax Grand Finals champion, the reigning Rotax International Trophy finals winner. I could go on and on and on. Literally the only thing in terms of championships that he is not secured is the British Karting Championship title. And he could well do it in this next race and finish things off a day early for himself and the Dan Holland Racing team. It's not going to be easy for him, of course. These are very, very treacherous conditions, both in terms of driving around the circuit and also making the decisions of what tyre to go on for this next final. Let's head down to the pre-grid area. Henry Burdett, what can you see?
Well, thank you, Andrew. Firstly, we have every kart successfully on the grid, but it was a real scramble. Nobody entered the dummy grid area until about 2 minutes 30 seconds before the gate closed, for the simple reason, the weather. Everybody wanted to leave it to the last possible minute because of the uncertain conditions. At the moment, the track is drying. 2 drivers are on slick tyres, Nathaniel Gray and Jared Fox-Whiteley. There may be a couple of others, but the majority are on wets. We are hearing that there is an awful lot of rain heading this way. Will it hit us before the end of the Junior Rotax Final? Well, we'll have to wait and see about that. But this is where Jacob Ashcroft could, in theory, pretty much mathematically seal the British Junior Rotax title. And if he were to do so today, then he would make a little bit of karting history. Nobody in the history of Rotax has ever held the Grand Finals Championship, the International Trophy, the Euro Trophy, the BNL Karting Series, and the British title. Jacob currently has 4 of those titles to his name. He would make it 5 out of 5 if he were to win the British Championship here this weekend. The only other driver who's come close is a certain Callum Bradshaw, who had the World Karting Championship, the Rotax grand finals, the British title and the Euro trophy, all at the same time. We're getting word that number 267 didn't make the gate. That is, I believe, the Thule Motorsport kart, and they were worried about a chain guard. They were trying to get a chain guard on right at the last minute. One of the last drivers to make it on to the grid was Jacob Ashcroft. Now, very shortly, they'll be coming out on to the start-finish line. Matteo Palazzo, what a story that would be. He's a real PFI specialist. His family nervously watching from the sidelines, as are so many families. Of course, maybe Matteo can come out a little bit. He's got his waders on. Okay, pole position, final, British Championship, home of British karting. Mixed conditions. Are you on the right tyres?
Yeah, I think so. Most of the track's still wet, but yeah, I do think we're on the right tyre for this one.
I mean, any nerves? I mean, you're experienced now, but there's got to be this level of uncertainty, hasn't there?
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen, but hopefully we get a good result today to bring positivity in tomorrow.
Okay, well, thank you, Matteo. Here they come out onto the grid for the final race of the day. We are due heavy rain in 15 minutes. The weather forecast, the radar says heavy rain at 10 to 5. It's now 4:35, so in 15 minutes' time. How does that work out? Here is one of the stars of today, Ewan House. How are you doing? How are you feeling lining up here on row number 2?
I'd say I feel good about it. I've not driven here in the wet in a long time, so we'll find out how it goes, but I think it should go good. We're quick enough and we deserve to be where we are, so.
Now, at the risk of upsetting Scotland, you know, is the fact that it can rain quite a lot north of the border. Has that helped you this weekend, you and Matteo up at the front of the grid?
Yeah, I'd probably say a bit of it has, yeah.
Okay, well, your kart's got to go down. Let's chat to another driver that's having a really, really starring role this weekend. There's Noah Barham. Noah is fighting for a ticket to the grand finals. You're starting on row number 2. I suppose it's just about the win this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, well, a win would be nice, but it's just about consistency, points and keeping it clean. I think if you go a weekend without crashing or penalties, it goes a long way.
Okay, good luck, good luck. Luca Holmes-Ballock, this is his best junior Rotax performance. Luca, it's been an up and down season for you. I think you've been learning a lot, and you know, you learn by your mistakes, but you put it all together with a really mature set of drives earlier today. Can you get on the podium?
Yeah, definitely. I've been quick enough all weekend to be on the podium, so yeah.
Now, talk about brand new wet tyres on most of the karts and that run down to turn number 1. What is going through your mind? Because you've got to try and squeeze Matteo, not get sent out to dry and not go over the grass.
I mean, just try my best to tuck in and we'll see what happens then.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, we can't complete a grid walk without speaking to the driver who could be champion. We've got about 2 minutes to go. So, Jacob Ashcroft started in the Daniel Ricciardo series. We did Bambinos, did with Mark Baines Motorsport, has moved up through the rankings from Minimax. You did a little bit of time in Cadet Iami. Rotax is your home. You are the #1 ranked junior Rotax driver in the world this year. How are you feeling on what could be the decisive race of the championship?
I mean, I just got to stay out of trouble at the start. I think that's going to be the main problem. So, just survive lap 1 and see what we can do from there.
Is that really what a lot of these drivers think? You just survive and then advance?
I mean, I think with the unscrubbed tyres, it might. I mean, you never know how much you'll unscrub them on the outlap, but. I mean, people could be sliding all over the place. You could be really grippy. It depends what setup you've got on and if you're suited to these conditions. So, yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it goes well for me.
Well, good luck. Have you got in your head what you need to do to seal the title today? Nope.
No, and I'll be told after or when I come across the start-finish line if I'm in a good position. I see the boys saying, just you've done it, and giving me all the signals and everything. So I don't want to know where I need to finish because then it'll go in my head. But all I know is that I need to do well.
Okay, good luck. Another driver, Albie Lapper, the GP plate holder. Liam Wright is mechanic, just making some final tyre pressure adjustments. Albie, this is the site of your biggest career win so far. Can you make it career win number 2 in about 21 minutes time?
Yeah, probably. Just gotta, keep it calm. You get to do it again tomorrow, so nothing daft.
Get to do it again tomorrow. Well, we get to do it one more time today. The grid is clearing. It's the Junior Rotax Final. Will it be a championship decider? Will it rain? We're about to find out.
Here we go then. Junior Rotax, first final of the weekend. Last race of Saturday. Here is your grid. Matteo Palazzo and Luca Holmes-Ballack start on the front row of the grid. Ewan House will be on the inside of row number 2. Noah Barham, who won the club round here a couple of weeks ago, will start P4. Jacob Ashcroft can just hold himself there. I think a solid top 10 will do the job. We'll keep you updated with the maths as things go on. It's this drama for Palazzo in the early stages. I think there may well be, but row 3 is Ashcroft and Lapper there. Sebastian Lush and Harry Freeman, they go from row number 4. It's Charlie Wolfett and Ryan Gandor going from row 5. Leon Hasty, if he wants to keep the title bid alive, if he wants to keep it going to Sunday, I think he needs to win this race, and he's got to do it from row number 6. Finley Buck is alongside him for the ride. Charlie King and Sebastian Clark, they go from row number 7. It's William Archer and Kai Clark running from row number 8. There's more problems. James Kell was meant to be starting on row number 9 of this grid, but it'll just be Jensen Chalk starting from P17. Problems for Kell on the reconnaissance laps. Archie Lovett should like these conditions. He raced in similar conditions in the World Final here last year. Starts on the inside of row number 10. Is joined by Scotland's Ellis Bell. Next up, row 11, Zach Turner and Jared Fox-Whiteley, Ava Morris and Louis Radcliffe. They go from row number 12. It's Kean Bernard and Sam Kohler going from row 13. Don't count out Bernard. We know he likes to charge through the field here. Joel Dixon, Conan Large are up next on row 14. Benjamin Baker, John Buchan, Isaac Barker, Nathaniel Gray, Oliver White and Samir Paul have all made it through from the Repercharge.
So Piers Wade didn't. Yep. How can you possibly describe the feelings going through Matteo Palazzo's mind now? The pole sitter sat at the side of the circuit. Karting can be so cruel.
So the points situation, as we have it, thank you to Ian Rogers and team for getting the points from them through. Confirmed that I think our maths is correct on this one. As things stand, Jacob Ashcroft has 570 points. Leon Hasty is 511. By my calcs, Hasty has the biggest max possible of anyone who is not called Jacob Ashcroft, and it's 628 points. That's if Hasty wins this race, goes perfect tomorrow, and of course gets the 20 bonus points for attendance. So if Ashcroft can finish this race on 629 or higher, it's done. To do that, he needs to finish fourth. Fourth would do it, and that of course is the case of if Leon Hasty wins this race. If Leon Hasty does not win this race and finishes further down the order, the job for Ashcroft gets easier. I kind of like the approach from Jacob though, just go, don't worry about championship, don't worry about it, go out and win this race. Go out and win this race first. It's what he's done for the last 12, 15, 18 months. It's served him well before, why change it?
Exactly, we are 3 carts down. James Kell, Joel Dixon Cohen and our pole sitter, Matteo Palazzo. This could be a title decider. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Who's going to make it through turn number 1? Ashcroft, look at the 252 carts. They're all safely through turn 1 out on the ball. And there's a problem. That's Gold Chain Charlie in the MLC Motorsport Kart. And I think it was a Coles Racing kart
might
that
have been
he
you
clipped.
in-house.
And the back of the field, somebody else goes for a spin. Well, Jacob Ashcroft can breathe one sigh of relief. Now we look at the two drivers on slick tyres, Nathaniel Gray and Jared Fox-Whiteley. As I was making my way back up the commentary box, there were 1 or 2 drops of rain. It's due to arrive in force at 10 to 5 local time in what would be 6 minutes. We have 11 minutes plus a lap of racing left.
So, early stages of this race. Let's count you through the runners and riders after lap 1. Luca Holmes-Ballack has the lead of this race. Ewan House, apologies, not the driver for Coles Racing involved. I think it was Ellis Bell. Perhaps he had a bit of a trip over on that first lap, although Ellis Bell has still made a good number of positions in the early stages of this one. So it's Holmes-Ballack from House, Noah Barham third, Ashcroft fourth, as Albie Friend goes wheel to wheel with Finley, Buck, and that's going to get a bit interesting off of the corner.
Albie Friend will be doing well. He's Albie Lapper.
Albie Lapper, sorry. Albie's in strawberry colours. Albie Friend's even changed colours. I'm not got used to it yet.
Exactly. And I mean, to be fair, I'm the one that normally makes many errors. But so far, errors are not something we're seeing from the front runners here. As I was holding my breath there, just to see how many of them fired it off through Fullerton S's as I'm praising them. That would be Nathaniel Gray on slick tyres. Shows how treacherous things are at the moment. At the moment, Ashcroft is, what was Jacob's magic number?
P4.
What
was
the point total?
629 would see him. Oh, is that the problem with Kean Bernard? As off the road is one of the SPRs.
There's
it's
the
283. It's Louis Radcliffe who's had problems there. So Radcliffe unfortunately falls down the order. And as I say, that's a 629 being the magic number in the case that Leon Hasty was to win this race. And at the moment, Leon Hasty is down in 13th position. So this is at the moment still looking good for Jacob Ashcroft to seal the British title today.
Well, let's wait and see as they head their way out of hairpin number 2. Luca Holmes-Ballack leads this race for Strawberry Racing, the Anglo-Serbian driver, in kart 228. I don't think Holmes-Ballack has won a round of the British Championship since Bambino 2020. I think that was the last win he had. Now, there is the 222 of Jared Fox-Whiteley on slick tyres. Check the time. 8.5 minutes of racing remaining. It is 4:46 p.m. The rain is due to arrive in 4 minutes. Whilst it's not raining, though, Jared Fox-Whiteley is picking them up and putting them down. P4 now.
I say, and
P5, sorry, P5.
I know we say with the apps, I've had it before, where the apps have been saying, it's snowing where you are, and it's been bright sunshine.
Yes.
So I'm going to be positive. I think this is a good call from Jared Fox-Whiteley. What a way for Jack's Motorsport to cap things off here. Down the inside, takes Jacob Ashcroft's 4th place away. But again, that's not a problem if you're Jacob Ashcroft, because Leon Hasty down.
That's brilliant. Sorry, Andrew.
That's okay.
Don't forget, it's only dry on the racing line.
Yeah.
Every time he moves off the racing line, there's bits of residual moisture. So he's got to be absolutely pinpoint perfect. One wheel on a curb, and you could see as he turned into the Bruno Ferrari S's, the kart didn't want to go straight away.
No.
He needed, and there is the number 214. That's the other driver on slick tyres, and it looks like the 251 kart of Sebastian Clark. We're going to have a new leader very, very soon. It's going to be that driver there for Jack's Motorsport. And then you will see a group of mechanics and other drivers in sort of white turquoise, green and blue, all doing a sun dance, if there is such a thing. Saying, please, they'll be getting all their fans and blowing them up at the sky so that the rain doesn't arrive.
And just the balance that Jared Fox-Whiteley seems to have at the moment. He's got really good turning on the front end of that kart. Now, Luca Holmes-Balak is not just going to jump out of the way here, but Luca looks to be struggling on the rear axle. Here is Jared Fox-Whiteley's chance. He's got him. He's got him. What a run this has been from Jared Fox-Whiteley. Started this race, P22. In the space of less than 6 minutes, he has picked his way through the field. He's kept himself on the road. He's kept his tyre temperatures up and now leads this race. But now he's got to be careful. He's got to also keep an eye on the skies. As through there, past Lapper, goes Harry Freeman. Harry Freeman now onto the podium, Henry.
I've got one bit of advice for Jared Fox-Whiteley. Run.
Run.
Run and hide. Run away as fast as you can, because the clouds, the skies are getting ever darker, especially towards the bowl. That is where the rain will come from. It will hit the bowl first, I'm sure. Let's have a look at the order. Fox-Whiteley, 2.5 seconds already at the road. Holmes-Balak, he can't lose his cool. You saw him giving a little bit of a gesture there. Look at the crowd of the grandstand just watching. They cannot take their eyes off this because you just don't know what is going to happen next.
And the other aspect of this, Henry, that's a bit of a moment there for Ellis Bell. If you're on those wet tyres, don't burn them out. You cannot, if you want to win this race. We saw this in the FIA Championships at Rugby with Zach Drummond a couple of weeks ago, where he just used a little bit too much of the tyre, and it meant that when the rain then came back down again, other drivers, other teams were able to pick their way through. As there is a move from Ryan Gandor down the inside.
It's raining at Fullbeck, which is about
over the fence,
a quarter of a mile behind Bobby Game Corner. There is a race meeting going on at Fullbeck at the moment. Our spies tell us, well, they don't tell us, they're saying we're getting wet, therefore it must be raining. 4.5 minutes. How quickly can rain move a quarter of a mile?
Spitting by hairpin one.
What's
you can
the
see
lead?
it on the screen.
It's more
that
than
is
spitting.
More rain coming down here. Jared Fox-Whiteley's hopes of a miraculous victory about to evaporate. We've got news as well from race control. Plus 5 second penalty for Kart 278. That's Harry Freeman in third place.
What the gap? 7.5
seconds.
That was the start of this lap. It's come down, it's halved in one sector. It was a brave gamble. And do you know what? He took full advantage of it and drove absolutely superbly. Hey, he's still leading the race. And he's got a tiptoe. I have been high on Jared Fox-Whiteley as a very, very talented young driver.
Absolutely.
And he has proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt in this race. Whatever happens now, and it's in all possibilities, the next 3 minutes, he could drop from first down to 21st or worse. But he has marked his arrival on the scene here today. Here comes Luca Holmes-Balak, Harry Freeman with a penalty. That means Albie Lapper will be in line to take second position, but they have now Jared, you've got to don't lose your cool. Let's see what happens. It's coming down in torrents now.
And the trouble is that as out of the race is the 288. Is that Archie Lovett's car?
Archie Lovett, yes.
That's the rear bumper detached. The other problem for Fox-Whiteley, even if the rain was to stop, the track has got an absolute covering again, as here goes Lapper. It's August all over again. Albie Lapper takes the lead here at PF International. Yes, Harry Freeman goes through to take position on the road, but remember, that kart there has a 5 second penalty. Albie Lapper at the moment is heading up a Strawberry net 1-2. Jacob Ashcroft still there, fourth on the road. That would be third at the moment. That would be more than enough for Jacob Ashcroft to seal the British title, but that's not the Jacob Ashcroft way, Henry. That's not the way that DHR do things. Well, if they want to win, they want to dominate. They want to win this race on the road. They've got still got a very good chance here. Less than 2 minutes to go on the clock. But I'll tell you what, Harry Freeman's got good pace, it would seem, at the moment. We've seen this in wet races before, when drivers have 5-second penalties.
Yes.
If he can get up the road, and remembering back to some races we had at Warden Law at the back end of 2023, if he can get up the road
this is
3 wide through the exit of Mike Wilson Complex, that somewhat worked.
Charlie King gaining ground and then losing it a little bit, and you could tell that they've abused those wet tyres.
And this is what we were meaning,
And there's Fox Whiteley, Jared Fox Whiteley.
Still 8th.
Oh, someone over the... Do you know what? The rate at which the drivers on wets are tripping, are falling off. Well, I mean, he's not going to get a top 10. Here's Gold Chain Charlie, up into 8th place with Ellis Bell in 9th. We've got a minute to go. Someone is off at the second hairpin. It looks like a Craft Motorsport kart. And we'll see who that might be. Well, I'm going to head down to the to the Parc Ferme area to interview a winner and provisionally, potentially, a champion.
20 seconds of this race to go then. 2 more laps. Harry Freeman has the lead on the road. His advantage is going to be about a second here. 1.5 seconds. So good, but not enough at the moment for Harry Freeman to turn over that 5-second penalty. At the moment, he would drop down to P5. This is the battle in the middle of the pack. Oh, Samir Paul has done really well to get into this final. Has a bit of a moment there, coming out to the Mike Wilson Complex. The weather today has been topsy-turvy. It has produced some brilliant stories for us to tell here in the box, and we're not quite done, because this effectively is your battle for second place. This is Luca Holmes-Ballock versus Kai Clark for third place on the road, but they're within 5 seconds of that man there, Harry Freeman. Albi Lapper right now is on to repeat the victory that he had at Kart Masters back in the summer. As, off the road there slightly is Kai Clark. He's not happy about that at all. Jacob Ashcroft holding position. He's fine. He's fine. Leon Hasty, unfortunately, this has not been the day for the O-Plate winner. No, we don't like to see that. Kai Clark and Luca Holmes-Ballock getting a bit rough and ready on the approach to Bobby Game Corner. We're going to see the final lap board in a moment's time. Harry Freeman is continuing to extend his advantage here. He would have hoped this race goes on for another 4 or 5 laps. As it happens, this is the final lap. The gap is 2.5 seconds. At that rate, Lapper is still going to be okay. Freeman could still get second place here. In fact, yes, he's cleared Clark, Holmes-Ballock and Ashcroft. So the 5-second penalty is now only dropping him down to second. The rain is absolutely bucketing it down here. This is like 12 months ago. This is like the World Championships again in 2024. Freeman down into hairpin 1. Lapper knows, just needs to stay there, just needs to stay within range, checking through that everything is okay. Yeah, there's no notifications for the GP plate. And once again, we've been saying it all year with Albi Lapper, that the maturity with which he is driven this year, he has changed his racing style. He has learnt a lot. As one of the Crafts there has had a very alternative run. I think that's come from hairpin number 1 or out of the Fullerton S's. But either way, Freeman is going to take this race on the road. But Albi Lapper for Strawberry Racing, it was a tight finish back in August. This one he can really, really enjoy for the final couple of corners. Out of the final turn, Freeman takes it on the road, but it's Lapper's day again at PF International. It is a win, virtue of that 5-second penalty for Harry Freeman. Kai Clark, third on the road, will inherit second place. Fourth for Holmes-Ballock, fifth for Jacob Ashcroft, and that provisionally makes Jacob Ashcroft the new Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Champion in Junior Rotax. He has dominated this season. Today he has delivered a couple of top 5s, but he will look back at the clean sweep he had at Warden Law, the clean sweep he had at Lark Hall, the third clean sweep that he had 3 weeks ago at Wilton Mill. Those have been the building blocks to keep everything together. He now has all the gold, all the wins, every single time he has come out and raced in this last 2 years in this category, whether it be here in the British Championships, in the Rotax Euro Trophy, Grand Finals, International Trophy. He has won the lot. Jacob Ashcroft will head into pit lane. Rather wet. Look at the level of rain that is falling down now on the circuit. The drivers, I think, will be quite glad to get into the back into the paddock and de-kit after a really hard race. Harry Freeman, I got a feel for him. He raced that one really well, but I say that +5 means that it's an in-race +5 as well. So it drops in behind Lapper by 3 seconds, and it drops in behind Kai Clark by 0.3 of a second. Double podium though for KR Sport. They'll be happy with that. Kai Clark, that's a good return after a very difficult day at Wilton Mill the last time we raced in this category. But Albie Lapper though, second on the road. It's another big win for him here at PF International. And well, you think back to that second place that he had at Dunkeswell. That was a real breakthrough result for Albie Lapper. He's kicked on since then, and who's to say what he can do next. Jacob Ashcroft, there he is. A quiet moment to himself. Yes, he knows that he is. When it comes to Junior Rotax, this last 12 months, this guy is the guy in Junior Rotax. Buckets of talent, bigger than the buckets of rain that are falling out of the sky right now. And he's not done. He's not done at all for his racing in this part of his career. Let's take a look at the highlights then from that Junior Rotax final. This was the start with relatively dry conditions. Good start for Luca Holmes-Ballack to take an early race lead, but it was eyes on those drivers with the slick tyres. And whether they would be able to come up through the field. Charlie Wolfett had problems. Actually, it was one of the SPRs that's had issues. Cian Bernard, well, we'll look towards tomorrow as another day to hopefully get a good result here at PF International, but he's definitely got a race speed here today. What a job, though, by Jared Fox-Whiteley. If the rain hadn't come down, he would have won this race by a country mile. He played the strategy in the first 5 or 6 minutes of this race absolutely perfectly. Got into a lead of 7.5 seconds, but then the rain would come down. Further down the order, well, this was when the rain started to come down. Freeman, Holmes-Ballack, Lapper and Clark all involved. Ashcroft just keeping things nice and straightforward, keeping it clean, doing what he needed to do. Samir Paul through to today's final. That's a good step forward for Samir Paul, but had problems. And then as the rain continued to beat down, Harry Freeman took the checkered flag first, but that +5 means that Albie Lapper will be at least provisionally declared your race winner. Freeman will be second, and then Kai Clark home in third. But you've got to feel that this is Jacob Ashcroft's day. Job done. For himself and his father, Barry, who's been meticulously on the tools as ever this weekend. Let's head down to Parc Ferme. I believe we have Henry Baudet with Albie Lapper.
A few moments ago, Andrew Mather made a comment that when you got to the front of the field, he said, it's just like August all over again. Well, I can confirm it's not like August at all. This is as cold and as wet as it has been all day. The only similarity to that weekend in August is this driver standing in this position. Albie Lapper, GP plate winner, now a final winner in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Congratulations.
It's really good. I thought I needed to get one at some point. We've been close enough all year, just thought, got to get it. But we did this round, so.
And I got to say, I think that of all the drivers here, that, you know, this win for you is a statement of how much you've matured. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say. You can ask Liam that as well.
Yeah. It's been, a real event. So talk us through the race to start off with. Harry getting a penalty, the rain. Initially, Jared Fox-Whiteley thought it was brilliant until 3 minutes ago. The rain came. How did you cope with all that was going on?
Well, I just thought it's got to be the first person to work out when it's quick and when it's slow, really. Like when all the people start skating off the track, you just got to find where the grip is. So I just thought I handled it quite well, really.
Yeah, and of course you've got another round to go tomorrow. The championship belongs to Ashcroft, but there's still a lot to fight for.
Yeah, there is. Like to get a final round, to win the final round of British would be really good, and to get a ticket for the World Finals as well would be amazing. So we'll try and get another one.
Indeed. Now, your nickname is the Rock and Roll Star, courtesy of your dad. Who would the Rock and Roll Star like to thank for this victory?
Definitely my mechanic Liam, Strawberry Racing, and my dad for taking me here. So, yeah, it's really well done to them.
Anybody else? Someone who might comment in?
Nana Babs.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Albie Lapper, a GP plate winner and now a final winner in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Congratulations. But his mechanic Liam Wright comes in, but we're going to move over a little bit because I'll let Liam and Albie have their moment. Unofficially, provisionally, subject to post-race scrutineering, Jacob Ashcroft, 2025 Wera Tools British Kart Champion in the junior Rotax class. How does that sound, mate?
Pretty decent.
Pretty decent. Now we can say the first driver in history to hold the British title, the BNL title, the International Trophy, the Euro Trophy, and the Grand Finals. Unequivocally, you are the single best junior Rotax driver in the world.
Well, that's all right, isn't it?
Okay, you said to me beforehand that you were not thinking about the championship, that you will wait until. How did that race progress for you? You were in and around the top 3, the top 4 all the time.
I mean, the race is fairly spaced out, thankfully, so that helped, and I was just there, and Harry and Albie got me. They were a lot quicker than me, and then I sort of joined their pace. Currently match them on top of the bridge. I just couldn't really do it, if I'm honest. I couldn't match their line around there everywhere else, but we were the same. I think I was a bit quicker around some places, and they were quicker at some places as well. So, yeah, I managed it quite well. And then on the last lap, when I caught I think it was Luca, I just stayed behind in case anything was to happen and we were to come to contact or anything like that. So I just sort of lifted off and let him just drive around and let him take the flag, and then I got onto pit straight, celebrate with all the boys, and British champion.
That's a bit. So when did you know? When did they tell you?
Well, on a few laps to go, they were just telling me to stay where they are, stay where I am. So I sort of guessed that I was in a proper spot to be the British champion. And then on the last lap, they were just telling me to calm down and just stay where you are, be patient, and patience has paid off, hasn't it?
It has. I bet that last lap was the longest lap you've ever done. So, your dad's over there. We'll bring Barry in because you've got to thank, I'd imagine, quite a few people.
Yeah, probably.
Well, go on then.
My dad, of course, on the spanners. My mum, my nan and granddad at home for all their support. It's wild for all their support they give me. DHR, of course, Time Racing Engines, Russ, Dan, Louis, everyone. Matt Higgins for helping me along the year, and am I forgetting anyone? Just all my family and friends in general who've been cheering me on and wishing me good luck for this weekend. So yeah.
Well, we're going to end the program now. Barry, come in, because of course we talk all the time about karting being a family sport. You're the dad, you're the mechanic. So, one family celebrates a title today. Tomorrow, 3 more families will be in your position. What would you like to say to the Alpha Live audience for the support you've had this year?
I'd like to thank everyone for my support, and hopefully then we can bring that support onto next year and see what we can do in the senior.
Indeed, but before that, you've got the only 5, you're the only driver with 5. Nobody has ever successfully defended the junior Rotax title in the grand finals. So one more thing to tick off the list before you end your junior career. That's not bad, is it?
No, it's not. It's been a good 2 years. We've worked really hard at it, and the team have worked really hard at it, and Jacob has worked so hard.
Indeed. So that is it from PF International today. We have one more round, 3 more championships to decide, 1 more day of racing. So on behalf of all our championship partners, you've been watching their adverts throughout the day. Without them, none of this would be possible. Thank you for watching. This has been day 1 of event 10 of the 2025 Wera Tools British Kart Championship. And our karting family gets to do it all again one more time tomorrow. See you then.